the media capital of the world.
To participate in the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. Members of the public may speak for up to 3 minutes dependent upon the number of speakers.
Good evening and welcome to Burbank City Council joint meeting with the Housing Authority on Tuesday, June 7th, 2022. I would like to invite Casey Wahe, Associate Pastor of First Presbyterian Church in Burbank, to lead us in the invocation this evening. Will everyone please stand and remain standing for the flag salute? Welcome.
Friends and members of the City Council and our community and our community's leaders, on behalf of the Burbank Presbyterian Church, I'm grateful to be here to participate and be part of this. Let us pray together. In your mercy, Almighty God, we pray that you would bless our leaders, give them wisdom and guidance tonight. We pray that you would guide each person who is in a place of leadership this evening. God, we are grateful for our community, this city we call Burbank. God, we ask that you would be with our children and our families and those in this community who need your help. God, as schools have finished up for the year and summer school has begun, we pray that you would protect our children. God, we know that there are many things happening in this world. And God, we know that because we are here, we can do something. Motivate us, move us, guide us by your Spirit. We pray for those in need in this community. For those who struggle with mental health, we pray that you would give them shalom tonight. For those who are struggling with addiction, clear a path toward recovery, Lord. God, most of all, we pray for families in need. For those without homes, provide permanent housing. For those who are hungry, give them an overabundance of food. Again, we thank you for this moment. Amen.
Please join me in the Pledge of Allegiance to our great flag. Ready? Begin. I
Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Pastor. Madam City Clerk, please conduct a roll call.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councilmember Frutos.
Good evening and happy to be here.
Good evening. Councilmember Schultz.
Present and happy Election Day.
Happy Election Day. Still have till 9 o'clock. If you haven't voted yet, get out and vote. And Councilmember Springer.
Here.
Vice Mayor Anthony.
Present.
Mayor Talamantes.
Present.
Thank you.
And it'll be happy for some and not so happy for others. Okay, we would like to advise the community that there will be 6 periods, yes, you heard me right, 6 periods of public comment tonight. Members of the public may comment in person or by telephone during the general public comment period and during the public hearing public comment period. Public comment for the reports to council will be taken in person only. The first period is for general public comment on any matter concerning city business and or any agenda item except the public hearing. If you would like to participate in general public comment over the phone, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received. The second public comment period is for the public comment on this evening's public hearing. For public comment by phone on the public hearing, we kindly ask that you call 818-238-3335 after the general public comment period has closed and when the public hearing begins. Additional in-person only public comment period will be available after each report to council. We have two announcements this evening.
Following are announcements for June 7th, 2022. The Burbank City Clerk's Office is accepting applications for one resident, non-resident required vacancy on the Sustainable Burbank Commission for an unexpired term ending July 31st, 2025. The deadline to submit an application is Friday, June 17th at 5 p.m. If interested, apply online at burbankca.gov/BCC application. Vaccination proof or medical religious exemption will be required of all applicants. For more information, please contact the Burbank City Clerk's Office at 818-238-5851 or email cityclerks@burbankca.gov. The Bryce Canyon Park Sports Field is undergoing a redesign, and we want to hear your ideas. The community is invited to participate in a virtual workshop to learn more about the project and provide valuable feedback. The workshop will be held on Tuesday, June 21st from 12 to 1 p.m. An online survey is also available to the community. For more information and to access meeting and survey links, please visit burbankca.gov/parks. We look forward to your participation. This concludes the announcements for this evening.
We have three council presentations on the agenda this evening. I didn't bring it down with me. Sorry, thank you. Good evening, everybody. First is the presentation of a proclamation declaring June 19th, 2022 as Juneteenth Day in the city of Burbank. Joining us tonight to accept the proclamation is Mrs. Carmenita Heligar. Ms. Heligar is a Burbank resident, member of the Board of Library Trustees, and co-founder of the Destiny Education Project. Mrs. Heligar was recently named Woman of the Year by Congressman Adam Schiff. Ms. Heligar, welcome. And here's the City of Burbank proclamation. I'm going to have you help me read this, the whereases, if you don't mind. June 19th, 2022. Whereas on January 1st, 1863, President Abraham Lincoln issued the Emancipation Proclamation, which declared that all persons held as slaves within the rebellious states are and henceforward shall be free. And whereas more than 2 years later, on June 19, 1865, Union Army General Gordon Granger reached Galveston, Texas, the last state of the Confederacy, with institutional slavery, and announced the order proclaiming freedom for enslaved Americans.
Whereas celebrations of this historic day became known as Juneteenth, a combination of the words June and 19th. And whereas Juneteenth commemorates the traditional observance of the end of slavery in the United States and is observed annually on June 19th. And whereas Juneteenth is an important opportunity to remember our country's past intolerance and work towards equal rights for all while embracing our neighbors from all races and backgrounds, and to recognize the incredible contributions African Americans have made to our society and to continue to make through art, culture, literature, science, technology, and more.
Now therefore, I, Jesse Talamantes, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby recognize June 19th, 2022 as Juneteenth Day in the city of Burbank, and encourage all residents to celebrate this milestone day and work to ensure equal freedom and justice for all citizens. Signed this 7th day of June, 2022. Congratulations.
I need to call up my daughter. And Lindsay. You want to do it? Okay. This is my daughter, Destiny. And this is Lindsay Jenkins of Maroon Arts and Culture, who is doing our Juneteenth event for the city of Burbank. Oh, no, we got to take a picture. Ready? Okay, we got to get on the other side. Do I use this one or this one? Okay. Thank you, everyone, for this opportunity. I wanted to start off by saying there's a huge gap in between fault and responsibility. Enslavement is not your fault, but it is your responsibility to correct what happened. If you think that the descendants of the enslaved are not affected to this day, I'll give you the simplest example. When you look at your last name, you can trace it back to your ancestors, your father's father. When I look at my last name, sign a credit card slip for my daily needs and wants, it is of a man that once owned my ancestors. 169 years later, that same enslaver still gets to have his name written down daily. My daughter will now do the presentation.
Hello, my name is Destiny Helliger, and I wanted to start off by saying that as a representative of the Destiny Education Project, we are very happy to be involved in this proclamation, and especially since we work to promote diversity, equity, and inclusion in all parts of education, we feel that this is a really important part of Burbank and helping our schools. Juneteenth is a commemorative celebration of June 19th, 1865, the day Major General Gordon Granger rode into Galveston, Texas, and announced that all enslaved persons were now free. Though the Emancipation Proclamation was signed in 1863, Texans intentionally continued to enslave Black people, even after this declaration. Because Texas was the last state in the Union to free enslaved labor, the holiday started there. It is heartbreaking to think that Black Americans were unlawfully forced to remain in bondage. There are some who say that this deception is not worthy of celebration. But when we think about our ancestors and how they must have celebrated, it is an honor to remember and celebrate them. What happened on June 20th? The Declaration recommended that the newly freed stay right where they were and continue to work for undefined wages paid by their former masters. This was an unlikely proposition. Former masters did not intend to pay hundreds left before the general was finished reading his notice. Those who left had nowhere to go, no resources, and no help. Many turned to sharecropping, a glorified form of slavery that often paid no wages, only a place to live and a ration of food. Juneteenth was finally declared a federal holiday in 2021. Though celebrated for over a century, for years, Juneteenth was only recognized as a state holiday in Texas. In 2020, several corporations declared it an official paid holiday. Juneteenth is not about honoring the people who granted freedom to the same people that they enslaved. It is about acknowledging the struggle and the perseverance of the Black community. For us, this will be a day of celebration, and for you, this will be a day of contemplation. And because my ancestors built the country that we all live in, I will not be ending this by saying thank you, but instead, you're welcome.
Lindsay Jenkins of Maroon Arts and Culture will be explaining our Juneteenth event.
Hello, everyone. Thank you so much for having us here today. My name is Lindsay Jenkins. This is my colleague, Celia Carey. We are the two principals at Maroon Arts and Culture. We're an arts and cultural organization. We're based here in Burbank. Our headquarters is right behind Handy Market. I know we all know it and love it. So we are having a Juneteenth event. It's on Saturday, June 18th. It'll be in the Yumi Credit Union parking lot. Starts at 11 o'clock. We've partnered with our friend Trina from Rockstar Fitness and RS Confidence Academy. Her troupe of professional dancers will be providing programming throughout the day. So it's going to be it's going to be very entertaining. It's going to be a lot of fun. And I just want to say that, because Maroon Arts and Culture, that's what we do it for. We do it for the culture. We celebrate Juneteenth not only as our favorite holiday, but also the anniversary of our organization. And so that's how much this holiday means to us. We are tasked as an organization with the preservation of Black culture and Black arts and investing in the future of Black arts and culture. And so that's why we do Juneteenth every year. As a result, the entire community gets to benefit from our initiative to preserve Black culture. This event is being presented free to the community. We invite you all to come and enjoy. However, it is not free for us to produce. We did approach the city for support with this event, and unfortunately, the city was not able to make that happen. But I cannot think of a better time than Juneteenth to reflect on the fact that proclamations are just a beginning. When Abraham Lincoln signed the Proclamation freeing enslaved people in America, he did so with the best of intentions. But it was the actions of the people on the ground those following 2 years that actually saw that dream come to fruition. And so I just, again, would like to invite you all to attend the event and let you all and anyone else know that it's not too late to support this event. If you want to really, truly make it a community effort to happen, we are still open to collaboration. So I have flyers here. I'll leave them up here, and y'all can get some, and it's maroonarts.com. Check us out. Thank you.
Next, we have the presentation or proclamation declaring June 2022 as Pride Month in the city of Burbank. I welcome Mr. Juan Avila, President, and Ms. Roberta Reynolds, Vice President of the Burbank chapter of PFLAG. Good. They're on board. Whereas Pride Month began in June of 1970 in New York City on the one-year anniversary of the Stonewall Uprising, in which lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, queer, asexual, and intersex LGBTQIA individuals and their allies rose up and fought against harassment and discriminatory laws that have since been declared unconstitutional. And whereas LGBTQIA individuals have had an immeasurable impact on the culture, civic, and economic success of our country, state, and city, and continue to make great lasting contributions to strengthen the fabric of our society.
And whereas the nation was founded on the principles that every individual has dignity, worth, equal rights, and the city of Burbank is committed to supporting visibility and equality for LGBTQIA individuals in our community. And whereas the city of Burbank prides itself on a close-knit neighborhood and community-oriented ethics and wants all residents to feel welcome and safe, especially the LGBTQIA youth, family, seniors, who should be able to learn, live, and thrive without fear of harassment and discrimination. And
whereas, while society at large increasingly supports LGBTQIA equality, continued education and awareness remains vital to end discrimination and prejudice. And whereas celebrating Pride Month promotes awareness and provides support and advocacy for our LGBTQIA community and serves as an opportunity to take action and engage in dialogue to strengthen alliances, build acceptance, and advance equal rights.
Now therefore, I, Jesse Talamontes, Mayor of the City of Burbank, do hereby proclaim June 2022 as Pride Month and urge residents to recognize the lasting contributions of our LGBTQIA family, friends, colleagues, and neighbors who help make Burbank a vibrant community in which to live, grow, and thrive. Signed the 7th day of June 2022. Congratulations.
Good evening. Thank you so much, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, for this wonderful opportunity on behalf of PFLAG and our families and our board members, and especially our LGBTQ youth and family. I am so happy that those words of fear and safe are included in the proclamation. I have the honor of working as an at-risk intervention specialist at Dolores Huerta Middle School, and an insightful moment was when the child came up to me and I said, "Oh, have a nice weekend, happy Friday." And the little student looked up at me and said, "No, it's not going to be a happy weekend." And I was taken aback. And I said, "Can you tell me more? Why not?" She goes, "I feel happy at school because I feel myself at school. I don't feel myself at home. And in my community, I don't feel safe. I feel safe when I feel myself at school." So that was an eye-opening, and I share this at PFLAG, and I say we have to make Burbank a safe place for our LGBTQ youth, because they don't feel it. And I love Destiny's, and congratulations, I love Destiny. She knows what I'm talking about, you know? We need to make our children safe, feel safe. We can have the best schools, we can have the best city, but if we don't feel safe, then what's the point of all that work? So thank you, City of Burbank, for this proclamation, and let's all work, action. The proclamation is wonderful, but now it's our turn to place action into our words and make Burbank a safe place. It is an exciting moment. Juneteenth, LGBTQ Pride Month, I mean, that's exciting. We're making strides. So this is wonderful. So thank you. Thank you so much.
And it's very tough to follow one, but I just want to say on behalf of the families, this is a validation, an acknowledgement of a lot of folks just being able to be themselves. So on behalf of all the families, thank you.
The third presentation this evening is the recognition of Burbank Water and Power Lyman for their outstanding representation at the 2022 LA Area Lineman's Rodeo. I welcome Don Roth Lindell, General Manager, and Ryad Seliban, Assistant General Manager of Burbank Water and Power, to join me at the podium and share with us the details of the LA Area Lineman's Rodeo and accomplishments of our lineman crew. Welcome.
Thank you. I just want to say how proud I am of Burbank Water and Power, the team's amazing performance at the LA Lineman Rodeo. The first National Lineman's Rodeo was held in Manhattan, Kansas back in 1984 with only 12 teams of journeymen who came to test their mettle against the best in the business. Today, thousands compete across the country. The job requires athleticism, ability to climb and work at extreme heights, variable working conditions depending upon the weather, and always working with potentially fatal amounts of electricity. These linemen must have the courage to complete demanding tasks safely, day in and day out. Because the competition is so fierce, some organizations have their teams train in place of working for weeks or months prior to the rodeo. We do not. Our linemen perform at outstanding levels of safety, quality, efficiency, and effectiveness day in and day out, which enables Burbank Water and Power to provide electricity at the lowest possible cost and highest reliability. It is their dedication to doing excellent work that propels them to excellent performance at this test of their skills. Let me introduce you to Riyadh Slayman for more information.
Thank you, Don. Riyadh Slayman, Assistant General Manager, Burbank Water and Power. This particular rodeo took place several weeks ago. It's got 16 teams, and these teams represent quite a bit of the big utilities here. You know, LADWP, PG&E, Southern California Edison, Pasadena. So you got a lot of big players there, and they all had their best at that rodeo. And so for our team, we're able to compete against them, and we placed second overall. We won first place in 2 out of 5 categories, which is phenomenal. We actually won it in 2019. In fact, for this small Burbank crew, we're able to win it first place in 2011, third place in 2013, 2019 first place, and right now we just placed second. So for such a small group, it's just phenomenal for us to be able to perform at that level. And that's a true testament to not only, you know, these guys that are doing such a great job at their work, but also the fact that we have a great apprenticeship program. This is where they grow. They come in here not knowing anything, and they get trained up through this program. So with that, am I okay to call up a few? Yes. So before we start presentation, we got 2 people to call up. We got Tom Wilkie, who's the manager of the electrical distribution. And we got Jason Edwards, who actually put in quite a bit of time at the rodeo and also is the trainer for the apprenticeship program. All right, and we'll start off with Christoph Cardos. Nicholas Erickson. Cole Hazelwood. Andrew Gomez. Charles Lawrence.
Congratulations to everybody. City Manager Hess, do you have any report?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. I do have one. I'd like to call up our police chief, Mike Albanese, to provide 2 updates. One update on the police department's training and preparation in response to active shooter situations, as well as provide a brief update on traffic related to the grand opening of Raising Cane's and how we're handling that to make sure that we protect the neighborhoods. So, Chief?
Good evening, Mayor. Good Good evening.
Welcome, Chief.
You okay today?
Yes, sir.
Did you get through it?
Go
The
for
photo
it.
up? They're texting me photos of you, so something's wrong. So okay.
Oh, are they
Yeah,
really?
yeah. Okay,
Well-
Vice Mayor, how are you? Councilmember Springer, Schultz, and Prudos. So I'm going to be real serious tonight. And Councilman Prudos had asked what training protocols are in place with the police department as far as our readiness in the event of a catastrophic event. So just understand that this is something that we talk about daily. So we have roll calls, and this is an opportunity for supervisors, staff, to speak with our officers about events that occur outside the city, certainly within the city, and nationwide. And we are acutely aware of what is going on outside and how that would resonate in our community. And one of the things when I was a younger police officer, I'd always ask myself is what would I do in the event of? So that's the conversation I want our officers to have with themselves, with their supervisors, as we move forward in our preparation, make sure we have the necessary equipment, the resources, and the training to manage ourselves and the incident if we have a crisis incident. So you have daily roll calls, you have crime control, we have a weekly chief of police meeting, and that's where staff talks about, are we ready, and what do we need to do to make sure our folks are ready. In addition to that, so as internally and externally, and part of the internally is that we have a tactical team that is a collateral duty for folks. So we have detectives, we have patrol officers, so they do monthly training, and a component of that training will address catastrophic active shooter events. Then externally, we participate in a lot of training. Now granted, with the COVID hiatus of training, we still managed to get in training, and September we had training that we, the Burbank Police Department, actually hosted for Homeland Security that included police, fire, EMS folks, again, managing these types of crises. In March, April of this year, we sent a number of folks to tactical casualty training that was sponsored by the Sheriff's Department. In May, we participated in what is called Complex Coordinated Terrorist Attack, and that was in Los Angeles. And actually, Captain Adam Cornelius did a presentation, and I sat on the panel as one of the subject matter experts. And this is an international body that attended this training. And we talk about the heart and soul as far as managing these crises, how we coordinate with police, fire, community, so that we have the best outcome that we can have. In this summer, we are sending our folks to Nashville for additional training that's been coordinated by some folks that are subject matter experts. In addition to that, internally, I've communicated with Matt Hill early on as far as our presence and what to do in the event of if there's questions. And we have training this summer on the campuses, and we are going to be provocative in our training where it's blind training. So folks won't know when it's coming, and when it does come, the expectation is, well, for me, it'll be a measurement of our readiness. I believe that we are mission ready, but we'll get our folks out there to make sure that is the case. So that gives you a summation of what we're doing kind of quietly behind the scenes in preparation for a catastrophic event. That concludes that part.
Thank you, Chief. Any comments? Go ahead, Councilmember Frutos.
No, I wanted to thank the chief and the city manager. As soon as the incident happened in Texas, I mean, we were communicating, and most important, somebody who has worked for the chief and understand your priority as a tactician, all your background with SWAT and Metro, and being one of the principal trainers within the Los Angeles Police Department before you came to your best career here. I wanted to make sure that the public heard it from our chief as much as you can say for the safety of our children, because that was our main conversation that we had. But thank you for your presentation, and thank you for making yourself available right after the incident in Texas. We were just going back and forth, and your commitment to the city for public safety for our kids. Thank you.
Thank you for the thank you.
You know, I just want to weigh in regards to when something happens that's so critical, like it happened in Texas. my first thought is, could that happen in Burbank, and are we prepared for it? Are schools prepared for it? Are police department prepared for it? So that's where the conversation, and this is, thank you for the update, Chief, that you're bringing it to the community, sharing what our Burbank Police Department is doing to prepare and stay ready for the incident that hopefully never happens in Burbank.
We can only pray,
Right.
and, the closest it got to us is in Saugus, and that was November 14, 2019. In fact, one of our Burbank police officers en route to work was part of the search team, because as a parent, he jumped in and helped out those folks as far as the rapid response. But I will assure you, is that's what we talk about every day, and I ask myself, and I know my officers are asking themselves, what would I do? Am I ready? And we are going to give it all to this community. I assure you, as a parent, as a grandparent, we will.
Thank you. Thank you for sharing that. Councilmember Frutos?
Chief, I'll go back one further than Saugus. Just before I became a police officer, we had the Mission Hills, the Jewish community school, that was an active shooter there. And to bring it really closer to Burbank, and what keeps me awake at night for the safety of our community as a council member, is the North Hollywood shootout. And I'm always, the chief knows sometimes I write him hard on that, but it's important for me as a council member to make sure that I'm communicating with you the fears of the community when I meet with them with coffees, and to reassure me that you're prepared, especially because I know your background as a tactician. Thank you.
Understood. And sadly, I was at both of those incidents. So can we move on to Raising Cane?
There's a question before we go.
Well, I wanted to clarify for people watching at home. Obviously, we're talking about a response to a situation that is, more and more regular, but wildly unpreparable. What happened in Uvalde, Texas, was a delay, a wait, a hesitation, I don't know what you want to call it, of officers not entering because they felt outgunned and outmatched. And what the chief is telling the people at home watching this right now is that he's asking his officers to be prepared on that day to enter an outmatched.
That's the expectation I have. Let me make it very clear.
Yeah.
And I'm not going to sit here in Burbank, California and do a critique in Uvalde, Texas, but I will tell you this. If I was there, it would have been managed differently. But that's a rural town, limited experience, limited resources, not having been involved in North Hollywood and some of these other really high-profile events. That's why I look as old as I do. So for the community of Burbank, just understand that this is what we talk about, and we are mission ready.
I appreciate that, Chief. Thank you. Thank you very
Councilmember
much.
Schultz?
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you, Chief, for the update. I just had one question, and I don't want to get to discussing any specific tactics that your department might need to keep in its pocket if that occurrence should ever happen, heaven forbid. But can you just speak to the degree of cooperation between your department and the school district in preparing for such an event?
So there's total cooperation, very transparent on both sides. Matt Hill, we were texting shortly thereafter. He had same concerns that I had as far as increased police presence. Was there any educational opportunities? And it was immediate. I still have his texts. I said, we're going to be having some training during the summer, gave me the point of contact to coordinate. We've been on the phone, and we've been at other community events. So that there has not been an issue. But the issue would be with our private schools, is that we don't have the same communication, and that's something that we're going to work on to be more conversant with our private schools, our smaller private schools.
It's a two-way street. I mean, we have to work with each other. We just can't, they have to accept our want to help them, but if they don't, then it's unfortunate. Go ahead. Let's start with your next topic that you're going to talk about.
So very different. Completely different. It's Raising Cane. So I actually had a tutorial today because I went out there for about an hour and a half. And I'm not a chicken connoisseur. So I was just I'm trying to get or understand what the attraction is with Raising Cane. So one of the things is that they have a huge following, just a huge following. There's Burbank is the 70th restaurant in California, and they have over 650 nationwide. So really, for this afternoon, and I met the regional managers that were on site. I was impressed with their understanding of the community needs. So one, I was looking at the volume of customers, and then also the management of traffic and flow of traffic. So how it sets right now is that we have 3 officers that will work there for the first 3 weeks during the 12-hour shifts. These are billable hours. So for the community to understand, is Raising Cane is paying a lot of money for our officers to help with the flow of traffic. In addition to that, they hire off-duty retired officers that are on the parking lot there. So when I was there, you had a total of five officers as far as managing the flow of traffic. So the flow of traffic started Parish curbside, coming eastbound and on the curbside. Everything's coned off. So it was well managed. I'm not saying it wasn't crazy, but it was well managed as far as the traffic in grabbing the curb lane to get into the parking lot. And once they got into the parking lot, there was no parking. That's when the off-duty officers were managing that. They do a little loop-de-loop, then they come out and they can only go one way. They can't go down Orchard, they can't go down Parish. So for the community members, and there's still going to be some angst with community members by the sheer traffic, you can't make a left-hand turn going in onto Parish and Orchard, and you cannot exit Raising Cane into the neighborhood. I spoke with the regional manager, and just again as a tutorial, and he said this grand opening is on par with other grand openings. They can have up to 6,000 customers, and he said the newness of it goes for about 3 weeks, and then it kind of quiets down. There are 3 Raising Canes that are in the process of being built. One is in North Hollywood, one is in Hollywood, and one is in Northridge. Northridge should be done at the end of the year, so that's going to relieve some of the volume of commerce that we have in Burbank. So then I started actually talking to folks because most of you folks know I'm a big in-and-out guy, and I'm trying to connect the dots to Raising Cane, but these folks were coming from all over the place. One is they want to be part of the grand opening, and they will wait and be part of grand openings of the other stores. Their menu is not voluminous, and it's so. But they have
chicken.
There's chicken fries, and Texas toast. So, but they have a following, and they have a big social media following, and very loyal folks. Everybody was engaging, everybody was patient, and what is important for us as a community is that they're good neighbors moving forward, and that the managers assured me, we exchanged business cards and emails, and I believe moving forward, if we can get through the first 3 weeks, that it will normalize. Analogous to Chick-fil-A, analogous to when In-N-Out opened, and it's commerce, and you have a lot of loyal folks to those restaurants. So.
Well, thank you for that update.
And I did not have any Raising Cane food when I was there. I was offered, and I passed.
You will be back, though.
Yeah,
I'm sure.
Ready to go to In-N-Out Burger.
Well, thank you for the update. Thank you.
That's it.
Great.
Thank you.
Very nice.
Okay.
Thank you, Mr. City Manager. Mr. City Attorney, will you please report on closed session?
Yes, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members. This evening, City Council met to discuss several closed session items. The first item was the existing administrative proceeding, California Department of Housing Community Development Notice of Violation concerning the Pickwick Gardens Housing Project denial pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. Council took no reportable action. The second item is a personal injury existing litigation matter, case named Tim Simonek et al. Versus City of Burbank et al. Pursuant to Government Code Section 54956.9D1. Council took no reportable action. Council was scheduled to speak on labor negotiations regarding Burbank Firefighters Association and ran out of time, took no reportable action.
Thank you, Mr. City Attorney. Now is the time for general public comment. For members of the public who are here in person and wish to speak, please present a completed yellow general public comment card to the city clerk. Any person speaking during general public comment may address the council on any matter concerning city business except the public hearing. If you speak to the public hearing item, your comments will not be included in the public hearing record. Persons may choose to use the first period of public comment to address an agendized report, but will not be able to speak on that item following this segment. Comments are limited to 3 minutes per person. In order to promote fairness, please stay within your maximum allotted time of 3 minutes. A timer is available on the podium to help the speaker keep track of how much time is left. I encourage you to state your name when speaking at the podium to assist the city clerk with the minutes. For those wishing to call in during the general public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received. As you can see, I have a lot of yellow cards here. Our first speaker is Laura Faye Tenenbaum. Welcome.
Hi, good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, staff. You know me, Laura Faye Tenenbaum. I was talking on my phone. I was talking on the phone to my best friend yesterday, and she lives in Estes Park, Colorado. And she knows that I'm a former commissioner, and she knows I'm a recent board member. And she's been to visit me many times. I've been to visit her. And of course, she asked me, how's everything going in the great city of Burbank? And it was the first time I got a huge lump in my throat, and I felt shame. Because all of my neighbors have been talking about this massive new gun store that's opening up very close to where I live. And we've been talking about it amongst ourselves and the neighbors and all the people of Burbank, but I have, for the first time, had to tell somebody who doesn't live in Burbank how I really felt. And like, I'm shaking right now, even thinking about it. I feel like as much as it's your job to represent us, it's also our job to tell you how we feel in the community. And there's at least 2, maybe more people behind me who are too overwhelmed with concern that they might burst into tears if they come up. So I'm not just speaking for myself, I'm speaking for everybody. Normally when I drive downtown, I live very close to Magnolia, and I started driving up my street and I made a U-turn so I could come here tonight driving down Verdugo and then Olive, because to even drive past, it's the size and the location. It gives me this disgusted feeling in the core of my body. And I realized that, yes, Second Amendment, but I didn't know until last week that there's city code that allows this type of thing. And that's what I think needs to change. And I realized that maybe Burbank was different a long time ago, but I can assure you that it has changed. And we have neighbors and a community that no longer wants to live in a city with a giant gun store in our neighborhoods, and with lots of little gun stores too. So thank you. And I trust you guys are going to do the right thing. And yeah, thank you.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker is Roberta Reynolds.
Hi. Good evening, Mayor Talmontes, members of the City Council, Manager Hess, city staff, and all the community members here watching at home as well. My team is with me. I am Roberta Reynolds. I'm a lifelong resident of Burbank, and I'm also a member of the Burbank Community YMCA Board of Directors. We also have Eddie Arnold and Mary Cretone. I'm here to speak on the CDBG funds. According to recently released data collected by the U.S. Centers for Disease Control and Prevention, 76% of LGB students and 69% of those self-described as other or questioning said they felt crippling levels of persistent sadness or hopelessness during the pandemic. Among the LGB students, almost half had seriously considered suicide. More than 1 in 4 had attempted suicide. This is stark contrast to only 14% of their heterosexual peers who seriously considered suicide, or just 5% who actually attempted it. Amy Green, research director for the Trevor Project, said, "It is critical to understand that LGBTQ youth are not inherently prone to suicide because of their sexual orientation or gender identity. They are placed at higher risk because of how they are mistreated and stigmatized in society. This is why it's critical for Burbank to have an LGBTQIA+ resource center like the Social Impact Center, and why it's extremely important for our LGBTQIA youth to see that their city leaders support that effort. Approving CDBG funds for the Burbank YMCA Social Impact Center sends a message to the city cares about the youth who are often marginalized and made to feel less than. In the past year, we have seen over 150 youth participants in daily workshops and activities in the Social Impact Center. Over 450 community engagement supporters have participated in discussions about LGBTQIA and race issues. Approximately 200 gifts were wrapped and gifted to youth in the foster care system, and the Social Impact Center received the Burbank Chamber of Commerce 2022 Community Impact Award. It's been a busy year, and we are just getting started. If you approve the request for CDBG funds, you will be helping the YMCA to continue improve the social emotional well-being of the youth in our community. I stand here before it this evening not only because I'm serving on the board of directors for the YMCA, and I believe in that mission, but also because over the past 2 decades, through my work in various roles, as a PTA leader, as a member of the Board of Education, and as one of the founders of PFLAG Burbank, I have seen firsthand the impact and agony of the marginalization of our Burbank youth and their families. Resources for these youth and their families are so very important. Therefore, I respectfully request that you seriously consider the request from the Burbank YMCA for the CDBG funds. Thank you very much for letting us speak tonight.
Thank you very much for coming. Next speaker is Dale Gorman. Is Ms. Gorman here?
Yes.
Dale? Oh, there she is. Welcome.
Well, thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council members, and other attendees. Thank you for this opportunity to speak with you tonight about the Kids Community Dental Clinic. My name is Dale Gorman. I'm the Executive Director of the clinic, which has been in the Burbank community for many, many years. But dental care is feared by most and generally not a happy topic. So many people don't know about us. Our teams of volunteer dentists, dental students, hygienists, and hygiene students work inside the clinic, but they also travel to provide preventative education and services at over between 50 and 90 locations each year. Our goal, to prevent and reduce cavities in children. We're here to ask for funds that allow us to provide dental education and treatments for low-income children so that we can offer our services to children in Burbank schools and in Burbank programs. I personally travel out to John Burroughs 4 times a year and to Burbank High 3 times a year to lecture on oral health, impacting about 130 to 150 ninth graders at each visit. That's over 900 children a year. I also gather up teams that help us visit 8+ elementary schools and teach children to prevent cavities and to help children with lots of cavities to come for free and low-cost care. Our teams range from 1 or 2 health professionals to over 40 providers at one location, as we need big teams to impact hundreds of children in a few hours that they have within the school day. Next year, I've asked BUSD if we can provide various kinds of programs for all their schools. It's just a part of what we do. This funding request is for oral health education, treatment, dental supplies, including toothbrushes, to impact 1,500 Burbank children with a range of programs to be delivered through events at schools, after-school, summer, and park programs, through partnerships with schools and other nonprofits. all with an emphasis of reaching children who need our help. Please consider helping us continue to grant access to children in Burbank for dental care. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker is Candace Craig. Welcome.
Sorry, it's on my phone. Hi, good evening, everyone. My name's Candace Craig. I am a mom of a Dolores Huerta student, a soon-to-be Roosevelt student, and a wife, and I just want to talk to you guys about this gun situation in Burbank. We say that we're a family-friendly town. People move here for the schools, and the property values have skyrocketed because of this idyllic place that we live. But show me a dispensary, show me a strip club, an adult bookstore. There aren't any. You know, try to even get a glass of wine in Magnolia Park after 10 p.m. You can't. You know, you can't rent a dirty video, but guns, ammo, body armor, just 2 blocks from Disney Elementary. Or maybe you're next door to the Baby Portrait Studio, or a block and a half from Roosevelt Elementary. A giant warehouse arms dealership opened around the corner from the elementary school where my daughter attended and where my son will start kindergarten in the fall. I was excited, and now I am just horrified. And it was treated like any other business. They might as well have been selling vintage jeans. No oversight, no community outreach, not a word. It's disgusting there are so many gun shops. It's disgusting they're treated like any other business when other businesses that sell dangerous goods are not allowed. It's disgusting that the city has allowed them in our residential neighborhoods where our children play and where we go to school, and that nothing's been done about it. We need excise taxes. We need buffer zones for our schools, parks, daycares, and residential neighborhoods that prohibit the sale of firearms in such close proximity. We need to limit the number of gun shops in the city. We need a cap on how many, and anything beyond that cap needs to relocate. It needs to be expensive and financially difficult to sell dangerous goods in the city and illegal to sell them near schools and homes. I and many like-minded people have written letters and sent emails and made our voices heard. I've heard back from some of you. I have not heard back from others. And I personally take the silence as an acceptance of the status quo, and I will work very hard to find people who share my values to fill those silent seats. And I know there's a Second Amendment, but these people had muskets, not the modern weapons of today. And I would bet money if there was a long line of people of color lined up around these stores that maybe something would have been done a long time ago. And, you know, there was a time when you couldn't even drive through Burbank in a nice car being a person of color without getting pulled over. So I'm not sure what it'll take. I don't know if it takes a tragedy or what it takes, but I owe it to my children to spend every bit of my spare time and every bit of influence in my circle of influence to invest in people who will make this a change. I feel like we've ingratiated arms dealers in this community, and it has to stop. And I appreciate you guys hearing me out. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sandra Thompson, followed by Michael Wahlbrick.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, and City Council members. I'm Sandra Thompson. I'm a lifelong resident of Burbank, and I'm here tonight to talk to you about the Cdbg Funds. I have just completed 13 years serving on the Executive Committee and Board of Directors for Burbank Coordinating Council. We have 2 major projects, as you well know, and of course, right now, we're right in the middle of camperships. We have kids going to camp right now, and we have others scheduled to go in July. Camperships, the last couple of years, had to be pretty much virtual. This year, they get to go in person. And it's so important for these kids to go to camp because they learn leadership, they learn teamwork, they get the opportunity to do things that they would not get to do otherwise. They get to learn new skills and make new friends. This is so important, and so I'm asking that you do fund our campership request. I saw a post on Facebook the other day. A teacher closed her class a little early. And she told the kids, put away your books, put away your devices, talk to each other. The kids looked at her like, you want us to do what? Some of the kids finally started getting in groups and talking. Some of the kids didn't know what to do. They looked around the room. Some of them put their head down. They didn't know how to talk to a friend, to a classmate, about whatever. The teacher tried to engage them in conversation. It was so difficult for them. When our kids go to camp, whether it's a day camp or an overnight camp, there are no devices. Those devices have to stay home. Now, obviously, I saw it on a device. I have my little purse with my device right here, but there has to be a balance. Kids have to be able to talk to one another. How are they going to succeed? How are they going to be able to get a job, make a presentation, and a few years get up here and ask you guys for money if they don't know how to talk? So please give us some funding so we can send some more kids to camp this summer. Thank you.
Thank you for coming. Next speaker is Michael Wahlbrick, followed by Barbara Howe.
Evening. I always have trouble with the mic. It seems like it's not high enough for me. Evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, Council. Thank you for having me. Michael Wahlbrick here representing the BTAC Board of Directors today to talk about the Community Development Block Grant funding for capital projects. Most of you probably know, we have two buildings at BTAC. The original building, which we rebuilt in 2006, actually has two roofs because there's a one-story and a two-story roof. And then we acquired the building next door in 2006. That building has a roof that's probably better than 20 years old. So we're working with a roof that's 16 years old and one that's better than 20. Both are what they call built-up membranes, so it's like tar, paper, and gravel. And unfortunately, we have 4 leaks now when it rains in different parts of the roofs. And so that causes concern not only for safety, for clients and volunteers and staff with water that comes down, but also potential mold, especially in the food warehouse where we're storing our food. So we have requested from the city Community Development Block Grant capital funding to replace the roof, and I'm here to say I hope you can approve that, and thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Barbara Howell, followed by Sylvia Boredo. Welcome.
For Michael, now to me. I'm here also this evening to talk about the Community Development Grant, Block Grant application for Burbank Temporary Aid Center for the public services. And first of all, I just want to say, it's so good to see you in person. It's been much too long. I really have appreciated, and our organization has appreciated the service, the support for our services that you've given us over the last few years. It has been trying for us, but it's been more trying for members of our community, and we're so grateful that you've been helping us. I also want to point out that in addition to Michael Wahlbrick, who just spoke, we have 2 other board members, Jeanette Meyer and Roger Cole here with us, just as a show of support for the decision that you have to make and hoping that you support BTAC. I only have a few minutes, but I want to share just a little bit about what we've done over the last year that maybe isn't completely captured in the report. Over the past 2 years, BTAC has experienced an almost 250% increase in the number of people seeking assistance. And this isn't just limited to food, it's people seeking help with rent and utility assistance. We've provided more than $42,000 in rental assistance, an additional $10,000 in utility assistance to community members. We've distributed over $1 million worth of groceries and over $100,000 worth of hygiene items. And these are all things that have been donated to us. We've assisted more than 300 homeless individuals, including 1,104 showers and 3,641 lunches. And with the rising price of food and fuel, we see these numbers growing again. 90% of the people that we assist are Burbank residents. They have housing, they want to keep it, and they're coming to BTAC to help them ensure that they remain housed. We have had a number of former clients who no longer can take care of themselves come back, but the most heartbreaking part to me is the number of older adults who can't make their Social Security or their pensions and their retirement planning meet the needs of their daily expenses. Now, those numbers and statistics are great, but I want to share with you a story about someone who was one of the first people I helped after the beginning of the pandemic. He was an older man, he's a gentleman, a veteran, and he reluctantly came into us. And he didn't want to be there, but we helped him.
Thank you.
With your help. So, thank you, and we look forward to your decision tonight. Good luck with it.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sylvia Moreno, followed by Sally Holida. I hope I'm pronouncing it close. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Telemontes, Vice Mayor Anthony, and members of the City Council. I'm Sylvia Moreno, Executive Director of Burbank Housing Corporation. BHC staff and board members of the Burbank Housing Corporation are here tonight asking for your support for our CDBG grant application that city staff will be presenting to you later this evening. Since this is our very first time asking for your support of our summer youth program, I believe this merits a few words. In 2018, with the closure of our activity centers, we were put to the task to create a most cost-effective and innovative youth program that was primarily geared to benefit and help all of our families. Since then, we have established a well-rounded and engaging youth program. We have done a fantastic job marketing our program to our families, and more importantly, our attendance record is at a record high, which means that we have regained the trust, the comfort, and the confidence of our families. 4 years ago, when we made the difficult decision to temporarily close our activity centers, we only had participation of 10 BHC children. But today, I'm proud to announce that we are serving approximately 50 children who live in the BHC-focused neighborhoods. We were tasked to evolve, and we did it. We see this as a victory, a huge accomplishment for BHC, for our staff, for our families, and our partnership with the city. But today comes a new challenge. Over the last 25 years, our rental income has supported all our resident services at our activity centers. However, over the last 2 years, due to the pandemic, we have seen a substantial loss of income and a significant increase in operational expenses for our properties, which has caused instability in forecasting and committing BHC to offer a full summer program at both of our sites. Our goal is able to provide all-day care to our families, which will bring them a sense of comfort, peace of mind, and they are given the opportunity to continue to work and maintain financial stability. More than ever, our families need your support and your generosity. So tonight, we respectfully ask that you help fulfill BHC's mission as we continue the legacy that the city of Burbank once started by keeping our kids engaged, happy, and most importantly, safe. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Sally Holida,
Yes, thank you.
and after her is Lori Blake. Welcome.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, City Council, for this opportunity. My name is Sally Holida. I'm a Burbank resident and mother of 4 sons. I'm also on the board of the Burbank Coordinating Council. And I'm here to ask for the Community Block Grant. I want to thank you very much for your support in the past. The Burbank Coordinating Council has been around since 1933. And I was lucky enough to work on a food drive when we were doing our holiday basket program last year. And I can't tell you how many people just at the Ralphs would donate food and say to me, thank you, Burbank Coordinating Council was always there for my family every year. It was very emotional, and it was nice to be part of that organization. What's important about our campership program is that we offer low-income families an opportunity to send their children to these camps, either away camps or dance camp or something. And since we were closed up for the last 2 years, a lot of children started losing hope. Especially with low-income families, they start thinking that there's nothing out there for them. And what's great about camps and all our local camps that we have offered for children around here, they get this feeling of hope. They get a bigger world experience. And so it's really important that we continue that. The BCC also works with other charities. So we make sure that we don't let any children in the area. So we communicate constantly with Boys and Girls Club and with all the other organizations in Burbank, so that this way all the families are covered. So we really appreciate the past support that you've given us, and we ask for you to support us again with another from the block grant. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next speaker is Lori Blake, and after Lori, we have Amy Powers.
Good evening, Mayor Talamantes, Vice Mayor, and council and staff. It is good to be here. I have to agree with Barbara. It's been a long time that we've been apart, and it's good to be reminded, not just in my head, but physically, of the great city that we live in and that we're able to work in, to listen to our chief of police and talk about the commitment to mission that they've made for all of us and the sacrifices that they are prepared for. And I just have to say this also, and I take a moment to thank you for the prevention work that you've also done. You have been such a visionary body of people as a council, the ones seated here and the ones that have come previous to you. So just know that there's so much prevention that you've been doing through your school-based counseling and through the care centers every day with your youth that help to identify and put healthy eyes on our kids to make sure that we're seeing and giving interventions and working with our families. So I just have to say that because, again, what happened in Texas, what is continuing to happen daily in this country is horrifying, and we all feel pretty powerless around it. So I have to remind ourselves and remind that we are doing so much, so much, and only could be done with your help. So about CDBG. It's a hard night, and I know that it is. FSA has, for the first time, brought to you 2 proposals. I think, and I feel comfortable and very grateful we were heard by your committee, and I know that your staff considers the applications that come to them very seriously. Why did we ask twice this time? We asked for ongoing support, of course, for our battered women and our transitional homeless shelter that has been in existence for over a decade and a half now in your community. Again, another indication of your visionary work. Doing things about domestic violence before anybody talked about it, doing things about mental health before it was a national and international conversation. This community has done that. And not just one time, but time and time and time again, you have built the foundation for good health and welfare in your community and safety. And we are learning that to connect domestic violence and connect mental health and connect general safety, that all of these things are interconnected, as are we. So I'm so grateful for that. But tonight, we are looking at the risk of these programs not being sustained. You heard from BHC today, the struggles they're having. BHC is our partner. We've had some pretty difficult conversations over the last year. We are facing conclusions around that. So the reason I've asked for a second application tonight is to stabilize whatever we can preserve in these 3 transitional homes that we have. We have one for battered women and their children, one for homeless families, and one for emancipated youth and one adult and young adults ages 18 to 24. To be thinking about and having these conversations that we might close or have to limit those services in a world where we're looking to build more and to build integrity into the programs we have are troubling. So tonight I ask you to take a look at that, consider it. Sorry I went too long. I appreciate it, but thank you for your time.
All right, thank you very much. Next speaker is Amy Powers, followed by Michelle Webster.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, esteemed council, city staff. My name's Amy Powers. I've been a resident of Burbank for almost 20 years, and I am a parent of 2 kids in the Burbank Public Schools. I grew up in a military and law enforcement family in Mississippi. I have close family members who hunt, and I learned how to handle guns and how to safely shoot guns at a young age. All of this to say, I'm not afraid of guns. But I also know that every year in the United States, 40,000 people are killed by guns and another 80,000 are injured. Thousands of these are children or teenagers. I know that gun violence is an epidemic, but I believe it's one that we can solve. And while many of the common sense gun control laws that will help us solve this problem need to be made on the federal or state level, that doesn't free us from acting at the local level as well. As you all know, Burbank is home to 14 gun shops. We're number 2 in the nation per capita for the number of gun stores. There's 1 gun shop for every 13,000 Burbank residents. I, for one, don't want our city to be known for this. Due to our zoning laws, many of these shops are in close proximity to schools, to churches, to neighborhoods, to the small businesses in Magnolia Park, to the places where Burbank residents and their families expect to live, work, and play in safety. So there are a few things that I think we need to be doing and looking into to ensure that Burbank is the safe place that we all love. Number 1, we should be changing our zoning laws so that we can cap the number of gun shops in town, we can more strictly control where they're located, and we can create a buffer zone to make them further away from our schools, from our churches, from our neighborhoods. We should look into instituting a tax on any guns or ammunition purchased in Burbank. And we should look into working with the Burbank Police Department to implement a gun buyback program to get some of these weapons off of our streets. I know that city staff is working at your request to look into this issue to help you understand the options that are available to us to legally and responsibly address it. Please know that your constituents are watching, we're paying attention, and we do expect action on this. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker, Michelle Webster. After her, it's Ashley Ramsey. Welcome.
Thank you. Mayor Talamontes, Vice Mayor Anthony, Councilmembers Springer, Schultz, and Fruto city staff. Thank you for having me. It's hard for me to come here because I'm very isolated. I have senior parents at home and 2 kids. So I grew up in Burbank. I was born at St. Joe's. This is my town. I now have 2 children one is entering kindergarten, so I now have 2 children in our elementary schools. There are at least 3 gun stores within a reasonable walking distance to our school. I believe, to be clear, that our school is doing what they can to make us safe. This is not on them. My oldest loves to go to school. Today is her 939th consecutive day of reading that started 2.5 years ago at our school's readathon. I want to tell you a story about when she was in TK. I was hyper aware that her classroom was the first door into the school. Hers was the first door that a shooter would get to if they entered our school. The door known for the most casualties, the door that warns everyone else to be safe and to lock their doors. My 4-year-old entered school. Sorry. Every day I dropped her off at school. Every single day, I gave her the biggest hug I could, and I told her I loved her so much and that I would pick her up. And every day, secretly, I wondered inside if I would pick her up alive. I cried at drop-off throughout the entire year. I was so relieved when she entered kindergarten that someone else's children would be in the first door and not mine. Uvalde brought it all back. I cried, I sobbed, all the trauma of that first year. I hid Uvalde from my kids. I want them to feel safe at school. There were only 2 days left. She heard it anyway. She saw it on the news, and now she's scared. I tried to talk her down. I said, don't worry, it's far away. It won't happen here. Can I promise that? How can I promise that with 14 gun stores in our town? I put this shirt on in the car. I didn't want her to read it. I'll change back before I get home. Please help us change this. As Ron Avila said, make Burbank a safe place. Do not put the burden on our kids with traumatic shooter drills. I'm not sure what the blind drills meant through the police chief, but I'd like to know that. Please do not put that on our kids. We shouldn't have to live like this. Our children shouldn't have to live like this. Please do what you can now. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Ashley Ramsey, followed by Brian Schmidt.
Good evening, City Council. My name is Ashley Ramsey. I have been a Burbank resident for 5 years. I want to echo the many voices here by expressing my concern of the number of gun stores in Burbank, the location of these stores, and the fact that there seems to be little to no regulation when it comes to the number of gun retailers in our city. I know we're all obviously very aware of the continuing gun violence in our country, and like you mentioned tonight, some of these instances have been very close to our city. And I'm sure you're aware that many of these guns that are purchased, that happen at these mass shootings, are legally purchased. This is why it is imperative that regulations be put in place in our city to address the continuous rise in gun violence. More access to guns equals higher probability of gun violence in a community. And with 14 stores in our community, guns are far too easily accessible in this city. It's unimaginable that a city of our size has so many gun stores, especially so close to schools and to residents, and where people play. People are speaking out more than ever about the changes that need to be made when it comes to gun sales in our city, and I really hope that you are listening. A gun sales tax, limiting the amount of ammo that one can purchase, regulating the number of stores, creating buffer zones, buyback programs, these are all things that we can do right now, and ways that we can make change that we need in Burbank. I know that there are many legal considerations, and this is not an easy task, and I want to thank each and every one of you for putting this forward and for bringing this to staff. I know it's not an easy task, but it is obviously a very important thing for our community. Your citizens are demanding action, so I hope that you are listening tonight. More guns does not equal a safer community, and that's what we're asking for, to be a welcoming and safe community for all of our residents. Thank you for hearing me, and I hope you'll hear us all. Thank you.
Thank you. Next is Brian Schmidt, followed by Ashley Meyer.
Hello all. I'm sure you don't get this one very frequently. I'm just kidding. I came here not expecting to talk, but hearing the speakers in front of the City Hall, I felt implored to tell my story. About 8 years ago, my cousin, I lost him to gun violence. He was shot once in the stomach and once in the head in his office in downtown Chicago. Now, at the time, a red flag law didn't exist. Thankfully, it does now in Chicago, and it does here in California. However, Burbank is currently a leader in the amount of gun stores that we have per capita. And I can't help but to think that even though here in California we have had an all-of-the-above solution, or at least we've tried to, here in Burbank we can continue to be a leader in a different way by addressing the amount of gun stores in our community through an all-of-the-above action as well, including an excise tax on guns and ammo, buffer zones, and a cap on the number of stores. I apologize, I didn't expect to be this emotional, but it's been a long time since I've shared this story. And I lost a mentor and a friend that day. And having grown up in the Midwest, you know, we heard from another person who also isn't scared of guns. I grew up shooting them. I learned how to responsibly discharge them as a Boy Scout. But we have to continue to lead as a city and as a state. And if we can lead in this city, we can show this state what we can do and what can continue to be done about gun violence in America. Thank you.
Thank you. Ashley Meyer, followed by Alejandra Arciniega.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to speak in front of you all. I'm sorry to tell you all, but I have the coolest job ever. You guys don't. I'm so sorry. I make toys for a living. I design toys. I know 2 things from this. The first thing I know is how to think like a 7-year-old. Key. The second thing I know is supply and demand. It hasn't been much fun lately to think like a 7-year-old. I have actively designed toys with 7-year-olds, some of whom were calling in from Texas. It's been driving me insane thinking that could be them. I don't have any information. I can't check that, but it's weighing very heavily on my mind. In terms of, things I know about supply and demand, something that's been haunting me for the last week and a half, and I hope it's haunting all of you as well, is that it's not just that we have 14 gun stores in this city. There's only one more in Glendale. We're supplying legal guns for the entire county. What is that doing in terms of violence and school shootings at other schools? We, of course, have been incredibly lucky so far to not have any sort of gun violence or any sort of mass shooting disaster. But with the way things are going, it unfortunately feels like luck, and luck runs out. Mass shootings aren't an if, but a when right now. They could be an if we just get rid of these dang stores. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. Next speaker is Alejandra Arciniega, followed by Michelle Barsuk. Welcome.
Hello, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, staff. I feel very moved by everyone's statements and testimonies. I came here after a private school tour outside of Burbank. We bought our house here because we're anchored by the Northwest Library and Bret Hart. And now we're thinking about pulling our kid out and starting kindergarten in another town. This is beyond scary right now. As you guys know, during post-George Floyd and Black Lives Matter, I was very involved with the Police Commission, going to every meeting with Layla. We have the reports on SROs. There were 11 arrests, I believe. I learned a lot from the chief. I don't know where you're at, Chief, but thank you. There were a lot of counseling sessions. These folks are not what we need to solve our problem, and I ask that you expand your circles if you think this is your solution, because the over-policing of SROs affect brown and black people disproportionately. Our kids are hurting. We're coming out of COVID. Our boys are a little lost. We need mental health care. People are losing it. People are driving crazy. And there's just, I think the federal government released something that they're expecting the next 6 months to have some turmoil in terms of mass shooters. We need mental health support. We need counselors in schools. If you guys want to arm anyone, arm the MET team with more social workers. Give more social workers to the library. The response of end of summer reports is beyond offensive. We're getting ready to start our kids in August. We need you guys to pivot staff in a way that really prioritizes this right now. We're fucking crying in a city council meeting because we're scared for our community, we're scared for our families, we're scared for our kids. Our friends who don't live in Burbank call us hillbillies, burbillies. This isn't Lockheed anymore. And I don't think you guys are understanding that you're pushing out all the tech people, the studio people, the scientists, and I really expect a lot of leadership from the progressive candidates. I expect a lot of leadership from you, and occasionally a response to my emails. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker is Michelle Barsuk, followed by Steve Damare. That'll be the last speaker right now. Steve, welcome.
Hi, good evening, Council. My name's Michelle Barsuk, and I live in Magnolia Park with my family, and I'm here to speak out about the Gun World location on Hollywood Way and Magnolia Boulevard, and the general ease in which a disproportionately large number of gun stores have taken up residence in our city. I understand that people have that Second Amendment right to bear arms, but purchasing a gun in Burbank is already far too easy. We have many more gun stores than all the cities around us, and we don't need yet another one. My family chose to move to Burbank in 2017 because of the family-friendly environment, and now I suddenly find myself pushing my 2-year-old in a stroller, holding my 4-year-old's hand, walking down to Porto's while we're passing this giant superstore that's dedicated to selling weapons of mass killing, which was, not the plan. In an article in Scientific American from November 3rd, 2021, cites a correlation between the density of gun dealers and homicides between 2003 and 2019. And as mass shootings are on the rise, does Burbank really want to send a message to our community that we want to make guns more available? And I know that the city of Burbank makes decisions all the time related to what is and isn't allowed in our city. The city regulates the use of scooter rentals from companies like Lime, Lyft, and Bird. The city doesn't allow marijuana dispensaries despite them being legal businesses at the state level. So why does it seem like Burbank is open to allowing gun stores to open all over this family-oriented city with relatively low violent crime, but not these other businesses? Considering the data and the rise in gun violence, families such as mine in Burbank will be looking to the council to take action in order to maintain an atmosphere that's friendly to families rather than to firearms. Thank you very much for your time.
Thank you. Last speaker, Steve Pomeroy? Pomeroy, okay. Thank you, welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, City Council, all those present. Thank you for the opportunity to speak. Speaking in regards to item number 5, Cdbg. I started up a nonprofit last year in Burbank. We've been in existence for 1 year. The population that we serve are single, at-risk mothers and children, all who have struggled with substance abuse, mental health, poverty, and have all been homeless at some point in their lives. They come to our program for 8 months. We provide them housing, food, transportation, life skills programming every single day, Monday through Friday, plus individual therapy. We focus on domestic violence issues, trauma, anger management, parenting classes, computer skills, relapse prevention, to name a few. Our proposal is to allow us to grow. We have 10 people there today with a total of 16 children. Our proposal is a co-funded proposal we would like you to consider. We'll co-fund part of the proposal to bring in a licensed, certified substance abuse counselor to help us get from 10 people in the program with 16 children to 15 members of the program that would add, I don't know how many children. We're getting in about 15 applications a month. We need this position to grow. We will offer up for the city, this person, a licensed person, to do mental health assessments and substance abuse assessments for 10 hours every week. So that would be at least 10 assessments a week for the city's homeless population and mental health assessments. That's our proposal. Last year was a good year in our first year. Our graduation rate was 30%, The industry average is 10%. All of our graduates obtain jobs with our help at 30% above the minimum wage. They all achieved 1 year of sobriety. Our goal is to give them the skills, the financial independence, so they not only get their children back, they have the skills, the financial wherewithal to keep their children this time. That's what we do. Thank you.
Great, thank you very much. So we have completed in-person public comment. For callers, please remember to lower the volume on your TV or computer and take your phone off speaker when you deliver public comment. Madam City Clerk, do we have callers on the line?
Yes, Mr. Mayor, and we're ready to go.
Okay, thank you.
Our first caller is Erica Reyes.
Welcome.
Hi. Thank you very much for your time tonight. I've been a Rancho Equestrian neighborhood since 2007. Not only that, but I have been renting and riding horses in the area, although I didn't live in the area, since probably the late 70s and early 80s. I have very vivid memories of the property that is, I think, should be put back on the agenda for Burbank to consider not going to industrial or business use. The community itself came out in a stronghold not that long ago. It was an incredible show of support. Families and community members came from, all the nooks and crannies of Burbank to support the city of Burbank to consider buying this property or not having it become a commercial, low-density office space. It's very important for the community. I have such vivid memories as a child, and I'm not going to take more of your time, but I urge you to consider to put this back on the agenda. It's very important for the community. It was a game changer for me as a kid, and I would like to not see that go away. And thank you so much for your time.
Our next caller is Michael Elric.
Welcome.
Am I on? Sorry. Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members. My name is Michael Elric, and I'm calling to talk about the purchase of Circle K stables. I'm at the airport right now, I'm sorry. So last night we submitted a petition garnering 1,700 signatures and comments from your constituents. As a community, we fully support the City Council purchasing 910 South Mariposa Avenue, Circle K Stables, and maintaining it as a public horse boarding facility. The business has been run profitably since 1984 by the current leaseholders, the Perez family. We also submitted an Excel document provided by the Perez family showing current financials and running the business. Circle K Stables boarding fee is below current market value. Potential items for growth could be riding lessons and other programs offered to the community to maximize profitability. Los Angeles Equestrian Center RAP consultant and former superintendent of Griffith Park, Joe Elias, and Karen Thornton, Griffith Park Advisory Board, fully support Burbank with this purchase. They talked of partnerships and co-op opportunities between the Los Angeles Equestrian Center and Burbank should Burbank purchase the facility. The City of LA supports its neighbor equestrian community. The Los Angeles Equine Advisory Committee also fully supports the purchase of the property and has sent a letter to council. The acquisition, improvement, and operation of the property as a stable not only benefits the Burbank equestrian community, it will benefit all the residents of Burbank. The facility's clientele patronize other Burbank businesses, including tack shops, grocery stores, restaurants, etc. Its acquisition will also generate a reasonable income stream for Burbank that will benefit all its residents. So the facility generates revenue from boarders, students, and trainers. Currently, the property has the capacity for roughly 75 horses. By our estimates, at an average of $600 monthly for boarding, this will gross $45,000 monthly, or $540,000 annually. Our community can help provide more information. Oh, I'm sorry, I'm reading this from the LAEAC. This was just a quote from them. Their committee can provide more information about operating costs if needed. Per city code, the property could actually board 96 horses. A lot of people were talking about youth and adolescents, and horses help adolescents uncover parts of themselves that they may not have had access to in the past, whether due to trauma or diagnosed mental illness. Through their interactions with these loving and calm animals, teens learn and develop similar soothing, emotion-regulating behaviors. Please purchase the last sporting facility in Burbank. Our neighboring cities, Glendale, Los Angeles, Atwater Village, all have city-owned public arenas, round pins, and boarding for their communities.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Your time is up. Thank you. Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Sin Kroll.
All right, am I good to go?
Yes, welcome.
Awesome. Hi, my name is Sin Kroll. My pronouns are he, him. I'm here to talk to you today about the Burbank Coordinating Council, and I think it's agenda item 05. What I'd like to say is that I attended a leadership camp called Camp Brave Trails on a Burbank Coordinating Council scholarship last summer. And Brave Trails changed my life, and it was instrumental in who I am today. And the reason I tell you this is because my experience at that summer camp wouldn't have been possible without the Burbank Coordinating Council grant money that they received from the council. And I'm here to tell you that the grant money that BCC receives is instrumental in saving lives and redirecting positive growth. I wouldn't have been at that space, and I wouldn't have become the person I am today without the Brave Trails and, by extension, BCC's grant money. And so if there was any question as to whether this grant money was important, needed, or necessary, or did it even have an impact, I'm here to tell you it does. It does have an impact. It did have an impact. I needed that scholarship, and I needed that camp experience, and I got it, and it changed my life. I can't really go into too much about how that went because that would take a really long time. But I'm just telling you that that support, that fiscal support that you guys provide to the council is so crucially important, especially because I know I'm not the only person who needed a camp scholarship. And so I'm just encouraging you to keep up that support because it is felt and needed and greatly appreciated by the people it impacts. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Next speaker.
The next caller is Simon Hamill.
Welcome.
Hi, good evening. I'm calling. I was going to call for something later, but I was inspired by other people's comments, and I also have children, and I suppose I'm a 2A advocate, but I also agree that something has got to be done to stop these events, or at least reduce them. And I think there are things we can do locally that could make an impact based on some of the other commerce laws that we have. For instance, at my home, I have a home business, so in our town we do limit the kind of signage I'm allowed to have, which is none at my home business. But I'm also calling to ask you to explore more than just limiting weapons, because that will only work so far and for only so much longer. I've seen a fully, at least they claim, fully 3D burst fire. It's not a rifle caliber, but a lower caliber weapon be fired, printed entirely by parts that didn't come from anywhere else. Now, those people were upstanding, and as far as I know, they registered the weapon. But as time moves on, you'll be able to make, or anyone will be able to make a weapon from essentially a printer designed to print parts for jewelry or for plumbing parts. And if we don't increase our security, I'm calling because I'm aware of vulnerabilities at my children's school. that I would like to talk about with you privately, because I don't ever want to put an idea out there that someone could use to hurt people. But if we don't address more than just the item itself, we have an epidemic happening now where what's different from before is not necessarily the guns. It's the idea that people are raised not to think or not to think it's okay. Someone is raised to think it's okay. That to slaughter children is an option, a viable option for anything. And I don't think that's going to go away, no matter what we do. And it's the most unfortunate part of all of this. So I hope you take some action to increase the safety, actual safety, whether someone purchases a weapon in Burbank or somewhere else and comes to Burbank to hurt children. So I'd like to meet with you guys privately. I'll get in touch with you privately about that. Thanks for taking the time to listen to my call. Good night.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Albert Hernandez.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Mr. Vice Mayor, council members, and city leaders. This is Albert Hernandez, CEO at Home Again LA, formerly known as Family Promise. I'm calling in tonight just to give a quick update about our organization. This week actually marks the end of our first quarter under our new name, Home Again LA. These past 3 months, we have been visiting our partners to share a much more in-depth explanation on why we changed our name as well as our vision. Tonight, I share with each and every one of you, as I've shared with you in the past, that our name change was caused by no longer wanting to be part of a national organization who was charging us an affiliate fee to utilize their name and their logo. As our budget increased throughout the past couple years, so did our fee to the national organization. We organized a focus group comprised of community stakeholders, volunteers, longtime donors, and our founders, who were all in agreement that funds that we raised here locally should remain local. Nevertheless, since we've become Home Again LA, we've remained mission-focused on helping the unsheltered and those on the verge of homelessness. We remain committed to our Burbank residents by offering various programs such as shelter, rapid rehousing, homeless prevention, and educational workshops. In addition, we've been able to leverage funds from the County of LA, the state, so that we can serve more of our Burbank households. This includes Home Again LA being the local administrator of the Housing is Key program, which helped hundreds of our Burbank families and individuals with up to $10,000 for their rental arrears. That's nearly $1 million that we've been able to bring into our community over the past 12 months. In addition, we recently secured a grant from the United Way of Greater Los Angeles that will financially equip our organization with direct public support funds for residents here in Burbank who need rental assistance and mortgage assistance. This upcoming fiscal year, which for us starts July 1st, we intend to operate a citywide homeless prevention program, as well as introduce a new homeless outreach team focused on assisting the unsheltered families here in Burbank, which we're hoping to have your support with funds through the Cdbg initiative tonight. And along with the amazing Burbank Housing Corporation organization, we plan on operating a dedicated resource center for their residents out of our general fund. I just want to continue telling you all, each and every one of you, that we're proud to be your partner today and for the foreseeable future. Thank you, Council, for all that you've done. Thank you, City staff, for your partnership. And we look forward to many, many more years of service to Burbank. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker, please.
I'm waiting for them to come through, Mr. Mayor.
Our next caller is Melinda Amato.
Welcome.
Hi, thank you so much. My name's Melinda Amato, and I'm a mom in Burbank. I recently learned about the number of gun shops in Burbank and the per capita. I also recently attended an outdoor concert at a park where several children mentioned professions they wanted to be when they grew up that included the use of firearms. And I think it's really alarming the position that we're currently in and the example that we're setting for our children. I really hope that we can limit the number of gun shops and do everything we can to ensure that our children feel safe in school and also respected in their learning environment, while acknowledging that it's our responsibility as parents and stakeholders and community members to do everything in our power to reduce the gun violence epidemic. Thank you.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Tamala Takahashi.
Welcome.
Thank you. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and council members. My name is Tamala Takahashi, 23-year resident of Burbank. I live in Magnolia Park, about 5 blocks away from the new Gun World location. As many speakers said tonight, Burbank is second in the nation for gun stores per capita. We are third in the nation for gun stores per square mile. There is one gun store for every 2.5 Starbucks in our city. I don't need to go into the reasons that this is unacceptable, as many speakers before me have spoken so eloquently and heartfully. While there are many things that can be said about how we got here, the egregious and flamboyant gun store superstore in Magnolia Park, one of our beloved neighborhoods, shows that it's time to take notice and do something about this. In 2021, during the pandemic, 2 new gun stores opened. This isn't just old gun stores with old rules. This happened recently too. It's time to take note. Let's address the issue. The council has made inquiries about zoning and asking for data to be able to change the zoning laws. Thank you, and please continue to pursue this to the fullest extent. But this is going to take a long time to figure out. Please, in the immediate, issue a stay on any new gun stores getting a business license in our community until the study has been done. We do not need any more gun stores to be added in 2022. We do not need to become the #1 city of gun stores per capita. Also, Burbank Police currently offers free gun locks for folks. If that's possible, is an opt-in gun buyback possible as well? I think it is. Thank you for all your work on this. Being #2 in the nation for gun stores is not what Burbank is about. That's not our community. That's not our city. That's not our future. The time is now to make a difference and be the Burbank that we know we are, that's safe, smart, and family-friendly. Thank you for your consideration, and have a great rest of your meeting.
Thank you. Next speaker.
Mr. Mayor, that was our final caller, so there's no more callers in queue.
All right, thank you. So there being no further public comment, I now declare the public comment period closed. Now is the time for a brief response from City Council, City Manager, and/or the City Attorney. Let me weigh in first. Obviously, the CBG question or the comments we'll be dealing with that later in the agenda. But to the speakers that came up here, concerned about gun stores, we are listening. We are listening. All 5 of us are very concerned as well. I was stunned to hear that we had 14 gun-related, they don't all sell guns, but they're gun-related stores in Burbank. I didn't know that. I don't write the permits, so I'm not aware of what permits are being written. But now I am. And definitely we are going to respond. Obviously we've already asked our city manager to have his staff come back with a report in regards to what are some of our options that we can do moving forward. So when I hear that we don't care, no, it's not that. We all care. All 5 of us care of what's happening to our community, and we're going to try and do something about it within the legal limits of the law, obviously, listening to our city attorney in regards to what we can do. I've got 5 grandkids. Don't you think those things that have happened here recently and in past years affect me? I stop and think, what would I do? What would my response be if that happened to one of my grandkids? They're 7 years old to 8 months old, my grandkids. So, So, like I said, we've tasked our city manager to come back with a report and give us some options moving forward. So we are listening. Thank you. Council members, any other comments? Councilmember Frutos?
I want to thank everybody for coming down. And I'm listening, and it hurts when I have parents in tears that their kids are scared to go to school. That hits the heart. That's not the community that I want to lead when my parents, moms and dads. So I take it very serious. And for the comment about not responding to emails, this is what happens under the open meeting public law. not the resident, but the council members responsible. If I know, like in this case about the gun issue, it's an agenda item that's coming. And I know that there was a meeting via Zoom with 2 council members having this discussion. If I were to join in, I look at the email tree and I look at everybody, then I'm in violation. It's my responsibility. I'm in violation of the open meeting law. I even had a conversation with our city manager because I wanted to at least be part of that Zoom meeting, even to listen. It was questionable. So sometimes when I do not respond to emails because I'm looking at it went to all the council, or it's already been talked to with 2 other council members. So it's not being disrespectful to the community members by not responding back. It's because it then becomes a serial meeting. But with that being said, it hurts for me to hear our parents and how scared they are for their children. So thank you for coming. Thank you for opening your hearts and telling us exactly what you expect, what you want. I am listening along with the 5 other council members, but please understand the open meeting law and how we need to have this discussion in front of everybody. Even a community member, her and I were talking about gun stores in our city, but that was face to face. But when I see an email tree, I can't join in. Please understand, that's all I'm asking. Please, thank you very much, and thank you for being here tonight.
Go ahead.
Thank you very much, Mr. Mayor. Thank you to everyone who called. As you mentioned, Mr. Mayor, with regards to item 5, I'll address those comments when we get to it. To all of those who came tonight and called in regarding the prevalence of gun stores, I just wanted to add one other thing, if I might. We are taking the time that we feel it's necessary to get this done right. And I'll give you just one very quick example, Mr. City Attorney, without commenting on the merits of any proposal. There have been a number of suggestions put forward, whether it be a gun store cap or buffer zones. If we were to enact one without the other, you might see a concentration of gun stores in one part of the city. That is why we want to take the time to listen to the community, to study the issue, and to get this right. And I want to echo something that both of my colleagues said. I know them well enough to know, and I know the staff well enough to know, that we hear you loud and clear. The status quo simply won't work, and we've had enough. We want to get this right. Ms. Webster, if I can speak directly to you, thank you. Thank you for coming tonight and for your comments. The angst that you have felt, I hope you know, somebody mentioned, I think that I hope what's happened in Uvalde, Texas, and so many other places has haunted all of you. Speaking for myself, it has for me. I haven't been able to get a solid night's sleep since that happened. And I don't say that to, no one's going to feel bad for me, but I say that to make one point clear. The weight, the responsibility that I carry, that we all carry, to keep our children safe, to keep our community safe, I take that seriously. And I know it comes with the job. So I hope you know it is weighing heavily on me. It's weighing on all of us. And I look forward to getting the job done right. I want to act quickly, but I also want to be effective. With that, I just want to thank everyone for your continued patience. And I'll close in just saying one other thing. This is a national problem. We do need national solutions. However, when Congress will not act, when they fail in their job, we will do so locally. And for all of you who are listening, watching at home, who are like, yeah, right, I've heard a slick, smooth-talking politician say that before, I'm not asking you to trust me. Just give us, as a body, the opportunity to prove that you're wrong, that we will act in this instance. That's all we ask is for the opportunity. Thank you for coming out tonight.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. You know, I couldn't talk earlier when the chief was up here because I kept thinking about sending in a fully armed police officer into a situation where they were outgunned and outmatched. And it boggles the mind. It boggles the mind that that is a reality. And what I harken back to was the words of Juan Avila earlier today. He said that he wanted his community members to feel safe. I want more than that. I don't want them to just feel safe. I want them to be safe. And you know, we could all sit up here and pontificate or go out and make speeches or get on social media and talk a big game. And that makes us feel safe, makes residents feel safe, but it comes down to action. It comes down to how we vote, where we spend our dollars, what we do. So when that comes to the table, that's how we actually make people safe. Not just feel safe, but actually be safe. The last thing I'll say is I want to apologize to all the folks who are invested in this issue. It's something I actually campaigned on in summer of 2020, but we as a country got lulled into a sort of a false sense of security. There weren't any major shootings in 2021 because everybody was home. Nobody was in school. Nobody was at work. And I dropped the ball. I didn't bring a discussion item, an agenda item back until January 2022. I waited a year. My first agenda item was banning Mylar balloons. Thankfully, that passed. I mean, we're going to save somebody some power time and hopefully fire prevention. But I wish the agenda item that is currently being worked on by our city staff and city attorney, I wish that was my first agenda item. I really do. We lost a year. And that's on me. But we'll get there.
Councilmember Springer.
Yes, I'd like to thank everybody for coming and speaking. And I, too, am horrified by the number of gun stores in Burbank. And there's a disconnect in my and our community values and what we have. And we're addressing it. I marched with you all after Parkland on Chandler and protested gun violence. And we had a discussion. We had 12 gun stores then, and now we have 14. And somehow we're moving in the wrong direction. But I promise that I'm committed to doing and will support everything that we can do I hope we can reduce them. And so I'm committed. I'm just very sorry. I don't want our children to have nightmares. And it's not something that I had to deal with as a child, gun stores in my community. I had monsters under the bed, but no gun stores. And so I'm wondering if Mr. McDougall can give us an update of when it's expected to come back to us.
I was going to comment once council's done.
Okay, thank you. I'm finished.
I was going to ask Mr. City Attorney.
Yes, Mr. Mayor. Council did discuss this item on February 8th, and council gave us clear direction to undertake the study necessary to come back with defensible options. The police department, community development department, and my office are actively working to bring back a report for council on August 9th is a tentative date that we've set for this to give options. It's a complicated issue, and staff, both the department heads under Mr. Hess, and then also the staff that make up the working group are looking at a variety of solutions, some of which are short-term things that the city can do related to its website and public information, some medium-term solutions, and then some of the solutions, when I say longer-term, like a zoning amendment, has to go through, not only does it have to be legally defensible, but it has to go through planning board with a hearing, it has to go through council with a hearing. That's what I would characterize as a longer-term solution, which would be probably the longer lead item. So on August 9th, we intend on bringing a second step report that will detail a variety of actions that council can give further direction on.
Now, Mr. City Attorney, I got a question in regards to, can we stop any permits moving forward?
This really isn't agendized for taking any action this evening, so that's something we can bring back, perhaps at the end of the meeting.
Yeah,
council member can give some direction.
Okay, thank you. Vice Mayor?
Is it appropriate to ask if that could possibly come back sooner?
Not right now on the agenda.
Okay.
It would be at the end of the agenda.
All right.
And remember, like it was stated, we want to do it right. We want to try and do it and we all know that perfect is the enemy of the good. But let's try and bring back the best possible solution.
And I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I could.
Yeah, go ahead.
Vice Mayor asked actually a specific question about the information I provided. It's simply a question of council priorities. So there are at least 15 staff working on this, trying to prepare GIS, responding to some of the matters that council asked, looking at the case law. This is a heavily litigated area, as we discussed on February 8th. We assume that the effort that council wants us to put into this would be defensible effort, and so that does take some time. But it is in concert with all of the other initiatives that council has going in parallel.
A lot of priorities, you're right. But this should be right up there at the top as well. Okay, Mr. City Manager, anything to add? No, thank you. We're moving on to the agenda. The consent calendar may be enacted in one motion. Madam City Clerk, please read the consent calendar.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Consent calendar, item number 1 is the City Council minutes, our joint meeting for May 24th and a dark meeting for May 31st. Housing Authority minutes for May 24th. And then item number 3 is adoption of a resolution to approve a design-build agreement with ARP Inc., bid schedule number 1505 for the Lake One Power Plant emission retrofit project. And I believe those are all the items on the consent calendar.
Is there a motion to, Councilman Frutos?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Motion to move consent forward.
Second, anyone?
Second.
Second by the Vice Mayor. Madam City Clerk.
Okay. Councilmember Frutos,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony,
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Mayor Telemantis.
Yes.
Thank you.
This is the time and place for the hearing on the ordinance amending Title 10, Chapter 1, Article 22 of the Burbank Municipal Code to update community facility fees. Before we begin, are there any disclosures relating to this hearing? Council members? Council members? Okay, moving forward. Do we have the complete file of exhibits, correspondence, emails, and other documents related to the proposed budgets?
Yes, you do.
Thank you. Will the representative of the Community Development Department please introduce yourself and summarize the matter for us? Welcome.
Hello? Okay. Good evening, Mr. Mayor and members of the City Council. My name is Beverly Ibarra, Senior Administrative Analyst in the Community Development Department. Tonight, you are being asked to consider an ordinance to update the city's Development Impact Fee Program, otherwise referred to here as DIF, by amending Title 10, Chapter 1, Article 2 of the Burbank Municipal Code relating to community facilities fees. Tonight's presentation will include a brief introduction to development impact fees, information about the impact fee update and nexus study, the city's policy considerations for DIFs, the proposed DIF updates, a comparison to our neighboring cities, and a summary and next steps. Before we move forward, let's take a look at what we've done so far. In February 2020, we held a City Council study session to provide general information on impact fees and to provide an update on the status of the Nexus study. And last December, staff provided City Council with additional requested information and to receive policy direction and input on the city's DIF fee program update. This past April, we held a virtual citywide community meeting to discuss the proposed update to the DIF program. The meeting included an overview of DIF, discussion on the recommendations contained in this report, answered any questions, and noted any public comments. Staff presented the proposed DIF program update to the Planning Board on May 9th. Planning Board expressed the need for more frequent updates to the DIF program in the future to support changing infrastructure needs and costs, which will be addressed with regular updates upon adoption of the forthcoming specific plans and to comply with state law. At the meeting, Planning Board approved recommending to the City Council the proposed updates to the DIF ordinance. And now we are back tonight to request your consideration to update the city's DIF program. First, I would like to provide a brief introduction to development impact fees. The California Government Code Mitigation Fee Act gives cities the authority to implement DIFs and provides requirements and regulations to DIF programs. In order to impose impact fees, the city must adopt a nexus study to show a reasonable connection or nexus exists between the impacts caused by new development and the capital improvements needed to address those impacts. Additionally, the fees charged to each project must be proportional to that project's share of the impact. This also means that fees are only assessed on the new square footage or residential units built on a site. A credit is given for existing uses that are demolished. DIF revenue collected can only be used to address impacts from new development, not to address existing deficiencies. Additionally, revenue collected under impact fees can only be used for capital and infrastructure specifically identified in the nexus study. And maintenance and operations cannot be paid with impact fees. It is important to note that DIFs alone cannot finance all of the city's infrastructure needs. Although the city's fees were established in the 1990s, the city increases the fee each year based on a construction cost inflation factor like CPI. The city currently charges the community facility DIF for police, fire, library, and parks, and all development, and the transportation DIF is only charged on non-residential development. And these fees have been used to pay for projects such as the police fire headquarters, library equipment, park facilities, and several transportation improvements and projects. We are proposing an updated DIF program because the city's current DIFs are based on studies completed in the 1990s. Since that time, several projects identified in the original study have been built or evolved, and impacts and development patterns have changed. Therefore, a new nexus study is needed to support fees that pay for new infrastructure. Plus, we have newer growth and development assumptions from the Burbank 2035 General Plan. The city hired a consultant, Economic and Planning Systems, EPS, with support from firm peers for the transportation analysis, to conduct a nexus study and update the city's DIF program. The nexus study provides the necessary technical documentation to support a DIF program update pursuant to state law. Any updates and changes to the city's DIF requires amending Title 10, Chapter 1, Article 2 of the Municipal Code. As mentioned earlier, the current fees are based on the original study with projects forecasted in the 1990s, so several projects have been built or evolved, and this update will allow us to charge a fee to fund an up-to-date list of anticipated infrastructure. The updated DIF is proposing to add an IT fee. Additionally, the current fee does not charge the transportation fee on residential projects, and this would change with the proposed DIF program. The proposed changes will also consolidate some categories in the fee structure, so the way we charge it is a little easier to implement and adds a unique fee for hotel uses, which is currently charged as commercial use. And the state recently updated the impact fee law with AB 602, so this is also an opportunity for us to modify the ordinance and include new reporting and update requirements. State law is specific on the process and analysis that must be conducted to update DIFs. The methodology used provides a necessary technical analysis to support a DIF fee and program update. In general, each fee category used the following steps to calculate the nexus-supported allowable fee amounts. First, staff and the consultants referred to the Burbank 2035 General Plan, which is the blueprint for the future development of the city, to estimate existing and future population and employment. Second, staff provided a list of their department's new capital improvements needed to serve both existing and future residents and employees during the general plan horizon year, based on city council and various boards and commission priorities and other goals and policies of the general plan. Third, staff and the consultants developed cost estimates for the projected capital needs. Fourth, the consultants allocated the cost between existing and new development to determine DIF's share. Fifth, the consultants distributed the cost further among different residential and non-residential uses, including retail, industrial, and other land uses. Sixth, the consultants calculated cost per unit of development. This calculation provides the allowable fee per square foot or unit that can be justified by the nexus study. And finally, an administrative fee was added to adjust the cost of administering the DIF program according to the nexus study. Projects in the updated infrastructure needs list, as identified in step number 2 of the methodology, include park facilities, library materials and technology, police vehicles and equipment, and fire vehicles and station facilities. Transportation improvements include transit, complete streets, and roadway improvements. Some examples are bus services, new bikeways, and pedestrian safety improvements. The new DIF also proposes to add an information technology or IT fee under community facilities to account for the need to expand the city's IT infrastructure. All these new facilities projects are needed to accommodate growth and maintain public service standards and is what the fee is based on. These are also what the fee will be limited to funding. As discussed earlier, the Nexus study calculates the allowable fee levels that can be justified based on total infrastructure needs and its expected cost, divided by the expected development growth in units and square footage. The highest allowable fees do not mean we necessarily have to use them or that they are the best fees. The updated maximum allowable fees calculated by the new Nexus study are, in some cases, significantly higher than the current fees. For these land uses, imposing the allowable fees would conflict with other city goals and policies. This slide shows the residential allowable fees on a per-unit basis compared with the current fees. Overall, the allowable fee is over 3 to 4 times the current fee. I should note that residential DIF is charged to the net new residential development. In other words, a homeowner that is demolishing a single-family home to build a new single-family home would not pay DIFs. DIFs for single-family residences are only charged if they are for new homes built on vacant lands. The multifamily unit fee is charged to each new multifamily unit on a property, with a credit granted for any demolished unit. So, for example, if a 3-unit triplex is demolished to build a new 10-unit building, that project would pay DIFs for 7 units. And here are the non-residential allowable fees on a square foot and per room basis. The fee is added to all net new added square footage or room. To put it into perspective, this table also shows a comparison of the allowable fees to the current fees. The new allowable fees are higher by half to over 2 times what we currently charge. At the study session in February 2020, staff recommended that City Council consider 3 policy criteria to keep in mind when considering changes to the DIF program. First, align fee levels with the city's larger goals, such as facilitating housing production and ensuring that new fees are consistent with city fiscal policies and maintain the city's market competitiveness for new growth within the region. Second, balance fees with building neighborhoods. DIFs mitigate the impacts of new development and fund needed public facilities and infrastructure. However, other tools, such as planned developments, also allow the city to request infrastructure from new development and build neighborhoods, while also ensuring that new development of all types pays its fair share of infrastructure costs. Third, facilitate community benefits that build neighborhoods such as affordable housing and public amenities while not adversely impacting the financial feasibility of a project or result in the loss of future growth opportunities. It is important to strike a balance between providing an appropriate level of facilities and infrastructure to new residents and businesses while avoiding excessive costs that could discourage development. Another policy guiding the proposed DIF update is the city's cost recovery policy, which gives us consistent guidelines in establishing city fees. Looking at the city's cost recovery policy pyramid, staff determined that DIFs fall under the important services category that provide individual and public benefit. It is an important service because it provides important infrastructure and gives the city the ability to provide for and sustain the added capacity. The infrastructure that these fees pay for do offer public benefit, but since the fees are only covering the added capacity from new development, DIF revenue delivers a higher benefit to the user, or in this case, to the new development, than to the general taxpayer. Based on this pricing policy, DIF would fall under the 20% to 80% cost recovery level. Based on these policy considerations, staff recommends adopting DIF at 80% of the allowable fees charged to new development. Staff also recommends 3 exceptions to this 80% level for certain types of development that provide other public benefits. For affordable housing units, staff recommends the city impose a charge on affordable housing units in the extremely low, very low, and moderate income categories at 50% of the allowable fee level rather than 80%. This is because the city gains additional public benefit when developers build affordable housing units in the city. For retail uses, staff recommends the city impose DIFs on retail developments at 33% of the allowable fee level. The allowable fee attributable to retail development is relatively high compared to other fee categories, primarily due to the transportation impacts. However, retail uses provide recurring annual general fund revenue in the form of sales taxes above and beyond the one-time fees provided by DIFs. Because of this recurring revenue, staff recommends the DIF fee be charged at a lower rate to balance the need to mitigate impacts with a desire for the city to continue to attract retail uses. And for hotels and lodging use, staff recommends the city impose DIFs on hotel developments at 67% of the allowable fee level. Like retail uses, hotels provide recurring annual general fund revenue in the form of transient occupancy taxes in addition to one-time DIFs. Hotels also support the city's larger employers as well as attract tourists to stay in Burbank and patronize other businesses. Setting this lower DIF will keep the city competitive in attracting new hotel uses. Therefore, staff recommends the proposed fee levels shown on this slide, which generally shows the proposed fees at 80% of the allowable fee levels. In other words, DIF would be paying 80% of the total costs attributable to new development for market rate residential, office, studio, and warehouse industrial uses. Affordable housing units, retail, and lodging hotel uses have slightly lower fee levels for the reasons explained earlier. When comparing the proposed fees to the current fees, residential fees increase significantly due to applying transportation to the total DIF. This would be the first time we charge the residential development the transportation impact fee. The other land use category fees increase between 1 and 3 times more than the current fees. It should be noted that included in these fee amounts is a 5% administrative fee factored in. Here are the proposed DIF fees on market rate versus affordable units. This is charging 50% of the allowable fee level on affordable units compared to charging market rate units 80% of the allowable fee. In a mixed affordable and market rate project, the regular fee would be imposed on the market rate units at 80% of the allowable rate, and the 50% rate would apply to the affordable units. This table shows examples of recently approved major developments and the DIFs paid or estimated based on the current fees, and the right column shows what the DIF for each project would be under the proposed DIF levels. As you can see, in some cases, there are large differences in the old fees versus new fees assessed. This is primarily due to 2 reasons. The new fees would assess transportation DIFs on residential projects, as opposed to the current fee, which does not. This results in residential projects paying higher fees overall. Also, the way credits for demolished development are determined would change under the new fees. Currently, a DIF credit is given for any building demolished on a site after 1990. Under the new DIF, anything demolished after 2013 would be credited. Staff proposes to advance this date to be consistent with the Burbank 2035 General Plan adoption year. This change is responsible for the large fee difference for the Avion project. One last note, the state law under SB 330, the Arrow Crossing project at the former Fry site, locked in their fees, including DIFs, when the project submitted their preliminary application and when the application was deemed complete. Therefore, the new DIFs shown here would not apply to the project. So this comparison table is for demonstration purposes only. Despite the significant differences between the current and proposed DIFs, under the current DIFs, each project generally has provided other benefits to the city due to the negotiations made during the Planned Development Agreement process, or PDDA. Since the 1990s, most major projects have been approved through this process, so each project has contributed community benefits in addition to DIFs, such as funding for improvements to mitigate impacts, public space, contributions toward transit, and affordable housing units. Going forward, this ability to negotiate a PDDA might not always be available due to state legislation that reduces the city's ability to negotiate for community benefits for certain projects. For projects that aren't approved with the PDDA, the updated DIFs can still capture some of the costs of the impacts caused by these new developments. When considering the appropriate DIF levels, the city may also consider how existing and future fee levels charged in Burbank compare to those of the city's neighbors. The table shown here shows the proposed Burbank DIF along with Burbank, Glendale, and Pasadena's current DIFs. While Glendale and Pasadena charge DIFs on different land use types and collects funds for different infrastructure needs, a direct one-to-one comparison is not possible. But a comparison can be informative in showing how Burbank's current fees and new allowable fees are relative to our neighbors. Compared to those of the city's neighbors, the proposed residential fees will still be lower than Glendale and Pasadena. Both Glendale and Pasadena collect DIF primarily for acquiring new park land. Glendale also collects for library improvements. And these DIFs are higher than Burbank's DIFs because Glendale and Pasadena include the cost of land acquisition for new parks in their impact fee levels. Burbank also collects park DIFs, but has chosen to add park capacity by making improvements to existing parks and city property rather than buying and clearing property for new parks. Additionally, through other methods such as the plan development and development agreement process, Burbank encourages large-scale projects to include park space in their developments at the cost of the developer. On the other hand, Burbank's proposed non-residential DIFs will be higher than Glendale and Pasadena's. Burbank collects DIFs for a wider variety of community facilities infrastructure than either cities. Only Burbank's comprehensive DIF program charges impact fees for police, fire, and IT improvements. Currently, Glendale exempts hotel use from DIF, and Pasadena charges hotels the multifamily transportation impact fee only. It is important to note that there will be constant opportunities to reevaluate the DIF program after the fee is updated. Annually, the fee is adjusted based on a construction cost inflation factor. Updated DIF law under AB 602 requires cities to update their studies at least every 8 years. Additionally, staff will also be recommending that the Nexus study be updated sooner upon completion of the 3 specific plans currently under development, including the Golden State Specific Plan, Downtown TOD Plan, and Media District Specific Plan. This will give the city the opportunity to reevaluate the DIF charge and determine whether there are nexus reasons or policy reasons to adjust the DIF more periodically and assess if there are new improvements required from new development. As mentioned earlier, there were 2 city council meetings held to provide information to the council about the DIF update and nexus study progress. A citywide virtual community meeting was held in April of this year, and a planning board public hearing was held in early May. Additionally, direct communication was sent out to interested parties, and a notice was published in the newspaper and sent through the city's e-notify. Excuse me, sorry. All projects are subject to CEQA. This project is exempt under CEQA guidelines section 15378B4, which excludes items involving the general creation of governmental funding mechanisms or fiscal activities. Under this guideline, this item does not constitute a project. Additionally, even if it was a project, it would be covered by the common sense exception, since the project would not allow any new uses and would not change the amount of physical development that is currently allowed pursuant to the city zoning regulations. The DIF update is consistent with the Burbank 2035 General Plan and implements significant policies under the land use and mobility elements. For example, land use element policy number 2.3 requires that new developments pay its fair share of infrastructure improvements and ensure that needed infrastructure and services are available prior to or at project completion. The mobility element goal number 1 under balance notes that Burbank's transportation system ensures economic vitality while preserving neighborhood character. And the DIF update is an implementation included in the plan realization to review and update the Transportation and Community Facilities Fee Program to ensure that transportation projects are adequately funded and fees are adequately addressing impacts on city services caused by new development. Based on the analysis provided tonight and in the staff report, staff recommends that the City Council adopt the Nexus study and propose changes to the DIF program. For the update to the city's Development Impact Fee Program, the proposed ordinance includes the following: updates existing fees, adds an information technology fee, implements the transportation fee on residential uses, establishes a separate fee for lodging use, applies City Council policies and goals, including the city cost recovery policy and general plan goals to the Nexus study fee levels, sets fee levels at the 80% cost recovery level, with exceptions for retail, lodging, and affordable housing, provides a fee reduction for affordable housing by setting the rates for qualifying deed-restricted affordable housing units at 50% of the cost recovery level, and provides a fee reduction for retail and lodging uses, which both generate recurring revenue to the city in addition to one-time DIFs, adopts the capital improvement plan presented in the Nexus study report, and provides other amendments to the Burbank Municipal Code to to conform to updated state law provisions relating to diffs. The proposed updates consider all of the variables presented in this report in order to strike a balance between generating important revenue for needed infrastructure while at the same time supporting other city goals required to build and protect neighborhoods. The next steps include a second reading of the ordinance and the City Council consideration to adopt the proposed ordinance updating the city's DIF program. The second hearing will also include a resolution to amend the citywide fee schedule to include amended and updated DIFs as adopted. If adopted, the new fees will go into effect 60 days later on August 21st, 2022. This concludes tonight's presentation. Staff and the consultants are available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you for your presentation. We will now open the public hearing to hear from any persons who wish to speak on this matter. Each person may address the council for up to 3 minutes on this public hearing item only. For members of the public who are here in person, please present a completed salmon public hearing card to the city clerk if you wish to speak. I encourage you to state your name when speaking at the podium to assist the city clerk with the minutes. For those wishing to call in during the public comment period, please call now at 818-238-3335. Callers will be placed in a queue until all in-person comments have been received. Any speakers?
Mr. Mayor, we do have one on the phone. We don't have any callers here present.
All right, bring them on. Welcome.
They will put him through now.
Thank you.
Our first caller is Deborah Bindi.
Welcome.
Hi, committee members and mayor. I'm glad that this has finally made it to the meeting with the information of what our neighboring cities are getting in DIF fees. And I'd like to bring your attention to page 20, where they're listing the amounts that are comparable. Can you hear me? Hello?
Yes, we can hear you.
Okay, I wanted to bring your attention to page 20 where there's thousands of dollars differences still. So I don't understand why you're willing to take it at 80%. Because of the new laws, it's going to be hard to increase the fees later on down the road. So I'm not quite understanding why it's not 100%, because we're still so far from the presentation that was presented to you on the PowerPoint, which is not in any, I can't even pull it up on the agenda because it's not on here. But it's, if I remember correctly, like $10,000 difference still, even at the maxed amount. So I'm wondering why they're recommending 80%. And I would like you to check into that and see why. Because the city is losing a lot of money that is desperately needed and have been for a very long time. This hasn't been updated in 30 years. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other speakers?
Yes, they're coming through.
Okay.
The next caller is Garin Gozumian.
Welcome.
Good evening, Honorable Mayor Talamontes, Vice Mayor Anthony, and distinguished members of the City Council, the City of Burbank. My name is Garin Gozumian. I'm a real estate professional with development interests within the city. I appreciate the opportunity to call in and comment on the proposed community facility fee ordinance and development impact fee schedule and guidance. I appreciate the effort put forth by the city staff in conducting the Nexus study and in preparing the materials that have been presented tonight for review and discussion. I agree that an update to the development impact fee schedule is necessary to support the city in maintaining its facilities, superior quality of city services, and transportation infrastructure. Having some experience with the Complete Streets Plan myself of the City of Burbank, I support the city's overriding policy to maintain and improve the transportation infrastructure of the city with an eye on the future, to build complete streets and safe neighborhoods by promoting safe and equitable travel for all modes of transportation. The first comment I would like to make tonight is to highlight developments which are already subject to city-imposed conditions within the entitlement process, requiring them to make capital improvements and expenditures benefiting the city. One such example is where the Complete Streets Plan for the purpose of improving a neighborhood, as well as local transportation infrastructure, requires certain property owners to dedicate a portion of their land for the public benefit, and also to be responsible for the cost of improving that dedication. A developer in such a case would be required to give a portion of their property to the city, be responsible for improving the land given, and then also be subject to the development impact fees proposed today. This creates a situation where the cost of improving and maintaining the city's overall infrastructure is disproportionately applied to certain developers and projects over others. Has the city considered such situations, and is there a mechanism for a developer to request a credit against the applicable DIF for undertaking such other improvements and expenses? Section 10-1-2211B of the Municipal Code provides for in lieu credits, but it is unclear if it would apply to such a scenario. I ask that the city staff and or the city attorney clarify whether a developer could utilize the in lieu credit section of the code in the example just described, what the process would be, and who the ultimate decision maker would be in a potential request. Or please explain if the proposed ordinance provides an alternative mechanism for a developer to request the city review and recognize other improvements and expenditures already made that can be applied against the proposed DIF. My second comment is in regard to the city's recommendation that retail and hotel developers and developments, but not other non-residential project developers, be allowed to pay a substantially reduced DIF, since those projects are deemed by the city to generate ongoing revenue to the city's general fund.
Thank you very much for calling. Your time has run out. Thank you. Next speaker.
Our next caller is Simon Hamill.
Welcome.
Hi, thanks for taking my call again. I'm calling, usually I have a complaint, but I'll start with mostly a thanks tonight for getting to this issue. I know that people have been trying to do it for years, and you can see, how much was essentially left on the table compared to other cities that will be able to start to recover. I would just have two comments, if you could ask, for homes. I think it was addressed, but it's unclear to me. For homes that, like, let's say the lot hasn't been developed in 50 years and all kinds of infrastructure technology has advanced since then, and then someone comes and demolishes it, will they be paying, something into the new kinds of infrastructure or not? It wasn't clear. And the second thing I would ask is that I like what you did when you did the zoning amendment for the building regulations, and I think, it'll be popular down the line if you could make sure the staff or as part of this ordinance or rule that you're making, that this is addressed in a meeting, and that it's laid out that it has to be addressed in a meeting maybe every 3 years or so to address inflation increases to see if it's working. And also, as part of that, if you could include in the language tonight, instruct not just a policy, but as part of the ordinance, the requirement to keep a log of everyone who gets an exemption, who grants that exemption, and what the exemption is for, so that we have transparency and people can know that it's fair, that they're treated the same as other people who get exemptions, and that they're appropriate exemptions. There's a language in there that says if a builder makes a capital improvement, that they don't have to pay a certain amount of money, and I think that people will want to see that that's fair, and it's not very hard to keep a log of that stuff. You just write it down and keep it in a book somewhere. So thank you very much for taking up this issue and for taking this call, and I hope this works. And again, some people won't like this. So I think that for people that don't like it, if we can put it on the books for every 3 years to have it come up, they'll get a chance to prove that it's bad, if it's bad, And the people that think it needs to be more, well, they can have their say too. Again, thanks, and have a good night.
Thank you. Next speaker.
The next caller is Michael Elrick.
Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, and Council members. I'm here to talk about DIF. and I'm part of the Burbank Planning Board. I'm a board member, and we approved the DIF. I also made a recommendation for the Nexus study to be updated in order to include parks in the Golden State District, as well as equestrian parks in the Rancho District, as well as trails. And I think that this would be a really good way to purchase properties for the city in order to, provide parks. I don't know why the city doesn't follow through the way that Pasadena does and has higher fees for development and purchasing new parks and development. And that's all. Thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I don't have anyone else online, so we can go ahead and close public comment.
Yes, to answer Ms. Bindy's question, I'm sorry. This is Beverly Ibarra, Senior Analyst with the Community Development Department.
Thank you.
Thank you. To answer Ms. Bindy's question about why we're charging 80% of the fee level on residential units, this is because with the other, similar with the other units, we're sticking with the City Council policies and goals, including the 3 policies and the city's cost recovery policy of charging up to 80% for important services.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Council. My name is David Kriske, Assistant Community Development Director. Can you hear me okay?
I'm not sure if that's on. Is that on?
How's that? I think.
Yeah, there you
Great.
go.
Sorry about
There
that.
you go.
David Kriske, Assistant Community Development Director. Some of the other questions, particularly the caller that asked about the in lieu credit in the current fee, and it's also proposed to be carried over into the new fee. Generally, there's no in lieu credits. The diffs are paid to contribute towards infrastructure that we need and that are identified in the Nexus study. There is a narrow case. Don't think it's been asked for, but there is the option that if a developer happens to be building infrastructure for his project or nearby that's on our infrastructure Nexus study list, it's one of the actual projects, they can apply for a credit against their fee because they're building up front a particular project, infrastructure project that we also need for everybody. So in that case, they can apply, I believe, through the Community Development Director, who can make a decision and a determination if that in lieu credit applies. And then there's an appeal process, I believe, if the developer doesn't agree with our decision, it can be appealed, and I think eventually would come to the council if there was a large disagreement. So there is that ability. It's not used very often, but it does exist. But that's the very limited case that an in lieu credit can be applied for. I believe the caller also asked about why there's not concessions for other non-commercial or non-residential land uses like there are for the hotel uses. And the answer for that is the reason we carved out hotels is because, as Ms. Ibarra explained, there's a recurring ongoing revenue that hotels generate through the transient occupancy tax that the other non-residential uses don't provide. So we had 2 exceptions, one for hotels and one for retail, because those kick off annual recurring revenues, either sales tax or transient occupancy taxes, where we felt we should reduce the one-time diff because we want to exchange that for recurring revenue, which is obviously very important. So that's the reason for that difference. I believe another commenter asked about if you demolished a very old house, are you required to pay in? And the answer is no. We look at just units. We don't look at the age of the houses. If it's a one-for-one single-family demolition and then reconstruction, as we explained, we're proposing that you would pay no development impact fees because the net increase is 0. There were some questions about any exemptions to the fee and making sure those exemptions were transparent. There really aren't exemptions to the fee. One thing about the development impact fees, if you do decide to update them, is they need to be applied uniformly across the land uses that we've described. The Nexus study sets the calculation and divides the cost across everybody. And so the whole point of that is that you're collecting a common fee from everybody to contribute for the infrastructure needs that we then combine with other resources to build the improvements that we need. So again, with other very limited exceptions, the in lieu credit being one, the fee reductions we're proposing for policy reasons for certain cases that Ms. Ibarra talked about. But other than that, there really isn't an exemption. It's really applied to everybody. So I'm not sure if that was the genesis of the caller's question, but generally we don't have exemptions for the fees. And then finally, I believe Planning Board member Elric called in, reiterating his discussion at the Planning Board regarding adding projects in other areas. We indicated to him at the time that the impact fee program is going to be updated more often, potentially if it's the council's direction as part of the specific plans, which would provide the opportunity to look at other projects in more specific areas. We don't recommend you ask us to update the list that we have before you tonight. We'd have to go back and redo the study. So we think that if there are opportunities, we think there's a good spread of improvements across the city that are needed that we've identified through our departmental partners. But if there are specific needs borne out through the Golden State Specific Plan as an example, or the other two specific plans, that would be a perfect opportunity to flag those as needed infrastructure, and then we can incorporate that into an update. And then I believe the planning board member also had a question about why don't we spend money to buy parkland. I believe Ms. Garcia could provide more details as to our policy for how we develop parks, but in general, as Ms. Ibarra stated, we are addressing our park capacity by improving our existing park facilities and intensifying them, making them have the ability to serve more users, and not to clear land to buy new parks. I think one big fiscal impact if we were to take the Pasadena approach is, as you recall from the presentation, we can't use diffs to solely buy land. We'd have to match it with other resources, and so it takes a lot of other effort to match the amount of money we need to buy land at very high levels to clear land for parks. And so the policy is to intensify our existing parks rather than buy new park land, or to use the PDDA process as you did with 77 Front Street, First Street Village, to get the developer to build open space and build it up front, so we don't have to scrape together money over decades waiting for enough money to build a new park and clear land. We can have the opportunity to have the park through the PDDA process. But again, that's a council policy. We're implementing the current policy and the current implementation of our policy in regards to park space, and that's what the impact fee program supports that we're presenting for you tonight. And I think that was all the responses to the caller's questions.
Okay, moving on to, does the council have any questions? I've got a couple of questions. Are ADUs included in this, in diffs?
Based on state law, any ADU under 750 square feet are exempt. Oh, I guess there's one exemption from development impact fees.
So ADUs under 750 square
Correct.
feet are exempt?
Yes.
Now, the conversation about parks, right now we're focusing on upgrading or keeping our parks in good, presentable position. But why are we limiting ourselves to not look at potentially park sites? It seems like we could maybe include a word or two in there that gives us the ability to, if there's something available, that we can go ahead and look for it. I mean, at least try and purchase it.
Good
Yes.
evening, Mayor Talamontes, council members, Marissa Garcia, Parks and Recreation Director. We actually do have on our list of potential new facilities the ability to utilize funds to build a park over the reservoir, Reservoir 1, which is up in our hillside, as well as pocket parks. So while we're not seeking funding or we've not clearly stated that, or asking for money to explicitly purchase land to develop parks, we do I believe we have a nice balanced approach with what we're proposing as far as our existing facilities. And as has been mentioned, as a landlocked city, there's very limited spaces for us, and so we would be looking to the need to acquire parcels of property to develop a park. So we think that we have a really good approach here, and it does not limit us to developing parks in the future with the existing plan that's being proposed.
Can we use DIF money
Yes.
for that?
Yes,
Even though it's not-
specifically, we have a new park and a parking lot over Reservoir One, and then we also have identified a pocket park.
What about that property over at Lincoln and Victory Place?
I'm not sure.
Sure about that?
I'm trying to think of
Parcel
where
of land?
exactly.
I saw something in the future.
So that property is currently right-of-way. It's not a separate parcel. It's land where San Fernando used to curve and then go under around Scott Road. So there's a process that has to be gone through for vacation. Our understanding is the city owns that parcel already, so it wouldn't have to be purchased. But staff would be bringing forward proposals. I think there's some competing goals that the council may be able to accomplish with that property, and that would come forward for council consideration at a later date.
Okay. Go ahead.
Sorry, while we've got you there, are any of these parks projects listed in the Nexus study as what we want for the future?
Yes. So we have, and if I may, I'll read the facilities that we have. So we have a dog park, we have community garden, we have soccer fields, we have a new park and parking lot over BWP Reservoir 1, and Pocket Park. So those are the new facilities that we identified in the Nexus study. And I'll just share kind of like the philosophy or the methodology to come up with this list. We obviously, working with council, know what council's priorities are, community's priorities through just interaction or community outreach that we do, our park board, and then our unfunded needs list. So that's how we developed this list of new facilities that we believe would be realistic to develop in our city.
And just to clarify, the Nexus study means if a developer comes in and wants to build one of these things, they get a break on, like, how does that work?
Yes, so there in the in lieu credit, again, it hasn't been used to my knowledge in a long time. But yeah, if a developer happened to be needing to build as part of their development, say a park right next to them was on the Nexus study, or more likely what happens is they need to build for CEQA reasons an intersection improvement, and that intersection improvement is also on our Nexus study. They could opt to build the whole thing rather than pay their share, build the whole thing, and then get a credit back against the fees. Again, it doesn't usually happen because a project-specific set of improvements is usually around the project. The DIF is kind of funding kind of citywide, especially with traffic, things away from the project that the whole system needs to be upgraded, and so that doesn't really happen, but it could in theory, and they could apply for that.
Okay, thank you.
You know, real quick, the word park has been used a couple of times on a couple of projects. I don't see that as a park. It's a piece of grass area that's maybe, I don't even know the size of it, but I don't like it being referred to as a park. To me, a park is Olive Park, McCambridge Park, Verdugo Park, not a piece of property adjacent to the development. But that's my own problem. I'll deal with it later. Go ahead. You have anything else to add?
I would just, I think for the sake of conversation, I think for people who are at home listening, I thought it'd be good just to read the improvements that we have listed under existing facilities where these funds DIF funds could be applied towards. So one is Hillside Trail Network and mountain bike course expansion as a potential, artificial turf at Brace and Palm Ball Fields, Starlight Bowl renovation, a recreation center renovation, so renovating all three of our recreation centers that are 70-ish years old, our Joslyn Adult Center, Stout Canyon Nature Center, and McCambridge Park Pool.
You know, and when you refer to the Starlight Bowl renovation, you're talking millions of dollars,
Correct.
right? I mean, obviously, we heard a couple of years ago, the update to what it would, if you go with Plan A, it's gonna cost you this many millions, Plan B, this many millions, and
Exactly. So while the taxpayers passed Measure P, those are dollars that would be used to renovate our facilities. But as the council knows, there are millions and millions of dollars of infrastructure needs, and so we believe that this is another great tool, another opportunity for us to utilize our development impact fee funds to renovate our existing facilities. I think that would be a priority of ours. And if there is an opportunity to develop a new park, for example, the dog park, right? That was a great opportunity. We're able to leverage some sponsorship dollars, some dollars that we're getting from LADWP, and a grant, so that we were able to utilize other people's money to build a dog park. And that is our hope as we move forward in Park and Rec to really maximize.
I'm looking forward to the Centennial Park on top of the,
Oh, yes.
yeah. Anyway, colleagues, questions? As long as she's up there, or just Jeremy?
I'm good with the parks. I wanted to ask. Yeah, go ahead.
Go ahead.
And this is a real short one. Does community gardens fall into that as a diff? Because that's a park, it's people out, I mean, in benefits, is that also considered?
Yes, it's actually listed, explicitly listed. Yes, so we
Thank
have
you.
dog park, community garden, soccer fields.
Perfect. Thank you, Mr. Thank you, Vice Mayor.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes, thank you. Well, can diffs be used for complete street projects? Because some of those are really park-like and like linear parks.
Yes, so one real benefit of the update that we hope that you agree with is that we are broadening the transportation section to include complete streets as well as safe routes to school improvements. So whereas the current diff is very roadway heavy, the new program would have a much more variety. So yes, it could contribute to complete streets, bike, ped, other active transportation improvements, safe routes to school,
Okay, thank you.
possibly a trolley bus.
All right, any other questions? Go ahead.
So the Nexus study, the stuff that's on that list, are all of those specific projects, or do we have anything on there like a general ask, like affordable housing in general? Like if someone wants to build 100% affordable housing unit, is that considered in the Nexus study, or do we have to list specific things we want?
So by definition, and the way the Nexus study works, it is specific items. So we can't include a catch-all. The law says you have to define exactly what it is that you need, identify it in the study, and then identify the cost, and then the diffs can pay a portion. That being said, certain improvements we've tried to broaden if we can. So for instance, complete streets, we tried to keep it broad. We don't define the actual intersection improvements. We just say complete streets improvements are such things as curb extensions, bulb outs, sidewalk widenings, that sort of thing. And so we can be a little bit broad in that way. But we can't just put a generic placeholder that's very broad, because that is not what the law requires. Affordable housing is not a project in any of the categories. The affordable housing and how to fund that is a broader conversation. You could implement an affordable housing fee like a diff as part of your affordable housing strategy. We don't have it in the update tonight, but as the council moves forward with affordable housing strategies generally, or also as part of the specific plans, there's also the density bonus law updates that we're going to need to make. That's an opportunity. We actually have some information we've already collected about how to fund affordable housing directly through an impact fee-like assessment, but it's not before you this evening. It would be we believe it should be part of a broader strategy.
Earlier you said that we don't usually get Nexus study projects funded. In your opinion, why do you think we're not utilizing that as much? Are people not offering it? Is the deferment, or whatever the fee, the rebate, whatever you called it, not enough? Are we not advertising? Like, why we have this, we're doing the work, we have this list of stuff, but nobody's taking advantage of it?
Well, so the program, every project is contributing. So every project is advancing the list, and over time, as we collect money and strategize and program with our capital improvement program how to do the projects, we do them. In the terms of them looking at the list and building a project to get a credit, I think it's just because by definition, each project is only paying a portion of the total cost. So that's the definition of the Nexus study and of the impact fees, is you can only pay for your fair share of that improvement. So again, back to my transportation, back to an
Wait, just not to interrupt. Yes, to interrupt.
You are interrupted.
So, all right. So earlier you said nobody's taking full projects, but they're actually putting portions towards project. Okay, so we're getting percentages.
Every project.
I misunderstood. Yep. It sounded like none of these were getting funded.
No.
Okay, it's rare that somebody takes the full project, but we are actually getting portions done. Okay.
And that makes sense because the fee should never pay for the whole project. So why would someone build the whole thing?
Right.
So that's why I think it's never occurred. It would be a convenience or because they had to do it for another reason, like CEQA.
Okay.
A mitigation that they could get a credit. And that's I think why it never happened.
All right. Thank you for explaining, because it didn't square with me. I have just a couple other questions. Someone mentioned inflation, and I'm wondering, how often do we get this fee study back? Do we get a fee study every year? I don't remember last year. Did we kind of just, no? Well, how often does it come back?
So the good news is, the good news is we do, as part of your budget process every year and setting all your fees, we go through and we'll update all these fees that you then approve every year based on an index that accounts for inflation. It's basically a construction index.
Where does that come from?
I'd have to look.
There's an engineering like a code that provides the inflation factor annually.
And that's for what, regional wide, like LA County?
National, but we look at the region.
Okay.
Yes.
So it's a earmarked, it's an independent number that they calculate how much. Okay.
Yes.
All right.
It's on page 1, attachment 1-8.
Oh.
Annual adjustment. And it refers to Engineering News Record Construction Cost Index.
Okay, so then every year that adjustment is applied. So this number that we see on the slides, page 20, or slide 20 and, slide 20 and 21, the residential and the commercial, those will go up every year according to, okay, all right. Thank you, I appreciate that. So, all right. And then my last question is two more questions. The lodging, the hotel rooms, we wanted to go, you recommend 67% of the allowable fee, and the argument was that we already charge transient occupancy tax. But what bothers me is that our transient occupancy tax is actually the lowest in the area, and yet we're still giving a discount on the diff. And in reality, we don't really need hotel rooms. We need housing. Like, I agree with the retail space is one thing because we need to protect our small businesses, and most of our retails are small business. I get that. But the affordable housing credit, yeah. But this lodging thing, I don't get it. I mean, we have a much lower diff in residential than our neighbors because we need housing, and then we turn around and we have a much higher diff than our neighbors in the commercial space because honestly we don't need commercial as much as we need housing. So I get that, but hotel rooms, that's not permanent housing, and I consider it more of a commercial endeavor. So I don't think I would be comfortable with the 67%. I honestly, I would prefer it to be the full 100, or at least a minimum the 80. So that's, I guess that's just more of a comment than a question, really. My actual last question is the affordable housing section, the 50% of the allowable fee. What is considered affordable housing? So what do we got in that list? Is it anything that's a density bonus, anything that's a deed restricted? Is it just our affordable housing stuff? Is it state affordable, like, it's just as affordable house. So what's considered that for the 50%?
We're proposing to apply this to deed restricted, extremely low through moderate income housing units.
Okay, and would, if someone uses a state credit or whatever thing, would that also apply?
Yes, as long as it's deed restricted. This
Okay.
is what we're proposing.
And here, so my question is there a way that we can have it only apply to our local affordable housing so that we sort of, I don't know how to put it, create more of an incentive for developers to come through our affordable housing components?
So the way that would apply, when staff says it's deed restricted by the city. So there's a covenant to us. It wouldn't apply to, say, for instance, Section 8 housing units that were just landlords accepting a voucher, because when that voucher expires or the person moves away, those units are not deed restricted, they're simply subsidized. There's a difference between deed restricted and subsidized. So all the deed restricted units, staff has a record of them, and they actually run annual compliance. Increasingly on the private market ones, the ones that come through developer projects, they'll be assisting with the eligibility review, and they program those. So those are local units, and they're ones run by the housing authority, which is also the city council.
Okay. Are there any state bonus or credits for people to do affordable housing as a deed restricted unit that we know of
That's
currently?
the density bonus law, and each of the projects, the larger projects that have come before you, all of the density bonus projects, Sixth and Cedar, San Fernando, and near Providencia, the Fry's project, the 777 Front Street project, which is currently under construction. All of those made use of state density bonus law.
I guess my question is, those state density bonus laws, are they also applicable to the new, well, hold on, let me think. Okay, so they're all coming to us. Okay, all right. I think that's fine. That answers my question. Yeah.
And Mr. Mayor, if I want to follow up a little bit on the Vice Mayor's comment about the lodging, and yes, it's totally up to the City Council setting policy. This is where we have the mechanics to set up for what the max can be, and then it's policy decisions that you are making to set the fees within that realm. Just to give you kind of an order of magnitude, and I'm not going to calculate an explicit example, but the reason we think that it's important to lower the lodging is because, yes, you get a good one-time bump to diff with our fee at, say, $49 and change, $5,000 a room on a 200-unit hotel. That's $1 million or just under with our fee program, which is good money. And so if you wanted to bump that another 33%, now you're talking, say, 1.3 million, more or less, which is, obviously more money towards improvements. That's one time. We want to make sure that the recurring revenue, which on a 200-room hotel could probably be $700,000, $800,000, $900,000 per year, is kicking off every year thereafter. And so if you bring the one time down a little bit, still contribute and make sure that hotel's paying its fair share, we preserve, we think, the ability. We don't want to rock the boat, that we're still having this ongoing recurring revenue, and we're attractive to hotels for all the reasons where we are. We don't want to disturb that, in our staff's recommendation, disturb that revenue stream. So we think we should cut it down a little bit so that we make sure we're maintaining that annual revenue stream. But again, the council's policy, we will wait for your input, and we can set the fees accordingly.
Also, go ahead. Sorry. There's another benefit. To the extent Burbank's industry and employment centers demand hotel rooms, you're actually reducing trips by attracting them here than having them go just outside. So I don't know if we quantified that, but there's also a trip reduction strategy to the extent you can capture your own market for the hotel rooms that all of our media industry require.
And one other benefit is the diffs are restricted, so we have to keep the spending within the nexus and within the projects. But the TOT is general fund, so that drops right in and can be used on any council priority for any purpose.
Let me make it clear in my mind. So what you're saying is, if we increase the diff, it's going to prevent developers from coming in here?
Well, we certainly there's room from our existing to raise them, and we want to make sure that developers are paying their fair share and that the infrastructure needs are being met. However, we know that when developers come in to do their projects, there's only a certain amount of money that can be allocated to these other things, whether they be infrastructure betterments, whether they are community benefits, whether they're diffs, and if you load on too many costs, at some point it will discourage or lessen the ability for people to want to do business and develop here. It's a nuance. It's a policy thing that you need to work out with all the competing interests. We talked about the three policy strategies that we want to balance. So yes, we do feel that if the fees go too high, that we could have a chilling effect on development.
Too high, but we're still way below the 100%. I mean, if we set it at 75%, for example.
For lodging?
Yeah.
For lodging, yeah, we set 67. We thought that was the proper spot, but we could play within that range if that's the council's desire.
Because in my opinion, I don't feel that would be a deterrent. A 75% diff, which is only, 8% of what is being recommended, wouldn't deter the developer. I mean, it's not going to pencil out where I can't do it. You know, Burbank's too expensive. Go over to Glendale and Pasadena, see how much they charge.
Well, yes.
Okay.
We did set the 67, and the staff report, I think, has a comparison to keep us kind of by Glendale and Pasadena. So we kind of looked at Glendale and Pasadena's hotel to set that. But yes, if 67% versus 75 versus 80, at the end of the day, that's where you need to tell us where we're coming down so that we can set the fee.
Thank you. You had some questions?
Yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor, if it's all right.
Go ahead, yes.
So first of all, to staff, excellent presentation. Thank you. I'm glad to see that the work that the prior council started is coming to fruition and we're updating the fees. I'm comfortable with it for the most part, but what I really wanted to do a deeper dive into is when we talk about some of the, and correct me if I'm using the wrong term here, the exemptions from the general requirement that 80% of the max, affordable housing is what I want to talk about. So I think that staff's recommendation, which is that the diff be reduced to 50% of the maximum total allowable for affordable units, is a good start. I guess my open-ended question to staff is, did you give any thought to a tiered structure? And I'll try to give a short explanation so my colleagues can follow along. So under the state density bonus law, I'm just going to make something up, but let's say a developer would be required to put in 15 units of moderate income housing to take advantage of the density bonus, right? I think that certainly, you know, as you've set out in the proposal, they should get some sort of a discount on the diff. I get that. What I'm asking is there a way to build in more of an incentive where we want them to build more than the minimum required by law? You know, for example, maybe they would have a 70% diff if they built any units in addition to the minimum amount required by law. If they were to double the amount, if they build 30 affordable units, maybe then we would lower it to 50% of the diff. The idea being to incentivize them to build more than the bare minimum that's required. So that's my question to staff is, did you look at some sort of a model like that?
So we did consider something like that, and it is totally a reasonable approach that you could take if you wanted to further incentivize affordable housing and different types of affordable above, as you said, the kind of the minimum. And so if a majority of the council wanted to do that, we could take your input and your parameters for how we might set that up and come back at second reading and do that. Totally could be done, and we'd be happy to. Our approach was at the diff level, give some reduction, give us kind of a standard 50% credit from max, and acknowledge that we want affordable housing. There are other avenues, as I mentioned, that you'll be considering affordable housing in a more detailed way, particularly as I think I mentioned, the coming back and looking at the density bonus law that we will need to be making some updates to at the end of the year. You may want to look at concessions to DIF as part of that process, and the reason for that is there's other parts of density law, and I'm not the expert in this area, so if you need more detail, I'll have to defer, but in density bonus law, there are certain other concessions that you're required to make in exchange for developer building affordable housing, and it becomes a little bit of a negotiation and a little bit of a discussion for each project. That may be the opportunity where you can ask for a concession for diffs as one of your concessions. So you could have that in your program to offer that up or make that concession available as part of that rather than a generic one in the diff, because then you've kind of traded that away already, and then when the concession process comes, you already lost that one. So, but you could do what you propose as well. It's, I think, a good idea to incentivize affordable housing in many ways. That's kind of the approach we took, is to take a generic reduction in this program, but look at the more nuanced approach in potentially the density bonus law. Also, the specific plans, the same sort of situation is going to be happening where you're going to maybe want to adopt different incentives or requirements in the specific plans for affordable housing. And we're going to be looking at the diffs again. Maybe we address it or add it there. So that's another option. But again, yes, we could do a tiered system. We need some parameters on what you want to incentivize and the kind of the percents, and we could come back and we could incorporate that.
What would, just as a follow-up to that, what would be your thoughts on taking the recommendation as is and perhaps saying 67% instead of 50% for affordable units, and then if anyone were to build units in above and beyond what they're legally required to, in that case, reducing it to 50%? Do you have any concerns or thoughts about a proposal like that?
No, I think from a staff perspective, that's fine. We'll just make that adjustment.
Okay.
The most important thing is that you have a nexus study that identifies your improvements and the fair share of costs. Aside from that, as Mr. Kriske indicated, there's a lot of policy considerations, and in particular in the housing area, again, you're below what we say is the supportable fee, so you're in the incentive realm. Particularly in the density bonus inclusionary housing, there's numbers above which developers will not build the housing. They'll simply pay the in lieu fee. Our current in lieu fee is way too low. It doesn't generate a unit. So we'd rather have those kind of numbers set where they produce the housing because it's way cheaper for them than it is for us. But that is, as Mr. Kriske said, that's for a future day. But as long as you're not going over 100%, you're not violating the cardinal rules on the diff fees.
Okay. So the last comment I'll make, and I'll cede the floor, is I'm comfortable with the staff recommendation. It's just, to me, we do need to add housing to our community, but we don't need more. We don't need a lot more luxury housing or even market rate. What we really need is workforce housing, housing that people who live and work in Burbank, or at least want to live here, can afford. So that's where I'm trying to get a little creative here in how can we incentivize them to build any more units than they're required to. So I guess the idea I'll pitch to my colleagues is I'd like to at least talk about something like that, some sort of a tiered system. I'm all for giving the affordable units a break, but I don't know that we should be treating someone who's doing the bare minimum the same as someone who wants to go above and beyond. I think that that's where, especially in this environment where local control is being eroded left and right from Sacramento, we're kind of losing the stick, but we still have the carrot. And this is where I think we have some power to incentivize the production of housing that we desperately need. So it's at least one thing I'd like to consider. And I'm all for, as you suggested, Mr. Kriske, I know there'll be other items coming back. I also know that staff is very busy, and who knows when that might be. And we have units that could be proposed and coming online in the interim. So if there's a way to incentivize more moderate, low, very low income housing, that's my priority. Thank you, Mr. Kriske, and look forward to hearing from my colleagues.
Any other comments, questions? Councilmember Springer?
Yes, thank you. So would, in your scenario, Councilmember Schultz, would 50% be a good starting place, or would 60% be a disincentive? That's...
Yeah. So
what I'm wondering.
I guess, and this is just a suggestion to the body, I think that 50% makes sense as a ground floor because even affordable units have an impact on the community in the form of infrastructure and transportation. So we do need to recoup at least some of that cost. So if that's sort of the biggest discount or break we'd be willing to give is 50%, maybe we find some amount above that, say 67%, 75%, whatever we feel is appropriate with staff recommendation. That still gives a break, but the idea is if Mr. Anthony here were hoping to add housing, if he were a developer in the community, go figure, Vice Mayor, and he said, state density bonus, I'll take advantage of it, I'll add 15 units, you get some discount. You only have to pay 67%. But if
Thank you for the discount.
But if you're saying, hey, I'll go above and beyond and do 20, then I think that you deserve some sort of incentive for doing more than you're legally required. At least that's just one council member's opinion. Because if we don't do that, I guess the question is, what is the incentive to go above and beyond? I don't know that I would. If I were a developer, I'd want as much luxury level housing as I could get. Because
hold on, I'm the developer in this scenario.
Yeah, I'll answer that.
So what would be a starting point then, in your opinion?
Normally when we start trying to slice issues this thin, we have our economist with us because the cost of producing a unit is in the hundreds of thousands, and you're really talking about the difference between $5,000 or $8,000. I don't know that you're going to induce them to, and then to subsidize the operation of that unit for 55 years. The costs of operating those units far exceed the incentive of $2,000 or $3,000 one-time discount and cost. And parking on top of that is also exponential.
Okay. And back to the hotels. I'm okay with 67% and just get the cash flow, right? Trade off that and for the cash flow of the TOT, the sales tax, the economic boost for the visitors to be here. So, no, I get that because it's restricted. Right, and then the TOT, the other would be unrestricted for us to use in whichever way we want.
That was our thought.
Okay.
To underscore the restricted versus unrestricted, under development impact fee law, if we do not use those fees within 5 years, they have to be returned. So certain infrastructure is easier and more quickly developed, and others sometimes are slower. And so it is a burden on staff to make sure they're doing first in, first out accounting. And so if you can trade that for unrestricted general fund, then it makes it a lot easier.
Yeah. And it's recurring versus one time. So I'd like that TOT every year. That's a big sell. And to have that incentivized at 67, that helps, I think.
Right.
That may help them have more rooms. I think in Mr. Krisky's scenario, that 300,000 that might have went to development impact fees, even if that gets a few more rooms, that's ongoing, 10% revenue every day. So,
Okay, right.
That's
Thank
my
you.
pitch.
Also, Ms. McFarland just shared with me some statistics. Pre-COVID, a room was generating about $4,500 a year, and we're proposing $4,900 a unit one time. So we're moving that down a little to give pretty much an impact fee every year.
Right.
That's general fund.
Right.
Yeah.
Okay. On the sample projects, the diff comparisons, like for example, like First Street Village, the paid diff at $250,000, that didn't include, because we didn't call them diffs, right? The community benefits like the sidewalks and the trees and the sound wall.
That's correct. This amount is purely diff revenue.
So that's what we got in diffs from them, $250,000. Okay.
Yes, that's correct.
And thank you. That's all I have.
Okay. Councilmember Frutos?
Yeah, and listening to everybody, I just want to weigh in my 2 cents. When it comes to the hotels, I'm okay where the staff report's at, and the only reason why is our budget is balanced. And if you look at least take back the last 5 years of what we're getting in revenue from the hotels, I understand your points, Mr. Mayor. I totally get it. But we just still don't know the economics. And I think about trying to find the balance of working hard for affordable housing, low-cost housing, but at the same time, looking at the economic development of our city moving forward. And with the hotel, not only do we get the 10% TLT tax, and we can take it to the voters to increase the TLT tax, it's always there, but that's money that will come in and we can see it tangible year after year after year. And also, not to mention, they also tax themselves at 1% to market our city. And whether you're with Southwest Airlines and you're housing your pilots here at night, to being a railroad guy, Amtrak, they house some of their Northern California guys, and Metrolink uses hotels here. So there is definitely a connection with our industry that supports the hotels. One thing that Councilmember Schultz brought up that I want to work on, and it's just wishful thinking in the conversation here, but I really would like to see the same energy for low-cost housing. We really need to see if we incentivize workforce housing, because whether it's our utility workers that can't afford to live here, our police, and most important, our school teachers that want to live here, there's something maybe at another time, or this is, if there's interest there, we can table it as an agenda item. But as the next diffs comes around, or think about it, I would like to work on an incentive, but let's, prioritize police, fire, and school teachers, our utility workers, to see if that can be something we could work on. Sure. Because that's the one thing that's missing in any of these projects moving forward. We've got, SB 35, we got, using the 6 and Cedar, or using the Fry's project. There's always a component there for low cost to help people out, which I'm committed to do that. Mm-hmm. But I also got to think about our public safety, our teachers. We really should have a conversation to see what we can do to open up affordable housing to keep them in our city, to help the schools, because that's what the teachers need, is affordable housing, just like our firemen and policemen, to keep them within the city. And those are my 2 cents to add to the conversation, which I'm very supportive, whichever way we decide to do. But I want to include, our city workers, and our teachers to be part of that if we decide to give them discounts.
So right now, we were supposed to be asking questions of staff, not just, anyway, yes.
I do have a question.
Question of
Mr.
staff?
Mayor. Yes,
Thank you
it's a
very
question
much.
of staff.
Stay focused, let's stay on
You
track.
got it, Mr. Mayor. So following up on Councilmember Frutos's comment, you're recommending, going back to the affordable housing piece, 50%. Did you look at what our neighbors are doing in Glendale and Pasadena? Is that on par with what they're recommending? Or I'm just trying to get a comparison for how we're looking compared to our neighbors here.
It's actually a good question. We were very focused on putting in a credit. I don't have good information if Glendale or Pasadena have a credit. We can double check that and bring that back to you with adoption if that's important discussion for setting this. I don't know.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, it's not so much important, but it's nice to know
Yes.
what our neighbors are doing. We compare with them on all kinds of things, right? So I think it would be prudent to compare this type of discussion with them as well.
Definitely.
Okay, any other comments? All right, so I now declare the public hearing closed, and the council will now deliberate. Let's go back to the deliberation. Thank you very much, Mr. Vice Mayor. What is the council's pleasure? Is there a discussion or a motion? Mr. Vice Mayor?
I just want to discuss one thing real quick about the hotels. So we talked a little bit about economics. And the arguments are absolutely solid. The one-time fee versus ongoing fee, the restricted funds versus general funds. But all of those arguments are based on the idea that if we have a 100% fee, that for some reason a developer is not going to build or not build all the units. However, our TOT is at 10%. LA County, LA City, Glendale, Pasadena, they're all at 12%. The reason our TOT is lower gives every single hotel developer an incentive to build here, regardless of the one-time fee. So they're using the same economics that we're using. They're looking at us and saying, I would rather pay the one-time fee of a higher diff and continuously pay 2% less on TOT every unit, every month, every year. So I don't think that raising the diff fee to the 100% is going to deter any developer coming in and any lower number of units. I feel we can get the full diff and we'll still get the full TOT because we have a 2% lower. Now, Councilmember Frugos mentioned if we raise the TOT, that's a different thing. We can go to the voters, put something on the ballot, raise our TOT, and then at that point, we have another fee study coming every year. And staff can go, hey, you guys raised the fee, and now it's going to start impacting. And then at that point, we can look at it 80%, 70%, 67%. I think starting now, we start at 100% and see, do developers start to go to Glendale? Do they go to Sun Valley? Do they go to North Hollywood? I think we should start at 100, see where we're at, look at it next year, and if someone comes to us and says, oh, you know what, I wanted to do more units, but you guys, your diff fees are too high. I honestly, I don't think that's going to happen.
City Attorney wants to weigh in, sir.
It's the occupant of the hotel room that pays the transient occupancy tax, not the hotel. So
right, but it's a tax on the usage, so inevitably the hotel is going to have to either lower their price if the number of people coming in reduces. But at the end of the day, it's not because they're lower. So
yeah, we didn't put that idea forward, but it is the occupant that pays the transient occupancy tax.
Right, but
if they stay longer than 30 days, they're no longer transient. They don't pay the tax at all.
Sure.
So like on some extended stays.
But that TOT works the same as a sales tax. The person who's using it, the person who's buying, they're paying the fee. But at the end of the day, if you want to keep those numbers high, if you want to keep people in the hotel rooms, or if you're a small retailer and you want to keep selling your hammers for a certain price, you have to lower your price. I don't feel that any of those prices are coming down. Our 2% lower TOT is still a massive incentive for folks to purchase, to build hotel rooms here because they know their occupants are paying a lower fee and they're gonna keep generating revenue. So I honestly don't think it's gonna offset. I think we could go up to 100%, try it out, see where we are in a year or two, bring it down.
Councilmember Schultz?
Really just a question for the Vice Mayor. You keep saying 100%. Are you talking only about hotels? Are you talking across all of the categories? You want to have the default be 100%?
No, just the lodging. Just retail and affordable housing, I'm okay, 33 and 50.
Okay, so but for those two categories, you're saying everything else would be 100%?
Right, yeah, because right now we lowered the lodging, the hotel rooms down to 67% of the allowable fee under the current fee structure. I see. I'm sorry. I don't mean 100%. I mean the 80%. 100% of the 80%.
Right. No discounts.
No discount.
When you say everything else, it means lodging only.
Right. So
I meant match everybody else to the same. Yes. So 80% is what we're asking. So yes. So
but for retail and affordable housing are the two exceptions you want to. Okay.
Thank you. Thank you for the clarification.
Councilmember Springer.
So the diff for a hotel room, I mean, we make it up with the cash flow, right, at 67%? So.
Yes, and one other fact, I know obviously council decision, but just to push our case, another fact is that the impact fees are assessed on the developer, right? So that impacts the development of the project. The TOT is a pass-through. The owner is not paying that. The users of the hotel are paying. So it's also away. It's not being financed by the upfront cost of the developer.
Right. I think that we should stay with staff's carefully thought out 67%. And then if we want to look at TOT increases, we could do that. I mean, I feel like it's a separate thing.
All right. Anything else? Any other comments? Yes. Councilmember Frutos?
Thank you. And I agree with Councilmember Springer. Here's some, just in the conversation. So if you look at the 10.25 tax that visitors are paying, the average is about $186 a night to stay here. Then you pay another 10% for the TOT. Then you pay another 1%, and these are the visitors. They're paying a total 21% tax into our city. And if you look at the numbers based upon Burbank, and this is our report that we get, the growth in hotel from 2012 was 75% to 2021 before the pandemic, or actually during the pandemic, was 67.4%. I plan to not rock the boat economically for our city, because this, again, we can tax the development as much as we want, but if our hotel occupancy and the growth, of what it costs to stay, and again, growth in revenue per available room, this is what people are paying. In 2021, it went down to $95, and that's what the market was dictating. So then we get lower TOT. So I would say we stay with what staff is recommending. This will come back again in the future, and we can address it again based on the economy and where we're at. But just to really hurt something that's got, they're even projecting, again, in 2021, the growth in annual room revenue, the growth, 75.4 million just in the business here in the city. I don't think we should mess with it, because we don't know what the future has in store. And when we start nickel and diming every single type of business that is very healthy and successful in our city, what are we strategically doing to replace that, to offset? And I have not heard an offset. All I hear is that we're going to, consider 100% on hotels. I just don't think that's economically responsible, because we still don't know what the future has in store. So I'm supporting the staff's report, and I cannot support.
Let me just correct. It's not 100%. It's 80%.
80%.
80%. But again, okay, thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Right.
80%. Right. That's nickel and diming, in my humble opinion, to my colleagues. That's nickel and diming a business that is promoting our city, a business that's connected with the studios, a business that's connected, because we're really not a vacation destination for our hotels.
Oh, Councilman Fruto.
Sorry.
We're the media capital of the world.
And for the members at home, this is the report that we get. And I keep it because I'm really interested, like all of us.
Obviously.
I'm interested in the financial stability of our city. Because guess what? We all know, like you say, Mayor, the residents want Cadillac service. Yeah. We balanced our budget. We're $12 million in one-time unaccountable monies. In 9 years, we haven't had that. Yeah. So to me, in my opinion, in the discussion, to mess with something that has already a steady revenue annually to support the general fund for our parks, police, fire, etc. Again, I'm sure staff vetted this. I had a conversation going through this agenda for this evening with the city manager, and I did question him about that. And we talked about the economics and how it's really connected as part of one more business that is coming out of the pandemic. And you know what? Whether it's the Holiday Inn that just changed owners, or it's the multi-million-dollar investment of the Morado Hotel, okay, or Springfield that moved into our city, that was very old property that hadn't been turned over. That little house is still there. But economically, we on the council didn't know what we were going to do until this proposal moved forward. And that is a nice hotel. But again, it's an economic engine for our city. And I don't want to stop high-end hotels. I don't want a bunch of Motel 6. They leave the light on at night. But I like to leave that option on the table through our policies and development and our procedures, to let the council decide. So for this report this year, I'm going to support the staff's recommendation. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you very much. Vice Mayor?
I'll just say, I'm not a super hard line on this. It's only 13% from 80 to 67. If staff wants to, if they're saying 67, I'll go with 67. I just wanted to discuss that, at the end of the day, I think the only thing that I'm concerned about is that we need housing, right? Not necessarily a hotel. I like the hotel. We get some business out of it. But, I'm comfortable with the numbers as is. I would like to see a discussion on this again, though, at some point with regards to the TOT, if that changes or whatever. So, yeah, I'm okay. I don't need to make a big thing about it. Do you want to go?
Well, I just have a question about how does raising it to 80% make us more housing?
Well, I mean, lowering it doesn't either. That's
I was just curious.
Yeah, that's why I don't care. It's like
either or. Right?
Yeah, it's
neither here nor there.
That's a good question. That's an excellent question.
Yes, go ahead.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, Councilmember Springer, I know the question was posed to the Vice Mayor, but I'll just kind of give you my thoughts on it. And I'm comfortable with following the staff recommendation, too. First of all, everyone's getting a break. We're not imposing 100% of what the maximum could be, right? Everybody's getting a break. We're trying to say Burbank is open for growing. Okay. With that said, the way I think that I look at it is, when someone wants to develop a piece of land, there's kind of two considerations, at least in my mind, being a layperson. They're going to look at the restrictions on the land, what they can and can't use it for. And they might look at something like development impact fees. Where are the breaks given? So I think that that's really where I want the conversation to wrap up tonight, is when we talk about where we're going to deviate from 80% and go down to 33% for retail or 50% for affordable housing. In a lot of ways, that's us as a policymaking body saying that is our value. That's what we're prioritizing as a community. We're giving extra concessions. We're building in incentives because we want more retail space. And for me, the big thing is affordable housing. And I think 50% is a very worthy goal. I'm supportive of it. I guess I'm going to ask for some assistance here from the city attorney. I'm fine to introduce the ordinance tonight, but when it comes back, I would like a discussion or a deeper dive into, is there a way to build a tier structure? Because like I said, I want to extract as many affordable units, not $4,000 a month units that our firefighters and teachers can't afford, but as many as affordable units as we can get. So if there were a tiered structure where we could even get one additional affordable unit that they're not legally required to build, that's my objective. That's what I want to do, because that's the housing our folks really need. So, Mr. City Attorney, would it be proper to introduce the ordinance tonight, but also give that direction to staff to maybe, because we're not approving it tonight, we're just introducing it, and I'm assuming we could still make changes to it at the next hearing. So could we ask for that direction?
So the charter allows the council or staff to propose changes to an ordinance after it's introduced, provided we don't basically change the fundamental purpose, right? So there's latitude to change it. My question is whether or not staff really has the expertise on board to create an incentive structure that actually gets you what you're looking for. So I say that because when we looked at modifying the density bonus ordinance and inclusionary housing ordinance, which were originally written separate and we're trying to combine them, the ability to incentivize housing by looking at the percentage of inclusion might be more effective than, again, part of it has to do with the cost of producing a unit versus, even 100% of the single family rate is $8,000. That really pales in comparison to the cost of producing that unit. So I'm not an expert on the financial effect of increasing or decreasing a fee, but the order of magnitude is dramatic. So my only caveat is I don't know if staff will be able to bring you back in the 2 weeks time or whatever it is, 2 weeks time that you have before adoption, but absolutely you can change the structure. That is 100, whether it's in 2 weeks when you adopt it or whether it is part of a broader work effort. And I don't know what the timing is. I'm sure it's not probably even fall. I'm just going to throw that out there for the density bonus inclusionary housing. But there's big numbers. There's more numbers on that side in terms of percentage of inclusionary and how much market rate they get. But the density bonus law has changed again and gone up to 50% bonus, well beyond what staff was looking at last time we drafted something for council to look at.
Vice Mayor?
Yeah, just a follow-up question to that. Would it be more feasible to have staff bring us back tiered options a year from now when we review this once again? Would that give enough time, and would that be appropriate?
So I think maybe we can do two things. We can talk, deferring to the city attorney saying that this is a complicated thing, looking at the finances of affordable housing probably should be looked at with the things that we talked about. However, it sounds like at least one of you or maybe all of you want to send a message that affordable housing is valued, and you want to set that message through the diff. So you could also do a simple tier that I think we could figure out based on some input from you. So you could either say, let's do 50% from everybody for all affordable units, and if you're doing above and beyond, maybe you go down to 33%. So it's like it's a even greater incentive. Or, as I think you may have said at the beginning, we want to, for everybody, we want to start at 67%. And then if you do above and beyond, you go down to the 50. I think that's kind of two ways you could do it to introduce a simple tier to set the message. Let us get through and adopt this, but then also come back through the other processes and do something more sophisticated where we have the benefit of all the finances and everything, which we don't have tonight.
Thank you to staff for that explanation. And to Mr. City Attorney, your point is well taken. I don't know that a reduction in diffs are going to incentivize the addition of units.
So as a way of an example, if you take the project which had 880 units, 80 of which, if I'm in the ballpark, 80 of which were affordable, and they got a $2,000 reduction for each of those 80 units, that's millions, right? 2,000. Sorry. I'm a lawyer, just.
We're not good at math, are we?
That's 16 million.
Okay, well, that could produce some units. Well, 80, not.
Right. Not 800. Oh, no.
You're talking 80 units, $2,000.
Okay.
It's not enough. It may not even be enough to produce a unit, right?
It's 160,000.
Right.
160,000.
So that might not even get you one unit.
Right. And I guess where I'm at is, to borrow your words, Mr. Vice Mayor, it's not, I don't want to make a mountain out of a molehill, but I do think that perhaps there's some value in saying that that's a small component in a broader incentive package that we could be working towards. Because at the end of the day, we do need to get all 12,000 units that we've committed to online. But to your point, Councilmember Frutos, I really want those units to be that actually serve our community and not $4,000 or $5,000 a month units. I mean, there's going to be some of that, and I get it because the project has to pencil out. But as many as we can get to serve the people that are right here in our community on the front lines, our first responders and our teachers, I go back to, if we can even get one extra unit extracted from that, I still think it's worth it because that's who needs it. So I would be supportive of a simple tiered structure. I liked the idea of maybe 67%, and go down to 50. If you build even one unit beyond what you're legally required to, I'd be very comfortable with that. And Mr. Kriske, to your point, it sounds like there's going to be other items coming back to council, which if we did those in combination with this, could maybe make an incentive package that would actually be effective here.
I would be supportive of that as well. Like you mentioned, the 67 to 50. I think so. That'd be the way to go. Yes.
I would like to just add to the comment that if we do get an extra unit, in a perfect world, we get an extra unit, that extra unit should go to our school teachers. Give them like the first option, not just because we're never going to be able to really address workforce housing. And our teachers, firefighters, utility workers, they can't even live here. And I've said it enough, but I would like to see that at least that if they go out above that one unit, that, hey, you know what? It goes to our school teachers or it goes to a police officer, a firefighter, so they can live in our city because that's what our residents want. They want that option, that, hey, we want our firefighters, police, and teachers to be able to live in the city, not be, have to commute so far, but they want to live in Burbank. I like to, again, in a perfect world, I like to see that happen.
Mr. City Attorney, could we do that legally? Give a unit to a school teacher? I mean, make it available to them, not give it to them, but.
We'd have to look into that. Normally, you're doing it by income limits, and we don't generally pick particular professions. Sometimes there's incentives that you can do when you're directly funding them, but
Burbank is just so expensive to begin with. I'd love to be able to do that, but I don't know. Anyway. When I first came on the fire department, there was a residency requirement. Firefighters had to live in the city, and then that was outlawed. There was no longer a residency. And I've spoken to several, and police officers, they don't want to live in the city because they don't want to be where they're arresting people and live in the city where, anyway, I can understand their situation. Any other? Yes, go ahead.
In my housing policy group, we're working on a missing middle plan, so maybe we can help out. But it's fine with me. The tiered system is fine with me.
So, ready for a motion? Anyone want to make a motion, Mr. Vice Mayor?
I certainly can.
You got it?
Mr. Mayor, yes. Yeah. So looking at item number 4, and I'll just state it for the record, Mr. City Attorney, tell me if I miss anything or need to go into further detail. So I move that we introduce an ordinance of the City Council of Burbank amending Burbank Municipal Code Title 10, Chapter 1, Article 22, related to community facility fees, with the amendment that we've discussed on the record tonight, that with regards to the affordable housing exemption, we go to a simple tiered system of 67% of the maximum allowable for those units that are meet the minimum legal requirement. Any units above or in addition to that, so the second tier, if you will, would be 50% of the maximum allowed under the Nexus study. Did I make that clear enough, Mr. City Attorney?
Is it
Yes.
Crystal?
And I just want to confirm that the 50% credit would apply to only the units above the minimum or all of the units? Like, do you kick it in?
I would, I guess maybe we went to a motion too soon. To make it extra incentive, if they're going above the minimum, then it could apply to all the units, right?
All the affordable.
All the affordable units.
But then they're only going to do one unit above.
Yeah. Okay. Let's keep it with just those in addition to the legal minimum requirement. So that's my motion.
Is there a second?
Second.
Or any further discussion? Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Schultz,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony,
Yes.
Councilmember Frutos,
Yes.
Councilmember Springer,
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes.
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you, colleagues. Very good discussion. We have 4 reports to council this evening, and staff, thank you for your presentation as well. We have 4 reports this evening. After staff's presentation, the City Council will proceed with in-person public comment only for each item. Please fill out a yellow public comment card and hand it to the city clerk. Speakers will have 3 minutes to speak on the item at the conclusion of the presentation, as long as the speaker has not spoken on the item during the first period of public comment. The first report, the adoption of a resolution to approve the annual action plan for the Community Development Block Grant for fiscal year 2022-23. Mr. Gonzalez, Housing Development Manager, please present the report.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, Vice Mayor Anthony, Councilmember Schultz, Frutos, and Ms. Springer. My name is Marcos Gonzalez, Housing Development Manager with the Community Development Department. And this evening I will be presenting the fiscal year 2022-23 Community Development Block Grant, CDBG, applications and funding recommendations for your consideration. If I can have the slides, please. CDBG is a federal block grant established for the benefit of low to moderate income residents and households. CDBG is a critical community development program as it allows for multiple uses and aligns with several of Burbank's housing and homeless policies and strategies. Beginning with the adoption of our housing goal of 12,000 residential units by 2035, CDBG can support the creation of very low and low income housing and supportive units. Cdbg funds can also support the city's homeless strategies described in the city's homelessness plan. And CDBG can also be used during periods of economic uncertainty to aid households struggling to put food on the table, access services that would be otherwise unattainable, and assist at-risk populations. These specific uses are found in the city's federal consolidated plan. The consolidated plan is a framework for federal grants. Staff's recommendation is for Council to adopt a resolution approving the submission of the fiscal year 2022-23 Annual Action Plan to the U.S. Department of Housing and Urban Development, known as HUD. The Annual Action Plan is the HUD reporting instrument that describes the programs, funding, and goals we will undertake in the coming year. Council is asked to consider staff's funding recommendation for public service and capital and economic development programs, but ultimately, Council will decide the CDBG funding awards this evening. Finally, staff recommends the submission of applications and certifications for CDBG and Home Investment Partnership Program funds. In order for the city to receive CDBG funds, we must file these documents with HUD. I'll start with the process. In February, for a duration of 30 days, the city solicited proposals for fiscal year 2022 CDBG programs. A total of 16 proposals were received by the application due date. All proposals were reviewed with the Community Development Goals Committee during the month of March. The meetings were held virtually and open to the public. The Goals Committee provided an initial funding recommendation that was later reviewed by staff. Staff also made a separate recommendation as well, which is included in your attachments 4 and 5. This slide shares the funding that is available for fiscal year 2022-23. That totals $1,247,535. The funding sources are divided into 3 funding categories. Source 1 is the 2022 grant from HUD totaling $975,511. This amount was recently provided by HUD. During the writing of the staff report and the distribution of the documents, we were basing our amounts on estimated figures. Unfortunately, the allocation is a reduction of $37,488 of what we estimated. The reduction is due to the U.S. Congress allocating less for CDBG. The second source is $26,786 in program income, and this is revenue from former rehabilitation loan repayments that we've collected in the last prior year. The last source is $245,238 from prior year unspent funds. These funds are being reprogrammed for capital projects as allowed by HUD. This next slide presents a pie chart with the proposed use of CDBG funding by categories that will efficiently address social needs, increase access to public community facilities, and ensure funding is effectively utilized to comply with program regulations. The categories are divided into capital and economic development, public services, and administration. The final amount for capital and economic development is $896,732. That's a reduction of $24,368 from the estimated amount. Funding for public services is $15,344, which is reduced by about $5,624. And the remaining amount is $200,459 that is earmarked for administration of CDBG and other federal grants. After the adoption of the city's Burbank Homelessness Plan in 2018, the CDBG request for funding proposals emphasizes the importance of supporting the city's homeless plan strategies, which aligns with the City Council goals. The applications received that showed an emphasis on addressing homelessness were ranked under Tier 1 and were strongly recommended for funding. Tier 2 applicants include programs and activities that address the needs of low-income residents. And these two tiers played a role in the decision-making for the Goals Committee and staff recommendations. A total of 12 of 16 applications were received under the category of public service programs. These programs support homelessness, health services, social services, youth programs, among other things. The total amount available is $150,344. Again, at the time that the Goals Committee and staff met to provide funding recommendations, estimates were only available. For purposes of transparency, the amounts recommended by the Goals Committee and staff were proportionally adjusted. On the remaining slides I will share this evening, those adjustments will be reflected. This will assist Council with your final awards this evening. And I also have information on two handouts that I can also distribute to you that has this information easily accessible. And in addition, it's worth noting that the Goals Committee and staff's recommendations were all in alignment. This first slide for public services is from Family Service Agency. Their request is for a residential therapeutic care for special homeless populations. What this program means is when participants enter a transitional housing program operated by a Family Service Agency, they will be able to receive therapeutic care during their stay. And that would help them with their healing and their self-sufficiency. The funding request was for $45,000, and the recommendation from the Goals Committee was $25,000. With the adjustment, that reduced the amount to $24,099. The next slide is for Family Service Agency as well, and they're requesting a one-time request for the Homeless Transitional Stabilization Fund. This is a one-time request for flexible funding to be able to assist people who are moving in or moving out of their transitional housing programs. As shared by Lori Bleich, many people that are exiting the program seek to find ways to be able to pay for their security deposit, furnishings, and also when people move into new programs, they also are coming in with no furnishings and the need for some support. The recommendation from staff is $6,472, which was adjusted to a new amount of $6,239. Next slide is from Burbank Temporary Aid Center for their general emergency services. This program provides individuals and families with temporary emergency assistance, such as laundry facility use, one-time rent assistance, and food donations. This program also helps prevent homelessness and will assist people with hygiene and their well-being. The recommended amount was $25,000, and the reduction now is $24,098. The next slide is from Burbank Community YMCA for their Social Impact Center. This is a resource center and service program with an emphasis on serving the lesbian, gay, bisexual, transgender, intersex, and asexual community. Also, it's dedicated to assist youth from low-income families with self-esteem and confidence boost. And their collaboration will be with several partners that include organizations that presented to you this evening. The recommendation was $12,000, and the reduced amount now is $11,567. The next organization is Burbank New Lions for their Ear and Eye Lion program. This provides free eye care, prescriptions, hearing exams, hearing aids for low-income adults. This program would assist low-income individuals and also will partner with the school district, nonprofit coalitions, and the Burbank Unified School District. The recommendation for this was $4,996, which adjusts down to $4,816. The Armenian Relief Society is requesting funding for their Community Social Services Program, which provides comprehensive social services to low-income residents of Burbank. Its also purpose is to increase the economic opportunities for the underemployed, providing linkages to public services, and stabilizing the needs of seniors. The recommended amount was $3,500, which then reduced down to $3,374. The next program is the Kids Community Dental Clinic, for their dental treatment for low-income children. This provides education and tooth decay prevention, treatment, and oral health awareness for low-income households. And their program is a collaboration also with nonprofits, our parks, our schools, and the other agencies serving low-income families in Burbank. The recommended amount was $16,000, but with the reduction, it's now $15,423. Home Again Los Angeles. Their request is for a homeless outreach services program that strengthens the outreach to families who are homeless. Under this program, their goal is to quickly stabilize families that are experiencing homelessness in Burbank and enroll them into case management and into coordinated care systems. The recommended amount for this program was $45,000, which reduced now to $43,377. The Burbank Coordinating Council is requesting funding for the youth camperships, which provides a week of resident day camp or virtual camps for children ages 6 to 18. This also serves people who are low income, from low-income families, and enrolled with the Burbank Unified School District. The recommended amount was $8,000, which was reduced to $7,712. Jacaranda Housing is a new program. It's a residential program for transitional age youth or children who are aging out of foster care programs between the ages of 17 and 22 years of age. This program is to provide case management, budgeting, life skills, and setting youth towards positive paths. This program did not receive a funding recommendation for the following reasons. At the time that the applicant applied, they had yet to have secured a property for their program. Believe in Big Change is also a new program for CDBG. Their program is to provide a next level of care, which is empowerment to single at-risk mothers. This program would also provide housing, case management, and interventions. The recommended amount, again, there's no recommendation for this program because at the time of the application, the performance metrics shared with the Goals Committee and staff were considered low for the cost of the funding request. And lastly, the public service program from Burbank Housing Corporation for their BHC summer camp would provide BHC residents with a safe and positive interactive camp experience in partnership with the Boys and Girls Club. And this supports low-income families residing within Burbank Housing Corporation housing with summer enrichment programs. The recommended amount was $10,000, which would be reduced to $9,639. Next, I'd like to talk about the capital project applications that were received. A total of 4 of 16 applications were submitted, and the total available funding is $896,732. Again, the next slides will show the amounts that were recommended by the Goals Committee and staff with the proportional adjustments for Council's consideration. Parks and Recreation Department. Their application submission was for the Santa Anita Play Lot renovation project. This is a pocket park in a low-income neighborhood with accessible, in order to be able to provide accessible features. This ensures that safety and accessibility for the park is available to all residents that reside within that neighborhood. The recommended amount was $290,000, which was reduced to $282,328. The next program is from the Community Development Department for the facility renovation and accessibility improvements to the former Boys and Girls Club located at 2244 North Buena Vista Street. The request is to provide for some cosmetic repairs and required health and safety improvements to the property. As recommended on April 5th by the City Council, staff was directed to release an RFP to obtain bids for the future lease by a nonprofit of this building. So the funding that is recommended to help address some of the severe disrepair was $428,120, which would then be reduced to $416,794. The next program is the Burbank Library Department for their library consultation spaces. This program is to convert rooms at the Central and Buena Vista libraries into one-on-one private consultation rooms. And this expands the access for more learning and social services at the 2 libraries. The recommended amount was $50,000, which would then be reduced to $48,677. And the final request for capital projects is from Burbank Temporary Aid Center. And this is a program request to remove and replace the roof at BTAC. The property has 2 adjacent buildings, so the replacement would be for 1304 and 1306 Burbank Boulevard. The recommended amount was for the full amount of $152,980 that were requested, but with the reduction, it now is $148,933. So in conclusion, staff recommends Council adopt the fiscal year 2022 annual action plan and consider staff's public service funding recommendations as just shared with you, and also consider staff's capital and economic development recommendations, and in order to be able to submit the CDBG and home applications and certifications to HUD. This concludes my presentation to Council. Staff is available to answer any questions. Thank you.
Thank you very much for your presentation, Mr. Gonzalez. I've got a quick question that jumped out at me when I was reviewing these numbers. Under the capital and economic development projects, first of all, let me make a comment that I think this is the first year that staff and the committee were pretty much in line in regards to how much. There's been several years here that they're way off, right? Staff recommends this, the committee recommend that.
Mr. Mayor, just checking there's no speaker cards.
Well, it could be, I'm not sure. But thank you, that's.
No, there isn't. Thank you.
That's why the city clerk is there, she's on top of it. Going back to my thought, But anyway, yeah, this is the first year that really everybody was aligned, staff and the committee, which is good. Makes it easier on the council. But the thing that jumped out at me was the Community Development Department asking for facility renovation and accountability. I don't know how long it's been vacant or since the Boys and Girls Club moved out of there, but to need already repairs of $500,000, I just don't feel comfortable. And we're in an RFP mode right now, right?
Yes, you're correct. So to kind of remind everybody where we are in that process is when we had come to the council before, after the Boys and Girls Club moved out, we talked about that facility was going to need approximately $1.7 million in repairs to bring it back up to code. 1.2 is just to bring up to code so that somebody can move back into that facility. At the same time, we had council directed us to go ahead and issue an RFP for a possible lease, and that actually will go out tomorrow to ask for nonprofits to provide us a response, a proposal to lease that property. One of the considerations that staff wanted to make, give council the opportunity to chime in is that in looking at your direction to lease that property to a nonprofit, how many nonprofits are going to have $1.7 million to be able to move into that facility? And so we thought it might be nice this year, and because we didn't have other requests, to allocate some of that CDBG funding to go into those improvements that we could then put into the RFP, and that would be able to lower that amount that we would be asking a nonprofit to put into that facility. And so that's why you see it like that today.
My point to my question is, did we discuss with the Boys and Girls Club before they left before you leave, can we maybe garner some monies to make these improvements or upgrades, or just bring it up to code?
Yeah. Unfortunately, the Boys and Girls Club had been in there for 27 years. And when we drew up that lease 27 years ago, we did not set aside funds to continue to keep that property in good
state of good repair.
You are correct, Mr. Mayor.
You know the place was filled with kids all day, right?
I understand. I was there several times over the years.
And there's other things that need to be done, like fire sprinklers.
As a firefighter.
Fire sprinklers need to be put in place. The roof is deteriorating. The HVAC is a mess. So it has substantial improvements that need to be done.
But we had somebody from staff, I'm not sure who it was, overseeing the Boys and Girls Club, I would think. Maybe I'm wrong, Mr. City Manager. But we went through this with a golf club, with a golf course up there. All of a sudden, we're $1 million in the hole. What happened? How did we get $1 million in the hole? Well, it just happened. I don't know.
Remember back a couple years ago when we were talking about Measure P and our ability to be able to continue to keep all of our facilities up to date, and our inability to do that. And so this was one of those other projects or buildings that we had the inability to keep up to date even before then. And so that's why it got to this.
So it was recognized that we were not being able to keep it up.
Correct.
And it was deteriorating as years went by.
You are right, Mr. Mayor.
Not up to code.
Not up to code. Not
City
current code, old code.
City of Burbank not keeping their own facilities up to code.
We have not been a good landlord. That's all I can say.
And I don't want to dwell on it too much because obviously that's water under the bridge, but nonetheless, we should keep that in mind moving forward. A state of good repair is always, you have to remember that, like, we're in this perfect situation here. 20 years have gone by, and apparently no repairs were done. I know there was a lot of in-kind that was done over the years by our Burbank Water and Power, thanks to them. But nonetheless, we're here now, and which I really regret, because the organization that was there was helped out quite a bit by the city in millions of dollars worth to move to a new location, but they just walked away from their old location without anything to, maybe we'll share a couple $100,000 with you?
Well, I think one of the things that council has talked about when we came back and said we wanted to issue a new RFP is that this issue was one of your main concerns when we go back and we negotiate with whoever that new nonprofit will be, is that they pay some type of rent subsidy or something that covers the overhead of keeping this building up to date. And so we're hoping when we get those RFP responses back that we have some nonprofits that are in Burbank that can afford to do that. We may have to have another conversation about that later with council when we get the responses back. But I think that's a whole different topic for a different day.
And going forward, $1 rent a year, that's great. Very benevolent. Thank you very much, city or council at the time, whoever that was. We love you. It's great. And now here we are, $500,000. We're looking at $500,000 just to, I don't even know how far the upgrade would be, just to get it in good repair for somebody to even consider moving in there. Anyway, okay, any other comments, colleagues? Yes, Vice Mayor.
Give me 1 second here. Sorry. I wanted to ask about the Believe in Big Change folks. Mr. Gonzalez, you mentioned that they didn't have a good number of showing the amount of money versus how much they're getting back. Can you explain that to me?
Yes, I'll elaborate more. The request when we saw the application was for the mental health case manager and substance abuse counselor. So the request is for $30,000 with the intent that they would provide that service for people who are enrolled in the program. The number of people enrolled in the program was at 10 people at that time, and we based the outcome of the people enrolled in the program, how many have been in the program for the duration, which is 8 months, and how many have graduated. And we saw the graduations pretty much not as where we think they could be with a program that's been well established, which was 30% of a graduation rate. That would be 3 families that would have exited the program within the 8-month period. So for that kind of request, we really like to look at the big picture as how many people do you expect to serve over a longer period of time. And that wasn't in the application.
I appreciate that. The gentleman running the program came here earlier. He said he wanted to expand to 15. If they hold at 30%, we're looking at what, like 5 families at that point? Would that be more in line with our goals, or are we looking at something we would need to see something much bigger?
Now that their program has been around for more of a year now, since they first established back in May of 2021, their number of applications has increased. So, however, their availability to provide housing is going to be based on the number of families and the number of rooms they have available. Our thought with this request now could be that some of these services can be provided off-site. We may not need a case manager full-time at this property, where there's a lot of other services that we can leverage. So really, ideally, this could be more of another type of opening to another partnership with Department of Mental Health, with Department of Health Services, who does also have these mobile teams that can go out and provide those type of services. So we're looking at, well, efficiently utilizing these Cdbg funds, because it's a lot less this year, and maybe bringing these other resources to Believe in Big Change so that they can still get the services they need for their clients.
Their funding, so for that whole program, it's 50,000, and they're saying they've only gotten 20 so far with other funding, and the 30 they're asking would complete it. Is there a way, I guess what I'm asking is, if we could find some money for them tonight, is there a way to work with them to implement what you're talking about, instead of hiring somebody directly, do case management through one of our partners, FSA or some of the other groups, would that be part of the conversation if we were to find some kind of funding for them tonight? Like, can that be possible?
I believe that would be more where Steve could probably, as what he's good at doing is fundraising. So whatever allocation you provide to this program or any program, all the nonprofits will be able to leverage what you give them. And I'm sure that if we discuss this with them about other partnerships, that may help offset the amount that they were originally requesting with what they actually are going to.
Yeah, and the reason I'm talking about this is because, our goals is, the housing and the homelessness issue. One of the things that this program does is actually take people off the streets, and it's transitional housing. They're literally housing folks and at the same time teaching them how to live in the real world, get a job, save some money, find their own housing. And I know it seems as though it's a low success rate, but as Mr. Pomeroy said earlier, it's higher than the average in that specific type of industry. The industry average is 10%, and they're operating at 30%. I think that's very successful. I'm going to propose something here, and I don't know how far outside the mark it's going to be. One of the things that I am disappointed in is currently, or not just currently, but over the past few years, has been a drastic reduction in services from Burbank Temporary Aid Center. They have reduced the number of days you can shower. They've taken away the mailbox services where you can get your mail. I'm going to propose two things. One, that we give the funding that was earmarked for BTAC to Believe in Big Change, the $25,000, to send them a message that we would, as a city, would like to see them take a good hard look at their services and bring that back. And at the same time, going off of what the mayor was saying about our capital improvement projects, I don't want to punish BTAC. I would like to see $25,000 from our facility renovation at the Buena Vista facility go to the roof repair for BTAC at the same time. So the two different funding moves. I think it's a little bit. I was actually disappointed when that $400,000 came back to us. It seems a little bit like a cash grab when the city is awarding ourselves a huge chunk of money. I'm saying we do need it, but just the looks of it isn't really great on our end. And just looking at the funding mechanisms, BTAC gets a lot of private funding for their services, $1.6 million. I don't think they need our $25,000. However, they are seemingly having a hard time fundraising for the roof. So I think moving those monies around supports them in the way that we need to support them. Their facility obviously it's got 4 leaks now, so we definitely need to help them out. However, I think we need to really take a hard look at the services they're providing, and I hope that they have a chance to talk to our folks here and really look at what they're providing and how they can expand that. And at the same time, we can do some really good funding and partnership with an organization in the past year that has seen some good success, especially for women, low-income women, women who have kids, who have been homeless. I think it's a huge impact to the folks who do go through that program. So that's my proposal. I know we don't normally see that kind of offering at a CDBG report to see such a big amount of money moving around, but I think it's important. So,
Vice Mayor, can I just add a comment to that?
Sure.
So I just want to make sure that the council recognizes that the amount that BTAC asked for, the $152,960 that we recommended was allocated to them, is the entire amount that they need to fix their roof. So adding another 25,000 actually overfunds what they requested to, and the bids that they got to fix the roof. Now, they may need it, and that is why the Goals Committee allocated a little bit extra, because they had made the assumption that they may need more money when they start opening up that roof. There may be other, mold or damage that needs to be taken care of. So that 25,000 may be needed, but at this point, the amount that they've asked for is to do the entire roof based on the estimates that they received. And we just have to be careful with that this money for the roof is under the infrastructure funds, and the other is under public service funds.
Right,
So I just
right.
want to clarify what you're asking us to
Right,
do
I'm
to
trying
make sure
to- I'm-
everybody understands.
Yeah, I'm making sure to zero out on both sides. The only other thing I'd say about the roof is that it says that there's the full cost of the roof is, what I'm reading here, $320,000. Is that not correct? And they have other funding matching it?
Let me have Mr. Gonzalez check just 1 second.
So their application does have some other money that they've also applied to, but their amounts are close to, again, the bids, and based on the recommendations that we made, the application was for $156,100, which is what the bids came back at to do those improvements for the roof repairs. As Simone mentioned, there are other improvements that are going to have to do with drywall, the mold that might have occurred because of the leaks, and that's not part of the use of the CDBG money. The $156,000 is for the actual the roof repairs, and anything else remaining could go towards drywall. But
Sure, I understand that, but the staff is only recommending the $152,980. Goals Committee came forward with a higher amount that was above the ask. So even Goals Committee thinks that they need a little bit more than what they're asking.
They recommended more because they thought that they would find something in there when they started pulling that roof off that they may need extra money from.
Okay.
It's
Well,
kind of
I mean,
those
Sure, no, I
extra
understand
things
that.
you don't plan for.
That's why I'm saying I think we should give them a little bit extra, because I agree, and I think Goals Committee was being conservative in that estimate. So that's my recommendation. I'm
Let me make it clear in my head. A little bit extra, where's that coming from?
from the Buena Vista, the 425,000. So the facility renovation.
This one here.
Yeah. And then we can make that up next year. We can make it up with whoever we partner with. For me, it's more about sending a message. It's more about helping folks who are right now in this budget time frame needing to get, these women and their children housed. I'm just putting that out there. I think.
So make it a little more clear for me and the colleagues. Where is that money coming for Believe in Big Change? Where is that coming
So
from?
take it from BTAC on that page, the 25,000, and give that to Believe in Big Change. So 25 to zero.
Zero that out?
Zero that out and go to the Believe in Big Change. And then on the other page, we take 25,000 from our facility renovation and give that to the roof. And it does two things. It still provides, BTAC has some flexible funding, but it sends a message that they really need to look at how they're running their facilities. I get a lot of comments from a lot of folks who are disappointed with the, successive fewer and fewer services that they're getting from BTAC.
Mr. Vice Mayor, I just want to weigh in that I'll be more than happy to agree with your capital and economic development, the 25,000, but not with the public service programs. I don't want to zero that out. So, go ahead. Councilmember.
Sure, if you don't mind, Councilmember Frutos. I'll be very brief. So taking those two separately, so Mr. Vice Mayor, I don't have an issue per se with giving money to BTAC. I mean, we're not going to be able to cover in this one cycle the entirety of the hole that we're in. And I agree with all of your comments, Mr. Mayor. Poor planning
perhaps in the part of prior councils and staff, but that's beyond the point tonight. My only concern, Mr. Vice Mayor, is 25,000 just seems like an arbitrary number. You know, what I'm grappling with is they came forward, they submitted an amount that they feel that they need. I don't object to going above and beyond that in principle, but I think we're just sort of guessing in the dark. I mean, they might need 5,000, they might need 25,000. And, you know, if we give them more than they actually need, I mean, staff, correct me if I'm wrong, it becomes sort of dead money, right? That we could otherwise give to other capital projects.
What would happen is that if they did not spend that money, it would go back into the pot for next year and get reallocated.
Okay. Did you, other than the committee's assumption that they might need more, was that based on any information provided by BTAC that they're expecting the actual cost to be higher, or was it just an assumption that was made?
It's the latter. It was an assumption based on, you know, giving them additional money so that they could have a little buffer for contingencies.
All right. The last question I have on this topic is, does staff have an opinion on this proposal that we create some buffer, but specifically a $25,000 buffer?
I really think that's up to council, however you want to do it. It's your decision. Like we said, if you want to put that buffer in there, that's fine. And then if they don't spend it, then it would come back to next year as unspent money and you could reallocate it for something else. So it's really up to council's vote, however you want to do it. And I want to, if you allow me to back up a little bit, because I just want to clarify something that Marcos talked about in the presentation. So the numbers that you have here, and I think we can probably do this pretty quickly, but the numbers that you have in front of you were numbers that we originally thought we were going to get from HUD, our original estimates. When we got our numbers, we actually got them this afternoon, which I would have liked them tomorrow, would have made things less complicated. But,
they're all less.
But we got them today and we wanted to be transparent, and so they're less. So one of the decisions that the council can make, will need you to make tonight is, we can give you new sheets that show you the reductions, or we can take these sheets and say we can just across the board reduce that amount by whatever numbers we have in here from the prior numbers. So I'm sorry if I'm confusing things, but if you look at the infrastructure money got reduced by 2.65%. The services money got reduced by 4%. So for the sake of discussions, the council has two things we can do. We can just reduce everything by those numbers and use the numbers that we previously provided to you as recommendations. Or you could take that total amount and reduce it from somebody's line item. So it might be easier just to reduce by the percentage because it's not going to be a lot for each person, but the council's going to need to agree to that sometime tonight. So when we're talking about 25,000, it really would be 24,099.98. But we can talk about 25 and then just reduce it at the end, so it's easier to have that discussion.
Okay. So I'll be very quick, Councilmember Frutos, and cede the floor to you. So talking about them separately, in terms of the capital and economic development projects, I'm not opposed to it, Mr. Vice Mayor. I have a little hesitation about it being an arbitrary number, but at the end of the day, it does come back into the pot for next year. So it's not a hang-up for me. But separately, on the public service programs, look, Believe in Big Change, I was there with you for their one-year anniversary. They're a phenomenal organization. But at the same time, zeroing out BTAC seems a little draconian to me. They have provided a lot of incredible service to the community. Yes, they have experienced some service reductions and challenges in the last year, but so have a lot of providers in our community. So I don't know that I would support, in my view, sort of punishing them particularly in that way. So I don't know if I could support your motion as is, but I want Councilmember Frutos to address it. And if you have other thoughts on how we could move funding around, I'm open to it. But as is, I have that reservation.
Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Part of the reason why I don't think I can support what's on the docket here for discussion is, one, if you know the history of BTAC, the city has been committed to their facility. It was the city that helped them purchase that building. So we have a responsibility to continue to help them. And this is federal grant money. So I can't support not giving them the funding for the roof, because in the last budget, in the last go around of CDBG, and the year before, we helped out another nonprofit to install solar paneling roofs so they can save money in the energy. Now, I have received those calls and those conversations, but I think that's a whole different issue, because knowing the history and the commitment of the city of Burbank regarding the building, that's all I'm talking about is the building. I don't think they should be punished. They need a roof, and this is what the money should be used for. Two, when we're talking about believe in big change, it's in the staff report. It clearly states that the reason why they didn't receive funding this year, just this year alone, is because it has only operated for such a short time of period. Therefore, the expense could not be justified for a brand new, and according to the gentleman, I think he said 5 families. Well, I feel that we're repeating ourselves because we contract, $250,000 annually for Ascensia that provides the same services for homeless, counseling, case management. And then we also are very committed in supporting, I always forget the new name, but Family Promise. And again, they're about counseling, they're a one-stop shop. So to kind of take money away from BTAC, and again, and for the community members that are watching this, the Goals Committee is a 9-member city council appointed citizen review and recommending body established for the purpose of acting as liaison for the Burbank residents on matters related to this block grant program. And when I'm reading the report, not only did the Goals Committee recommend nothing, it was also recommended by the executives. So I just cannot disagree with you on this one topic, because it's a brand new nonprofit. It clearly states in the report. And again, it's only 5 families, and we have these other 2 nonprofits that we have built relationships that are providing the same service. So to hurt other nonprofits to support this one this year, that's not to say I won't support it next year. I just think that there's a harm there, but I feel, my own opinion in this discussion, is that we still have a commitment to BTAC, because it was the city council way before I came on the deck that provided the capital investments to build that. So to me, it's 2 different things. One is their operation, which we have no control because they're a nonprofit out of us, but they do fall under the guidelines, and this is for a roof. Whoever the executive director is or the current administration, the bottom line is they provide a resource, might not be in our agreement, but that's not we can't tell them what to do. That's a private nonprofit board. But to take money away from for a roof they truly need, that the history of the council before all of us on this council, we've given them money to support, and we have other nonprofits that we supported with roofs and stuff. So I'm still supportive of the staff report, and I don't know who I want to take money away from to help out a brand new nonprofit that, again, both the Goals Committee and the executives say, hey, they're just 2 brand new, and it's 5 families. And the money's just dwindling. We don't know what we might get next year. So at least for this year, I'm supportive of the staff report. Thank you.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes. I visited the Believe in Big Change, and I agree that I think they're doing a very positive thing. It's actually in my neighborhood, and but I feel like they don't have enough of a track record this year, but maybe next year that we can fund them. And a lot of people rely on BTAC for groceries and showers and rental help. So I can't take away $25,000 from them. And so what, and this is always my least favorite thing to do on city council, is to spend, there's not enough money. There's just nowhere near enough money. And so I say that we agree with the staff report, and then next year we just, maybe believe in big change. They'll have a better a longer track record. And in previous years, there have been people who I think who haven't gotten anything because they were new but I think we should give them a chance. And, but not this year, next year.
Vice Mayor?
Would you be comfortable with 5,000? Because what I want to do is give them some incentive to keep going forward, just a little bit. And I think we should still do the roof change. And if we do just the roof, BTAC overall, I know it's two separate funding, but they're getting a huge bonus. And I think just 5,000 from the service, I think would be enough to get at least a conversation going with Marcos. Because right now, giving them zero, right? What's the incentive for them to work with us in the city if we're not giving them some little bit of encouragement? So my offer, I guess, I would amend my offer and say 5,000.
But is that the best, most responsible use of the little bit of money that we have, since BTAC does have a track record?
Well,
and they are a reliable source of groceries for people. And then we have this new nonprofit, and they don't have a track record. And we can fund them, wish them better luck next year in filling out the application, possibly help them fill out the application.
I appreciate that. And I do know BTAC has had a long, long history with this city. One of the reasons why I think there needs to be a change in the amount that we give to them on the service providing is because we've seen that track record decline. I've heard from people, I've been there, I've talked to folks who've dealt with that. I think even just a little bit, I think $5,000 sends a message that they really need to start looking at what they're doing and how they change. But at the same time, I don't want to punish them financially. I think we can do the $25,000 change on the capital project, give them that extra bonus. If anything is over, it comes back to us. So we're not hurting them financially, but we're telling them, look, there needs to be a little bit of a, looking in insightful moment right now and see how you change. And at the same time, we're giving just a little bit to this new nonprofit that I think we believe in their message. They're literally housing people, which is different. BTAC's not housing folks, but they're still helping people who are unhoused. So I get that they're still a good component. But we, set our goals. Our primary goal is let's help the groups that are housing people. A family, Home Again LA is housing. They get the biggest chunk because that's what they're doing. And so for me, even just a little bit, I understand zeroing out is not on the table, but I think just a little bit is a good message forward, and it sort of sends a clear example of where we're at.
Mr. Vice Mayor, let me ask you this question. Before we start sending the message by taking away money from an organization, have you discussed with them your concerns, what you've been hearing?
I have. I've talked to, but without naming names, I have talked to some people who were very involved with BTAC for many years, right. And there is internal frustrations, and the folks I talked to don't know how to change.
Did you talk to Barbara Howe, the director?
I did talk to Barbara many years ago. Nothing came of that conversation, and I don't know where to proceed from that. So that's what led me here.
We want to take money away now?
I mean, if that makes people listen, that's the thing,
fine.
right? I mean, it's a hard conversation to have, and even if nothing happens today, if the money stays the same, at least now there's an understanding that there's someone starting to talk about this publicly. It's all been happening behind closed doors. It's happening, people who want to remain anonymous because they don't want to be punished by the organization. And so I'm trying to do something very small to start the ball rolling on this conversation.
I'm positive you're starting the ball rolling just by making those comments.
Right. Yes.
Colleagues, any other questions, or are we willing to make a motion?
The only question I have for the vice mayor is, I know you've talked about service reductions from BTAC, and the only evidence I saw of that really was the self-disclosure in their own application. They're largely a volunteer organization, and due to the Omicron and Delta variants, they haven't had a lot of volunteers. They also haven't been able to hold their gala for the last few years. So I guess my question to you, Mr. Vice Mayor, is I'm hearing a lot of anecdotal evidence, people that you've talked to who have complained about services. Do you or does staff have any actual data to back that up, to suggest what the service reduction looks like? Because my fear is that we're basing this decision on anecdotal evidence. Like Councilmember Frutos has said, I do trust the work that staff and our appointed committee has put into it. I really do believe in big change to be a success in our community. I just worry that we gotta take the money from somewhere, and at the end of the day, we're not really taking it. We're gifting everybody some money, which I'm happy to do. But if we're talking about taking it from BTAC, I think we need to be really clear why we're taking some money away from them, more than just, I heard from somebody that they were unhappy with the services being provided. So do you have any data to back that up? Does staff?
Well, I know before, correct me if I'm wrong, before the pandemic, they went from 5 days of showers down to 3 days, and you had to make appointments now. It's no longer show up when you want. And that was before the pandemic. They also removed the mail carrying service, where people who were unhoused and didn't have an address could get their mail forwarded to BTAC, and that was a primary address for them. And there was some other stuff in the thing. There was some other stuff.
So the things that we know as far as staff goes is that they did stop the mail services in 2017, I believe, and that was after they had an incident with a homeless person that stabbed one of their employees, or tried to stab one of their employees. And I believe that they used to have showers either 4 or 5 days a week, and they've cut that to 2. Now, granted, I do want to give them some attaboys too, because one of the things that we asked them to do might have been 3 years ago, was to focus on their core services, the things that they did best. And the city council actually gave them additional Cdbg funds in one area that related to their food delivery and their ability to give them food, and took out some money from some other areas where we felt that there was duplication of services with nonprofits. And so we have also asked them to focus on what they do best, and a lot of that is considered to be their food distribution. So while they may be cutting back on some areas, they're also trying to increase that. So it cuts both ways. I want to be fair to them, and when we're talking about them, and both of you are right. That's my answer.
Okay.
Go ahead.
I remember too, they changed the way they do things, like with the showers and the laundry. I think because somebody was stabbed there, an employee was stabbed by a homeless person, and so they wanted to manage the situation better, so that's what I remember, but it has been a few years ago now, but they did change the way.
Maybe a good question to them would be, can we return to the pre-pandemic or pre-situation that occurred with this homeless? Can we start providing some of the services that you had? I know you had a bad experience, so you eliminated some of the services, but can we try and get over that now and maybe start providing some of the services again?
Well, if I can say that, in order for that probably to happen, they had to scale up on the staffing. Right now, I think it's about 4 people that they have on staff, and the remaining are volunteers. So, and volunteers are only volunteering a few hours out of the day. And just talking to other operators when it comes to showers, that's a real good hygiene program for the homeless, but it is hard to manage. It's hard to oversee because sometimes people don't follow the rules. They overuse the showers. They don't clean up, and it's really, you need to have staff dedicated to just the
We
hygiene.
need a guard
programs.
there. Might have to hire a guard where they have.
And just to add to the shower conversation, we do have plans to try to add some shower facilities at the safe, at the homeless storage area. So those services may get replaced. We're hoping that they'll get replaced by the services at the safe. And that's one of our goals with the Salvation Army too. So to ask them to add showers back in or add more showers back in might be a duplication of services that we're working with the Salvation Army on also.
And that's where I was headed. I believe Councilmember Schultz mentioned the duplication of services. I see some of these organizations start to duplicate what everybody, you got 2 or 3 camperships, you got 2 or 3, family service. One of them services single moms with kids. Other one services mom and dad with kids, and then just homeless. So we've got to start judging these people or the organizations that are coming before us a little bit more and saying, well, we already have that service. I mean, we're already providing that service, right? Well, I don't want to take monies away from somebody that's been doing it for several years already and being successful at it, just to give somebody else some of those monies that are doing the same thing. I'm willing to help nonprofits, but at the same time, let's not duplicate services. It just, for example, the total funding requested for public service programs, I want the public to hear this, $391,000. That was the request. Total funding available, $155,000. So there's a difference of $235,000 of wants and haves. And then the other one is the total funded requested, $1,052,000. Total funding available, $921,000. So there's a difference of $131,000. I mean, it'd be great if we could fund them all, their full request, but at the same time, we've got to make sure that some of these organizations aren't doing, he's already doing it, so I want to do it too. It just dilutes all the monies that are available for everybody to be successful as much as possible. Another request that I would like to have these companies, the organizations come before us, maybe at the 6-month period, and give us an update. Where are you with the funding? What have you used it for? Or you haven't started using the monies yet at the 6-month period? I would like to know if we as council members on the city are being successful with these CDBG monies that we're handing out year after year after year, but we don't hear, and it is 11 o'clock. Colleagues, can we go on?
Yes, please.
Yeah, move forward.
I wish somebody would say no. But anyway, you get my point. I want to know, I'm sure my colleagues would like to know, what's the status of those monies that we're giving out? Are they being used wisely? Are they being used at all? I know it's a little inconvenient for the nonprofits, but at the same time.
We can certainly do that. I think we can ask them all to give us a written report or a paragraph, and then we put it together on a report and give it to council.
I'd like to have them here before us.
Okay, we can do that too.
Yeah. Is that, are we looking for a yes or no? We can do that or not? We can't do that?
Well, it's going to be staff intensive, as you all know, and we don't have a lot of staff, but if that's what the council directs, then we
Well, I don't
will
want
put
you
it
doing the
together.
report. I want the organizations doing the report.
Would that be more appropriate the next time we do this, like CDBG? Would we ask them to
No,
come?
we're starting a new round right here. This is a new ask.
Mr. Mayor, if
Yes.
I may.
Yeah, go ahead.
Just a couple of points. First, starting on this issue, in terms of having them come back and report on what they're using the money for, my understanding is the Community Development Goals Committee doesn't meet all that often.
Could we not have those reports go back to the committee, at least to conserve some staff time and resources? They only meet like 4 times a year.
We could
Still
do
gonna
that.
use staff
The
time.
Well,
goals
that's true.
committee meets, they meet 4 times, but they meet, that's all chunked together, because what they do is they meet once to kind of talk about the overview of where we are and what we're going to do for the next year. Then they meet again and they listen to all the presentations from every single one of the applicants. And then they meet again to deliberate on what their recommendations are. And then if they need a 4th meeting, they'll add a 4th meeting in. But that only happens in a 1-year cycle. So
Right.
like right before we come to you.
Okay. I only offer that because listening in on some of their meetings, I felt there was very much a desire. The committee wanted to do more and meet more often. So I felt that that might be a home for it. But if my colleagues would rather it come back to council, I'm fine with that. I just was sort of taking that input I heard from listening in on that meeting. Just for purposes of moving the agenda item forward, I won't make the motion. But Mr. Vice Mayor, I appreciate what you're trying to do. The reality is that even $5,000, it'll help a little bit. It's not nearly what the request is, and there's a substantial amount of paperwork and processing that goes with justifying the use of those federal funds. So in this particular instance, I'm inclined to support both the staff and committee recommendation, and I'd be happy to work with Mr. Pomeroy directly. And, you know, he emailed me about a fundraiser, and I'd be happy to support him in other ways. But I think that keeping the staff and committee recommendation is the proper way to proceed at this time.
Go ahead.
The only other discrepancy is staff and the committee were disagreeing on the amount for the roof for the for BTEC.
Was that not resolved by the, I'm sorry, Mr. Mayor, if I might.
Yeah, go ahead.
I know there was the original $4,000 discrepancy between the recommendation. How is that impacted by the reduced numbers that we received today?
We were reduced in that area by $24,000, $24,368. So it's quite a bit difference.
So am I correct in assuming that at this point there is no discrepancy, because either way, the joint recommendation would not fulfill the entire request? Or am I mistaken?
I'm not sure I understand you, Councilman.
So let me pull up my notes here. So we're talking about the capital and economic development projects, the BTAC roof, correct?
Right.
So they had requested $152,980, and you're saying that we received less than we thought we would. So what would what would the staff recommendation be at this point?
What I would recommend as staff is that we reduce each area in the infrastructure recommendations by 2.65%. So it doesn't matter to staff whether or not you use the goals committee's recommendations or the execs, but then we just reduce those overall in each line item so that it balances at the end. It just makes it very much easier.
So if we're in agreement with the committee and staff's recommendation, and we make a motion and move forward, you guys can reduce it by that
Yeah,
amount.
well, we would add,
The
yeah, we would
2.5% and the
ask
4%.
that in the motion, you either tell us to use the goals recommendation for that line item or the executive committee, and then to reduce everything proportionally to the lesser amount of money that we're receiving.
Okay, well, in that case, I would be inclined, Mr. Mayor, to follow the goals committee recommendation, because they did include a little bit of buffer, as you were talking about, Mr. Vice
And we
Mayor.
owe, I mean, to Councilmember Fruto's point, we owe BTAC and the facility our commitment, because that's what we've been doing, and yeah, so.
So is there a motion?
I can certainly try, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, please
Staff
try.
can correct
I
me
can
if I
help
miss
you.
anything.
Please try.
So I move that we adopt a resolution of the City Council of Burbank authorizing and approving, number one, the submission of fiscal year 2022-2023 annual action plan under the 5-year consolidated plan for fiscal years 2020 to 2025 to United States Department of Housing and Urban Development. Would this be the point where you'd want me to include the amended provisions? Correct. Okay. For the sake of time, can I say as stated so eloquently by staff, in today's hearing. Thank you. Number 2, the filing of applications and certifications for federal funds for fiscal year 22-23 for the Community Development Block Grant and Home Investment Partnership Programs. And 3, that the city manager or his designated official execute CDBG agreements and amendments with the subrecipients.
I'll second.
Second. Mr. City Manager?
Yeah, if I could add, I know that you want some review, some verbal report. It's late in the day, and I haven't had a chance to really figure out the best way to do it, but can we bring something back to you to recommend how best to do that? Whether or not using CDBG Goals Committee or have something come back to you. I'd like to think that through, but we would definitely look at doing something midway through the year, so you guys
Mr. City Manager, are you saying that I didn't think it through? No.
We didn't think it through. Staff did not think it through, or didn't have time, so hopefully that's okay. Thank you.
So there's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Madam City
Ready?
Clerk?
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Councilmember Frutos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes?
Yes, thank you. Next is a 3-part report that includes the adoption of resolutions related to the calling of the City of Burbank General Municipal Election to be held on Tuesday, November 8, 2022, just around the corner. Requesting election consolidation with the Board of Supervisors of the County of Los Angeles and consideration of establishing the candidate statement cost. Madam City Clerk, please present the report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Before I present the report, I want to go over a procedure that we're going to be conducting for the voting process before when I'm finalized with the report. As you're all fully aware, that 3 of you are up for re-election, or your term will be expiring in December, and therefore some of you'd have to recuse yourself from discussing this matter. However, because we need a majority vote, what we are going to be doing at the end, after I complete the report, is we have all 3 of you, your names in here in this jar. I will be reading it, and we will be pulling a name out, and that individual will be actually participating in the voting process because we do need a majority vote. So Councilmember Schultz and Vice Mayor Anthony will participate, and then we'll pull a 3rd name. Any questions on that before I move forward?
Yeah, is that an official City of Burbank logo jar?
It is actually. It was given to me in 2016, 2017, and I believe it was Mayor Talamantes. And I want to show you that we are putting it in good use for pulling elections.
Excellent.
And it needs candy for refill, but it's okay. We're doing elections. Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. So with that, as the mayor indicated, I'm here asking for 3 separate items. One is to ask for an adoption of the resolution to actually call in for the election for the November 8, 2022, and for the seats of 3 council members, and also 1 seat for the city clerk, 1 seat for the city treasurer. So we do have 5 seats for the upcoming election in November 8, 2022. The second request is to adopt also a resolution to request the Board of Supervisors to ask for their service, and that is just a formality that we have to do. And so those 2 resolutions are very simple, and we do it in every election. The topic that I want to discuss a little bit with council, and given the lateness of the hour, I'm not going to sit here and read all 6 pages of the report, but I want to bring a few things to your attention. If you notice throughout the report, there's lots of code sections that we refer to. We refer to the charter, we refer to the BMC, we refer to election code, and this is how we conduct the election. We have to follow the codes, we have to follow the legal requirements, and we got to stick with them. So that means we can't vary on our decisions. We're going to do it this way instead of that way. And the reason I say that, because I know there's been maybe some discussions, can we do it, can we make some changes on candidate statements? And, of course, thinking outside the box. It's really difficult when you follow election code to think outside the box because we have to follow it. So with that, council has always been very generous, I'd say, in the past since 2007, that we have been providing subsidy for the English candidate statement. And since 2008, with the exception of 2020 election, we've given the candidates $300 subsidy towards their candidate statement for English. And the city paid for the full translation and printing in Spanish, in addition to other languages that were required by the county, that they provided us with that information saying, okay, now you're required to print an Armenian and Thai, for example, or you need to print Tagalog, or you need to print Korean. So the changes happened in 2020 when we came to council, and we were, again, during COVID, we had some financial issues in the city. We're looking at ways, of course, to be creative and how do we save money. So the city council decided at the time that the candidates should pay for the full cost of English and Spanish. And the estimate that we received at the time was $3,200. But by the time we completed the election, the candidates end up paying about $1,000, give more intake of $1,000. So the estimate that we usually take from the candidate up front, it's a little bit inflated by the county, but we end up most of the time refunding them. If the county comes back and say, no, it costs us more for candidate statement, then that's when we go and ask the candidates to pay additional money to the city to cover those costs. So with that, in 2020, we did charge for the full cost of Spanish and full cost of English. In evaluating the law, this election, and in talking with the county registrar office, what we discovered is the county is mandated to print 18 languages. And I believe, Viviana, if you don't mind, if you can bring up the screen for the PowerPoint, if you have it. I just want to show you, share with you the 18, yes, here we go. So those are the mandated 18 languages that the county will actually be printing candidate statements for all the voters who have actually registered to vote and asked to get their ballots, to get their sample ballots in those languages. So therefore, a question came up. If the county is going to go ahead and translate in 18 languages, and we are going to pay for it, we are, as the city, going to be charged for it. However, they don't break down the charge because they divide it among all the other cities who are participating, the school districts, the water districts, everyone who's going to have an election in November. They don't break it down, but it will be included in our costs. Therefore, the city is incurring the cost of these 18 languages. We found there is no need to really have a Spanish requirement or translation to have the candidate pay for it because the county is already producing the books in Spanish. So having that statement in the book does not make sense because the books are available for Spanish voters. And therefore, it will actually save the candidate the estimated $1,600 or whatever cost is we're gonna incur with the county. And for this reason, this report that we're submitting to you for the upcoming election does not include the Spanish cost. We're asking council to only take a look at the English cost. So the English cost, council, as I said, have been since 2007, been subsidizing $300 with the exception of the 2020 election. The council said the candidates will pay the full cost. In the report, if you notice, we did mention that we had surveyed 49 cities, and the 49 cities did not incur cost or subsidize for any of the elections on behalf of the candidates. I did also confirm again today with our neighboring cities, Glendale and Pasadena, to make sure that they do charge the full amount. And yes, they do. As a matter of fact, Glendale charges $2,700. They don't take that. Of course, we're not in business to make money for the election, but we have to pay the county. So, and also Pasadena, they both confirm that they do, the candidates pay for the full cost. The candidates do not have to include a candidate statement in the sample ballot book. This is voluntarily. If they wish to do it, then they have to pay the cost. If they don't wish to do it, they don't have to do it. So we don't force anyone to do it. If you also notice in the report, we talk about indigent candidates, those who cannot come up with the money up front, and they have to submit to my office their financial statements, and we follow the HUD guidelines. I'll be working with Marcos and seeing what the threshold is. Then we allow them to defer the cost until before the actual sample ballots are printed, until they actually go out and raise money. So we do accommodate for that. And the purpose of running for office, having a candidate campaign funding, is to raise money. And raising money shows the support of candidates. So it is not unusual. This is how we conduct elections. And part of the cost of incurring during the election is to have, whether you want to have a candidate statement or you prefer to spend whatever money you raise on something else. The open nomination period will take place on August 18th through, I apologize. That will take place on July 18th at 8 a.m. and it will end on August 12th at 5 p.m. The nomination period will be extended if one of the current elected official will not run for an election. So if somebody decides I'm not going to run, we will extend the nomination period for that one seat only, and it will be extended till August 17th at 5 p.m. Of course, we'll have the public notice. We'll notify with press releases so the public will know that individual. And that happened with Councilmember Gabaletti when she decided not to run, and we extended the nomination period. So this will be taking place on August 17th. Of course, each of the elected individuals will be running for 4-year terms, and that will end on December 14, 2026. So with that, I'm asking council for two options. And Viviana, if you don't mind, slide number 3. Option number 1 is to adopt a resolution approving a subsidy in the amount of $300 toward
Madam
the
City
English.
Clerk, hang on a
Yes.
minute, real quick. Should we take public comment now? Or are you done with
I'm
your
not
report?
voting yet. I'm
Okay,
gonna,
go ahead.
Yeah, I'm gonna finalize. To $300 towards English language for the candidate statement, or option 2 to adopt a resolution actually setting the candidate statement fee at full estimate amount of printing, handling, mailing, and distribution for the candidate statement. So council can also choose if they want to give less than 300, they want to give more than 300, they don't want to give it at all, but we had to start with 300 because that's kind of been our history since 2007. These are the two options that we're providing council, but we're happy to take another option. And the conclusion to this, of course, there's a cost to the election, and we have it attached to the report. We currently have the money in the general fund because we do carry the money every year into the general fund. So there's always money that's being set aside for the election. So the fiscal impact, the estimate that we got from the county is $400,000. Again, these are rough estimates. They never give you the actual amounts. It could be a lot less, it could be more. And with all the other costs of running legal advertising and marketing and everything, we're anticipating somewhere about $576,000, which we do have in the budget, and we did verify the numbers with finance, and so we basically just transfer the money all in our account to be ready for the election. So in my conclusion here, and that's slide number 3, before we take the vote, again, we're calling for the election for November 8th. We're asking the county supervisors to approve our election and to include us in the November election and to establish the candidate fees. With that, I do not have any cards for you. So there's no public comments, but I'm happy to answer any questions you have.
Colleagues, any questions? Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll be pretty quick. So, Ms. Mullins, excellent presentation.
Thank you.
You answered most of what I had. We all received an email, which I believe is part of the record, public comment from Ms. Takahashi. I know the answer because we talked about this before the meeting, but I would like the public to be informed. She asked specifically about whether there could be, and I'm going to read a little bit into what she was suggesting. Would it be possible to reduce or eliminate the candidate statement fee if there were like a signature gathering option? And I think that you had some observations and maybe some concerns to share to that. So could you speak to that?
Yes, thank you, Councilmember Schultz. If you notice,
No, let me get it clear. Is this public comment that we're talking about here, or what
No,
are you
it-
sharing? Right, I understand that.
It was just a question to the
You're
clerk.
sharing an email from a resident.
It was I believe it essentially was a public comment in the form of a written comment. It was a suggestion that she made, and I was just asking the city clerk to speak to why or why not that might be a feasible idea.
I just want to be fair to everybody. The residents out there, they're going to, if this is
Yes.
going to be spoken on, then it's open to any resident to send us an email.
Oh, yes,
And there'll be
certainly.
so-
Absolutely. I believe this was the only public comment we received on this agenda item. I believe, and that's the only reason I was going to ask to it. But you know what, Mr. Mayor, I'll actually just rephrase it in my own form of a
Why don't
question.
we do that? Thank you.
So, Ms. Mullins, in terms of reducing access to the ballot box, have you looked at ideas such as, reducing or eliminating the fee if people gather a certain number of signatures? And do you have any recommendations related to that suggestion?
Thank you. So if you noticed in the beginning of my presentation, we said that we must follow the code, the charter, and the government code, which our code does say that open nomination period candidates will bring in no less than 50 signatures, no more than 100. And we have to we have to follow the code. And one of the reasons in my discussion with you, council member, is the fairness of not showing favoritism or popularity contest. I can definitely say that members of council who have been serving for 4 years will probably have a lot more people they know, and they can get 300-400 signatures. But then comes another individual who might not be familiar with the process and know as many people, cannot reach that number. So therefore, that individual would get a free candidate statement versus the other person who cannot gather the signatures. So that's why we have to provide consistency. That's why there's laws, and that's why there's codes that we must follow. I know, as I stated earlier, people always call me and they're thinking outside the box. Why can't we do this? Why can't we do that? Because we're not at leisure to do that. We have to be consistent. We have to be fair. Integrity and transparency in the election is highly, highly important to my office, to myself as the election official. And therefore, I can't always think outside the box. We have to follow the code. So to answer the question, no, we cannot accept somebody who can gather more signatures and give them a discount because they got more signatures than another member.
Thank you, Ms. Mullins. And I just thought that that was an important answer I wanted the whole community to hear. The only other question that I had was in the staff report, the survey that was done a few years ago, you said that most cities do not offer a subsidy. There's a few that do. Did we look at what amount of subsidy they offer? Is $300 market rate? Is that relatively low? Is it relatively high? You know, do you have any information on that?
It varies. With some cities, I can't give you exact specific number, but what I could tell you is the 49 cities, those are only the cities that actually answered us because we on our listserv. That doesn't mean there's no more than 49 cities. We have 88 cities in the county of Los Angeles. And I'm sure if I send another survey out today, I would probably get either more or less. So I don't have the numbers. But in talking with other clerks throughout my training or, conferences that we attend, having to pay for candidate statement is something history. It's in the past. It costs a lot of money to run an election, especially with consolidation too. In most cities, financially, they can't use public funds to start funding candidate statements. There is a reason why the candidates are allowed to raise money, and that's to pay for their statement and pay for whatever legal documents and requirements that they have to pay for. The answer is I can guarantee the majority of cities do not subsidize any longer or have maybe in the past a small amount like we used to do.
Thank you.
You're welcome.
Thank you. Well.
Any other questions?
Any other questions, comments?
No. Great.
Let's
It's
go to the
time to
draw.
pull that name.
Let's go to the draw.
Okay, are you all ready? So, just for
So
transparency.
the name stays as part of the three.
Yes, only the three of you. And I'm going to read all the names. It's just transparency. So we can, and the first name is the mayor, Just Salamantes. So we'll put him back in here. And we have Bob Frutos. And I also have Sharon Springer. So all three of them are going here. And I'm going to ask the assistant clerk, and we are moving them around. So I'm going to ask Desiree to pull.
It's all very technical.
It is. Well, at least it works better than a straw. And the winner is Councilmember Frutos. You get to vote.
You're part of the three.
Yes. So.
Now we have to have discussion on the options, right?
No, you don't need to leave. You don't. You just don't get to vote. We're just gonna.
Well,
have,
they also wouldn't deliberate.
Right.
Oh.
Otherwise, they're influencing a vote that
the
they
discussion.
can't participate in.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
I get to run the meeting. All right. So we get to deliberate and then we vote, yeah?
I think you got to wait for them to leave.
Oh, that's right. Well,
Mr. City Attorney.
I don't know, Mr. City Attorney. Do they need to leave the room?
It's not an FPPC
Okay.
conflict of interest,
Yes.
but they shouldn't be deliberating
Right.
if they're voting. So that's my only comment.
all right, no comments. All right, so colleagues, deliberation, what do you think about this? $300, $0, what are we looking for? Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Vice Mayor. Personally, I know that $300 doesn't seem like a lot, but first of all, let me say I think it's fantastic that we're cutting the cost in half. I had to come up with about $3,200, and I think it's great that we're reducing that. I completely understand the point of view that a candidate statement is not a requirement to run for office. It's something that you choose to do. But in principle, I also think that if there are creative ways to reduce barriers to running to the ballot box, I'm in favor of it. Because it is in line with our tradition and our custom prior to 2020, I would be supportive of, I believe it's option number 1, Ms. Mullins, which would be the $300 subsidy. It's a nominal amount, but it still helps folks. And again, in my view, it ever so slightly reduces barriers to running for folks that maybe don't come from substantial means. So I'd be supportive of option 1.
I would just throw this out based on the last election. The vice mayor basically had the most money raised. He had a lot of outside influences that came into our city. And I do believe you filed as an indigenous.
I was the indigent candidate that time. That's right.
So that argument doesn't agree with me because he is a good case how he was determined to get elected. He worked his tail off and he raised all the money and he was the number one vote getter and the number one raising the most money in the campaign. So I don't agree with that. I agree with the staff report and I would suggest option number 2 just because of the past practice of our vice mayor. I mean, that's a case study factually.
Okay. And go ahead. This
Mr.
is fun,
Vice Mayor.
just so you hear them go back and forth.
I think it'd be good for you to weigh in, but I did just want to clarify. I don't believe the staff report made a recommendation. It said, here are the 2 options, and you can pick either of them. So that's all I was speaking to is I'm in favor of option 1, but Mr. Vice Mayor, what say you?
I'm going to have to agree with Councilmember Frutos, and here's why. The indigent candidate statement is an option for people who can't afford it. If a candidate can't go out and raise the amount of money, even if it's a nominal fee, $1,000, $1,500, $3,000, whatever it is, in the time it takes them to declare, to open up a bank account, and before the statements are due, which is what, usually August, early August? When is the...
by August 12 when we close the nomination period.
Yeah, so you've got a month and a half. If a candidate can't come up with even that amount of money, then in theory, they're not really a viable candidate, right? You're talking about just a couple $1,000s. If you can't raise a couple $1,000s for a city council race, then it can't be seen as someone who should be subsidized by the city. What you're going to end up with, if whatever the amount of subsidy is, if it's $300, let's put it $300. A candidate who can't raise the remaining $500, $700, $800, that $300 is going to go to waste because they're never going to be able to afford the full statement. So they don't get the $300. But a candidate who can raise the money, who's a viable candidate, can raise $5,000, $10,000, $15,000, $20,000, they suddenly get a $300 subsidy. So in my mind, if we wanted to go with your path, then we would have to subsidize the entire thing, which is an argument in and of itself, and I'd be open to that argument, except for the fact then, now that you have a handful of candidates who are not viable candidates, who should, for lack of a better phrase, have no business running, suddenly now get a free subsidy to put in a statement that would, in my mind, dilute the integrity of the election as a whole, where now everybody gets a subsidy, everybody gets a huge candidate statement. And, candidate statements don't win elections, right? It's votes. It's getting out there and contacting people. So I think a $300 subsidy doesn't do what you want it to do, which I wish we could do that if we had federal matching funds or if the state came in and said, look, we're covering the cost of this, or even if the county said, anyone who comes in as a viable candidate gets the thing and you don't have to pay for it. But I think $300 is just subsidizing the candidates who can pay the full amount, and they already have the ability to raise funds.
So, Mr. Vice Mayor, what I'd like to do is just make a brief statement, and then I think we can take the vote. And correct me if I'm wrong, Mr. City Attorney, even if it's a 2-1, as long as 3 vote on it, it'll be a valid action for the council, right?
For this matter, well, no. It takes 3 affirmative votes for the council to adopt a resolution under the charter.
All right, then I will
So
go.
it would be a failed action if it wasn't unanimous.
I will go with the majority in good spirit, but I do want to make my statement. While I will do it to move the item forward, I fundamentally believe that if we want to get the influence of dark money and private donations, that influence out of our politics, we need to move to a structure of publicly financed elections, just like we have with the presidential election, just like there is matching funds in the city of LA. $300, I know, doesn't do a lot, but it's a step in the right direction. We don't like the influence of private money, dark money, developer money. This is how you fight back against that with public financing. So I will say I will move the item forward. I don't want to I'll support the item. I don't want to make the motion because I have concerns about taking this action, but in the spirit of just getting us forward and getting an election on calendar, I will support it.
Mr. Vice Mayor?
I'm open to a motion.
Okay, I like to make a motion, adopt a resolution of the City Council of the City of Burbank calling for a general municipal election for the November 8th, 2022, for the election of 3 members of the City Council, 1 office of the City Clerk, and 1 office of the City Treasurer. Number 2, adopt a resolution of the City Council, City of Burbank, requesting the Board of Supervisors of the County of Los Angeles to order the consolidation of a general municipal election to be held on Tuesday, November 8th, 2022, with the statewide general election to be held in the County of Los Angeles the same day, to authorize the Board of Supervisors of Los Angeles County to canvass the returns of said general municipal election, and to request that the Recorder, County Clerk of said county be permitted to render full services to the City of Burbank relating to the conduct of said general municipal election pursuant to California Elections Code 10403 and 10418, and adopt a resolution of the City Council of City of Burbank, in this case, going with option number 2, adopt a resolution setting the candidate statement fees at full estimated amount of printing, handling, mailing, and electronically distributing the candidate statement, and determining that the City Council no longer wishes to subsidize any portion of the English language candidate statement fees.
I will second. And last discussion before we vote on this. I disagree with our city clerk in that having a system where we allow for the full subsidy of the candidate statement for anyone who gets a certain number of signatures above the minimum requirement would actually fulfill exactly what Councilmember Schultz is talking about. Because at the end of the day, it actually is a popularity contest. Let's go to the vote.
Well, if I can speak to that, Mr. Vice Mayor, because you did make it look. And this is a whole other conversation we could have. The problem with U.S. elections is that it heavily favors wealthy donors, and I think that there's a missed opportunity here that you're missing by. Look, we'll vote the way forward, but I made my point. Clearly, a majority wants to move in favor of option 2. I'll support it for the sake of moving it forward, and we do have other business to tend to. But I did want to just say that. That's why I take the principled stance that I did in saying a subsidy would help.
I appreciate that.
I will respond. I agree with you, Councilmember Schultz, because I voted that way to help, believe it or not, to help the Vice Mayor when he was a candidate and thinking about his situation. But at the end of the day, that's a wishful wish, but the reality is, looking at the outside involvement of unions and corporate donors that came into his campaign, because he worked his tail off to get elected, but there was outside influences, so they're already there. And then when I look at the school board race prior to his election, there was outside interest coming into, so it's here. And so I agree with you. I'm not disagreeing, but on this one here, he's a case study. He worked his butt off to get elected.
Ms. Mullins, call for the roll.
Thank you, Vice Mayor, and I appreciate your feedback on it.
That's just my opinion.
I respect your opinion, but I have to follow the laws.
Sure. No, I understand.
I have no objection to your opinion at all. So what I would like, I know we made the motion, and thank you, Councilmember Frutos, for all 3 items. I do want to be able to include both the mayor and Councilmember Springer in the first 2, calling the election and asking for the Board of Supervisor to provide the services for us, because it's obviously not a conflict. So what we're going to do, Councilmember Frutos, if the 2 first items, will take the vote for that, and then we'll do the last one with the issue that causes the conflict for the full council to take action on, which is to not to subsidize for the candidate statement.
Oh, so we'll do the smaller vote second.
It will do the candidate statement last.
Gotcha. All right. So
Okay.
this goes back to you then.
So city clerk is calling the question on recommendation on resolution attachment number 1.
Yes,
And
correct.
resolution attachment number 2.
Correct.
And the motion for resolution attachment number 4 will be taken as a second vote.
Correct.
Okay.
And that will be taken by the the 2 council member and the vice mayor. Okay, so if you don't mind, can you let us hear you reading it again?
Okay. Like to make the motion for item 1 and 2.
You can just state calling
You
for
could
the
just
election.
call the question for attachment
just
1 and 2.
1 and 2.
Okay.
Yeah, you don't have to
then
read
I'll
everything.
I'll call the question motion for item number 1 and item number 2 as stated in the staff report.
Okay, and it was seconded by the vice mayor.
Yep.
So let me take a roll call for those 2 items. Councilmember Frutos
Yes.
and Vice Mayor Anthony.
Yes.
Councilmember Schultz.
Yes.
Councilmember Springer.
Yes.
And Mayor Talamantes.
Yes.
All right, thank you. And now it is taking the vote that will be for the resolution for the candidate statement.
As duly stated by our city clerk, motion.
Thank you. Councilmember Frutos,
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony,
Yes.
and Councilmember Schultz.
Yes, reluctantly.
Thank you.
There you go.
Thank you.
The third report this evening is the annual update to the Burbank Water and Power Wildfire Mitigation Plan. Mr. Calvin Clark, Senior Electrical Engineer, please present the report. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor Talamantes, Vice Mayor Anthony, and members of the council. My name is Calvin Clark, Senior Electrical Engineer with BWP's Electric Services Division. And I am here tonight to present our annual update to our wildfire mitigation plan and have a presentation for you. So tonight we'll be going over some of the legislative background that's happened in recent years. Just to remind the council, I'll be going over some of the plan changes we've made in this year's update. Go over some of our accomplishments that we've made in regards to our mitigation activities, and I'll do a look ahead of some of our upcoming activities that we have and some of the next steps for getting this plan finalized. So in 2018 and 2019, there were 2 pieces of legislation that were signed into law: Senate Bill 901 and Assembly Bill 1054. These pieces of legislation modified the Public Utilities Code, Section 8387, as it related to publicly owned utilities. And it included several requirements, one of which was that we are required to prepare annually a wildfire mitigation plan that it considers several plan elements. Additionally, we're to present the plan in a public meeting, accept comments, and verify compliance. And then by July 1st of every year, we are to submit the plan to the California Wildfire Safety Advisory Board for review and comment. And lastly, every 3 years, each publicly owned utility is required to have their plan reviewed by a qualified independent evaluator who assesses the comprehensiveness of the plan and provides a report with feedback. This is paired with a comprehensive update on the same 3-year cycle. So our 3 years are up after this year's update, so you can expect to see these last 2 items in the 2023 update to the wildfire mitigation plan. So throughout the state of California, CAL FIRE has designated certain regions of the state as what's known as Tier 2 high fire threat districts. These are areas of elevated fire risk from electric utilities. The area you see shaded in blue here shows where this Tier 2 zone enters our Burbank city limits, and this is where we'll be focusing all of our wildfire mitigation efforts. So to help prioritize our efforts, we broke our Tier 2 zone down into 3 groups. The area in green is our lowest priority area since it's either open hillside or it's in areas where we have primarily underground electrical lines which pose little to no risk of wildfires. The areas in yellow are next priority up, which are areas with overhead electrical lines surrounded by low-level vegetation, and the area in orange represents our highest priority area, which is an area with overhead electrical lines adjacent to dense vegetation. So this is along Country Club Drive and the Wahlbrick Canyon Road, which is just east of DeBell Golf Course. So we made a couple changes to this year's plan. We made some general updates to facts and figures, went over our performance metrics and our accomplishments, and we also added a new mitigation activity, which I'll share later in the presentation. So here's a brief summary of how we did last year. We had one ignition caused by BWP's electrical facilities. I'll go into more detail on that in the next slide. We had no pole failures in the Tier 2 zone. We completed all of our annual maintenance, inspection, operation activities. Last year, we had 11 days with red flag warning alerts. This is up from 8 days in 2020. We also had 10 risk driver events that occurred in our Tier 2 zone. So I did want to take some time to discuss the ignition event with the council. This is our first known ignition event that was caused by our electrical lines. And just to be clear, an ignition means that there was a fire started, but it didn't spread into a full-blown wildfire. This occurred in our priority 2.2 zone, you see here. This is the hillside just to the west of DeBell Golf Course. It was actually caused by a Mylar balloon that came into contact with our bare overhead lines, which caused an electrical fault. And that, in turn, caused our lines to fall to the ground and ignite some of the low-level vegetation at the base of the pole. So our field crews and fire department responded to the location in less than an hour. They were able to isolate the circuit and extinguish the flames before it spread any further. So while this did not spread into a wildfire, it's something we take very seriously. It highlights the importance of our continued investment in our mitigation activities we detail in this plan.
Real quick, a point of reference, you mentioned that our field crews and fire department responded in less than an hour.
That's correct, and it happened in the middle of the night.
I would be concerned that it took the fire department that long.
Yeah. No,
I can understand your field crew coming off duty or, from home or whatever. But our fire department that's on duty?
And to correct that, the timeline I'm working with is really our field crews. I actually don't know when exactly our fire department showed up to the scene, but as far as us getting out there to make the area safe for the fire department to do their job, that was what was probably closer to an hour. So.
Thank you.
So our risk driver events, I want to just remind the council what that means. Risk driver events are events that occur in our electric system that have the potential to create arcs and sparks. By reducing these events, we reduce the risk that arcs and sparks could then lead to an ignition that could potentially spread into a wildfire with the right conditions. So we reviewed our risk driver events and found that over the past 17 years, we've had a total of 64 of these events. As you can see, the majority are from our conventional fuse operations. The remaining deal with mostly our overhead wire, which could be either the wires failing, falling to the ground, or objects or items coming into contact with them, whether that's mylar balloons or vegetation. In 2021 alone, we had 10 risk driver events, as you can see here in the pie chart. So that ignition event actually constituted 2 of those events, one being mylar balloon contact and the other being the conductor failure. So moving on to some of our accomplishments from last year, our line crews performed visual inspections of each pole in the Tier 2 zone. Having an awareness of our assets is critical. It really helps us identify issues before they turn into bigger problems. We did not discover any abnormalities with our assets and corrected any vegetation clearance issues. We also replaced 5 deteriorated poles that were identified through our intrusive pole inspections. And each year we use our smart grid analytics to identify any transformer in the city that sees load above 175% of its rating, and we schedule that for replacement. In the Tier 2 zone, we have a more conservative threshold, which is 150%, and this resulted in the replacement of 3 transformers last year. We also have an aggressive vegetation management program in place in our Tier 2 zone. We make sure to keep our lines clear of any vegetation well ahead of the fire season each year. Last year, this resulted in 213 trees being trimmed and the removal of 1 problem tree. We also completed our pilot project for composite poles. So that's the black pole you see on the left in the photo there. These type of poles are made of a wound fiber material, and they offer many benefits over wood poles, including increased strength, longevity, reduced maintenance costs, and improved fire resistance in case there was a fire that would impact the pole location. Additionally, these poles are modular, meaning they come in 2 or 3 pieces and can be assembled on location. This provides our crews increased safety and efficiency, especially in these hard-to-reach areas of the hillside, where it can be difficult to maneuver a large wood pole. So we've installed 7 of these poles in our zone, in a Tier 2 zone as part of our pilot project. We've found and made the conclusion that these poles do offer a viable alternative to wood poles, especially in the hard-to-reach areas. Our recommendation would be to still use them on a case-by-case basis where we can ensure the maximum amount of benefit is achieved. So moving on to some of our upcoming activities, looking ahead to next year, we have a new mitigation activity we wanted to share with the council. We're currently underway with a new pilot project for enhanced system monitoring. We partnered with a startup company called Gridware, who makes the device you see here in the photo. These are solar-powered devices that offer a myriad of potential benefits. They may look compact, but they're loaded with multiple different types of sensors that can detect things like sound, vibrations, temperature, and even smoke in the air. The reason we're interested in these devices is they would allow us to potentially identify and respond to risk driver events even faster. As an example, if a tree branch were to fall into our lines and cause them to fall to the ground, the device would pick up the sound, the vibration, in that type of event, and it could send out an alert potentially to our operations staff, who could then dispatch our field crews to respond potentially quicker. Alternatively, there's times where wind might cause a tree branch to hit the wires, but it doesn't necessarily cause an outage, and may not even cause any sparks, but it's something we'd want to know about so that we could potentially send crews out there to trim the trees. This device could alert us of that ahead of time so we could proactively go out and remedy that issue before it turns into a risk driver event or an outage. So far, we've installed 50 of these devices in our highest priority area along Country Club Drive. This is the first time these devices have been installed anywhere outside of a lab. This is a startup company. So there's a lot of interest, obviously, for us, but also we've had a lot of colleagues that are kind of watching this pilot program to see how it turns out. So we'll be leaving these devices up for 1 year to help calibrate them and validate that they are actually delivering on their capabilities. We're really looking forward to seeing the results of it, and we'll come back to the council next year and present the findings of these that we learned from these devices. So next, we're also working on the replacement of conventional fuses with non-explosive fuses, which do not create sparks. To illustrate why we treat these as risk driver events, I do have a short video to show here. So as you can see, when this fuse operates to protect our wires or to protect our transformers, they do naturally generate sparks. That's just their normal operation. But those sparks have the potential to fall on dry vegetation at the base of the poles, which is why we do treat them as a risk driver event. And that, as I mentioned previously, that accounts for about 41% of all of our risk driver events. So as a comparison, I do have a short video here of a non-explosive fuse for comparison. So as you can see, the same operation, there's a small puff of smoke, but not a single spark can be seen in that video. So we made this a mitigation activity last year. We are planning on installing these non-explosive fuses starting in our highest priority area, and we're going to work through the entire Tier 2 zone by June of 2024. That's our target goal. We also have a couple of engineering studies that are nearing completion this month. The first is covered conductor, which is essentially a high-strength wire that is covered in insulation. This technology could help reduce the frequency of risk driver events that involve our bare overhead wire. So if mylar balloons or vegetation were to come into contact with the covered conductor, we wouldn't have the same arcs and sparks. We likely would not have an outage either. Additionally, that high-strength wire could eliminate some of those wire down events because it'd be much harder to break that wire than with some of our bare copper wire. We're also looking at infrared inspections. This was a recommendation by our qualified independent evaluator in 2020. This is an industry best practice. Basically, these infrared inspections look at temperature, so they allow us to identify loose or poor connections in our overhead system by looking at abnormal hotspots. And that can allow us to dispatch crews to go fix those abnormalities and hopefully prevent any sort of damage that would result from those connections. So looking ahead, we presented this plan to our board in May and received some good feedback from them. We are here tonight seeking feedback from the council, and we will be opening up the plan for public comments on our website until the end of June. We're also going to be submitting this plan to the Wildfire Safety Advisory Board on July 1st. And then again, next year is our comprehensive update, and also when we will be presenting the findings of the analysis done by our qualified independent evaluator in 2023. So that concludes my presentation. Before I open it up to council for questions and comments, I did want to touch on one additional item. During our update last year, Councilmember Frutos, you asked about wildfire risks related to the landfill gas generating plant. We looked into this further, and we found the plant is connected to our grid via an underground connection, which does pose little to no risk of wildfire, at least on the electrical side. We also did speak to the staff that works on the landfill gas to see if there were any additional fire concerns there. They said that the plant does not pose any, they don't see any wildfire risk from normal operation. As an added mitigation activity, they do perform brush clearance around the entire perimeter of the property, which does help eliminate any sort of fuels that could be ignited. So I did want to just share that before opening it up for questions.
Well, thank you for your report. Colleagues, any questions, comments? Councilmember Frutos.
Comments?
Yes.
Thank you for the follow-up. You did not forget my question. That meant a lot. Thank you.
Vice Mayor.
The startup that's listening to these listening posts, did they solve the problem if a tree falls in the forest? Nobody hears it? Because that's the first thing I thought of here. No, that's really great. I love that we're doing that. Burbank is a leader in many things.
Councilmember Schultz.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. No questions. Excellent report. I think this is the third time I've seen the plan in my time on council. But I just wanted to credit BWP because there's some really exciting stuff. The enhanced monitoring system is terrific. The covered conductors, the composite pole. My only suggestion would be there's been a few notable wildfires started by some of our private utility friends at Southern California Edison and others. I hope you're sharing with them all the exciting work that you're doing because I think it's truly an industry leading example of what responsible utility management looks like. Really great job.
Appreciate that. And just to add that SoCal Edison is actually the one that's very interested in this gridware product. They're waiting for the results of it.
All right, let's get it to them. I can make.
Well, you know what? Let me ask if there's any public comment.
No, Mr. Mayor.
All right, good. Thank you. All right,
I promised to hand him over to you.
Okay. Yes.
Thank you for your report. Well done.
I can make the motion if you'd like, Mr. Mayor. Okay, to move the item along, I move that we, number one, verify that Burbank Water and Power's wildfire mitigation plan complies with all applicable rules, regulations, and standards. And number two, that we direct BWP to accept all reasonable and appropriate comments on the wildfire mitigation plan from the public, other local and state agencies, and interested parties that are received prior to July 1, 2022.
Is there a second?
I'll second.
Second, okay. I like that statement about to accept all reasonable and appropriate.
Certainly not the unreasonable ones.
Right. All right, Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Councilmember Frutos?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony,
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes.
Yes. Thank you. Thank you very much. Thank you for staying with us to this late hour. No. The final report this evening is a consideration to continue and expand the Lifting People Up program citywide to eligible households. Ms. Ivazian, Housing Assistant, welcome.
Good evening, Chairperson and Housing Authority Board members. My name is Odette Ivazian with the Community Development Department. This evening, I am joined by the members of Home Again Los Angeles, formerly known as Family Promise of the Verdugos, to present a proposal to continue the Lifting People Up program to serve our eligible homeless households or households at risk of homelessness. The goal of this presentation is to give an overview of the Lifting People Up pilot program, also known as LPU, explain the mission of the LPU program, and provide highlights and outcomes of the LPU pilot program, and present a proposal from Home Again to expand the program citywide. Staff is recommending to approve the updated and expanded LPU program in partnership with Home Again to eligible homeless households or households at risk of homelessness. On March 26, 2019, the City Council approved the LPU pilot program in partnership with the Burbank Housing Corporation and the original service provider, Glendale Comunitas Initiative, to assist the city with homelessness efforts. The LPU program was approved with the goal of assisting BHC households with financial self-sufficiency through education and direct tenant participation. The LPU program included case management, education, job training, and supportive services to assist underemployed and fixed-income households that may have been at risk of homelessness. As part of the city's goal to provide subsidized housing units to lower-income households and provide homeless prevention services, the LPU program, in partnership with Home Again, meets the city's homeless prevention and affordable housing strategies that is in line with Burbank Housing Authority's mission of working together for a safe, beautiful, and thriving community. The curriculum of the pilot program included education on life skills, employment, financial planning, and individual mentoring to develop personal action plans. Home Again implemented the program beginning in January 2020 after the original service provider could no longer do so. Within 2 months of taking over the program, the world was impacted by the COVID-19 pandemic. Due to the pandemic, BHC household had changing needs, causing a shift in the LPU curriculum. New assistance opportunities were added through the State Housing is Key Rent Assistance Program. Classes were conducted virtually via Zoom and placed on the YouTube channel for maximum exposure. The LPU program had specific objectives that were tracked, monitored, and reported on a quarterly basis. The pandemic required Home Again to seek partnership and leverage programming to assist households being affected. The metric therefore changed to meet the needs of each family or individual participant. As noted on this slide, there are many successes to report on the LPU program. To highlight a few, 60 educational workshops were conducted. All workshops were recorded and placed online for residents to access, totaling 2,700 views. 157 residents participated in one-on-one case management sessions. Of those participants, 22 achieved their financial goals, 41 secured employment, and over 50 residents were assisted in applying for the State Housing is Key Rent Assistance Program. Home Again has submitted a proposal to expand the program citywide and is also proposing a name change to Lifting People Up Citywide or LPU Citywide. Learning from the pilot program and adapting to life post-pandemic, this program will serve all Burbank residents and will have an emphasis on low-income households at risk of experiencing homelessness. LPU Citywide is a unique one-stop shop that focuses on an array of components specific to each participant with the goal of stabilizing the household for homeless prevention. Excuse me. The program will serve Burbank residents who want support with increasing income, securing employment, and maintaining their housing and leveraging existing programs. Progress of the LPU Citywide program and metrics will be tracked and reported quarterly to city staff by Home Again. As this program is completely voluntary, metrics of success may change to meet the participants' needs. Home Again and city staff will continue to meet to assess the program progress and, if need be, fine-tune objectives and metrics. There will be no fiscal impact to the city's general fund. The total cost of the expanded program for fiscal year 2022-2023 is included in the adopted Housing Authority budget in the amount of $50,000 to be funded with available restricted housing funds. This concludes my presentation. Albert Hernandez, Chief Executive Officer from Home Again LA, and staff are available to answer any questions you may have. Thank you.
Thank you very much for the report. Any public comments?
No public comments.
Thank you. Colleagues? Questions, concerns, any? No? Yes, Vice Mayor?
I just wanted to mention, we talked about duplication of services earlier tonight. This is an important service. I mean, the expanding this, and I think Home Again LA does it the best here, working with BHC. But yeah, expanding it, I think they're on the right track.
Great. Motion? Or do we need a motion? Recommendation?
I think we do, Mr. Mayor. I'm happy to make it.
Yes, you are.
And excellent staff report, no questions, and Home Again LA is a fantastic organization. Look forward to the continued partnership. I move that we approve the updated and expanded Lifting People Up program in partnership with Home Again Los Angeles, formerly Family Promise of the Verdugos, to eligible homeless households or households at risk of homelessness citywide.
Second.
Motion and second. Further discussion? No? Madam City Clerk?
Councilmember Schultz?
Yes.
Vice Mayor Anthony?
Yes.
Councilmember Frutos?
Yes.
Councilmember Springer?
Yes.
Mayor Talamantes?
Yes.
Thank you.
Thank you. And look at the executive director is here. Okay, this is time for brief council comments, including reporting on council committee assignments. Colleagues? Councilmember Schultz?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'll try to be very brief tonight. May 26th, I attended the Valley Economic Alliance Board of Directors meeting, no reportable action. That same day, I and Councilmember Frutos were part of the Fiscal and Treasurer's Review Group. I believe that's coming up at our next meeting, so I have no comment at this time. May 30th, a Memorial Day ceremony. I believe I was with all of you. Attended the Burbank Association of Realtors Scholarship Breakfast on Thursday, June 2nd. I also wanted to mention SCAG's Community Economic and Human Development Committee, of which I am a part, is beginning the process of discussing the audit of RENA as well as the recommended changes. There's no reportable action as of today, but I have a feeling I'll have information to share with all of you in the near future as we go through that process. And lastly, I was with you, Councilmember Frutos, today, I believe, for the Burbank Water and Power apprentice graduation. Congratulations again to all of the graduates. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Councilmember Frutos, you're up.
Okay, going back to Thursday, May the 26th, I attended the Fiscal and Treasurer's Review Group. On Monday, May the 30th, I attended our Memorial Day event. And then on Wednesday, June the 1st, I attended the Los Angeles County Civil Brand Commission for Institutional Inspections. On Thursday, June the 2nd, I attended the Burbank Association of Realtors, their annual Scholarship Awards breakfast. And then today I attended the Burbank Water and Power Apprentices graduation celebration. And for the members of the audience, I wanted to note and thank the Burbank leader, Mr. Christopher Leonard, who is here at the after midnight covering our council meeting for Saturday's newspaper edition. He has not heard me, but it's nice to have the Burbank leader in the House.
Okay, you get a write-up, jeez. You are? Colleagues, anyone else? Councilmember Springer.
Yes, thank you. I had I went to the Burbank Valley Garden Club Tea. It had been a long time since I'd seen those people there. And Advisory Council on Disabilities meeting. I was with you all at the Memorial Day ceremony. I attended the SCAG Energy and Environment Subcommittee, and had a meeting with my little group, or housing policy meeting, and the Arroyo Verdugo Communities Joint Powers Authority that manages and allocates our Measure M money. And I went to another tea party at the community dental clinic. Yes, I was heavy on tea parties. And I attended at the Colony Theater, the FSA Go There performance, and that was excellent. And last night, the Burbank Human Relations Council. And this morning, the LA County Local Government Services Commission. And the discussion was on, we had a presentation from LA County Public Works on SB 1383, the organic waste issue. Yeah, it was excellent.
Vice Mayor?
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Last week, I actually visited my mother up in Oakdale, right near Modesto, so I took the week off, so I didn't attend a lot of this stuff. But it was a good little time with the family. I did make it back for Saturday's June 4th Eagle Scout honoring of Owen Gersh, who just achieved the rank of Eagle Scout. And it was amazing to see not just his family and friends show up, but a bunch of other Eagle Scouts of all ages were there to really honor this kid. He's only 17. He made it to Eagle Scout at 17, which is pretty young, actually. His grandfather was even there, who was an Eagle Scout, and he made a presentation. The mayor wrote a letter, very heartfelt words. He very much appreciated it. I had them read it to the audience. It was very appreciated. So, like I told the folks there, Burbank, we take our scouting seriously here.
Especially our Eagles.
Yeah.
Okay, my turn. Let's see. I was part of the Los Angeles County City Selection Committee. What else did I do? I attended a Council on Foreign Relations. The Vice Mayor and I had a meeting with the airport commissioners. Let's see. I spoke at the Memorial Day ceremony at the Cambridge Park War Memorial. I attended the ribbon cutting for Randy's Donuts. It's in town. You got to stop by there. Unbelievable. They took me to the back and started cooking a little bit. Like, hey, wait a minute. Anyway, that was fun. Randy's Donuts. The original owners that opened up the one in Inglewood, I believe it is, were there. Yeah, I've been there a couple of times, seen the big donut. Anyway, let's see what else. Attended the San Fernando Valley Service Council meeting. I also was at the Burbank Association of Realtors Scholarship Awards. I attended the Zoom SCAG Transportation Committee meeting and also the SCAG Regional Council meeting. I attended a meet and confer with Metro CEO Stephanie Wiggins. And what else? I attended the City of Burbank Dodger Day. That was amazing. Had a good time. Dodgers lost in 10 innings. Also, I attended the FSA fundraiser Go There performance. That was very touching, and yeah, it was a good event. And today, I had the privilege and honor to welcome First Lady Dr. Jill Biden to Burbank. She flew in over at the airport, and so I was able to meet her over there and welcome her to Burbank. She was on her way to LA City College to do the commencement.
Oh, the graduation. Okay.
Graduation, yeah. So it was very exciting today to meet her. And then I got a tour of the presidential helicopter, sat in the seat that the president sits in while he's traveling in the helicopter. That's all I have, nothing exciting.
That's Marine One, right? The helicopter?
Yeah.
Cool.
It's awesome. So now is the time for introduction of additional agenda items. Do members of the council have any items to introduce? Vice Mayor.
The first is a request that the discussion item on our gun stores come sooner than August 9th. And then for an actual agenda item, oh, yes, sorry.
That's a lot of work. So, I mean, we have it fast-tracked to August 9th. We could certainly look to see what we can do prior to that. We got a joint police commission meeting and joint BUSD meeting. There's a lot of stuff happening. We will commit to August 9th at the very latest. And if we could do something prior to, but no guarantee, we'll try it. We'll talk about that tomorrow during our executive team meeting. But that's not an easy comeback and just because we got to get it done right. So and we don't want to give you something that's wrong. But,
well, I'll ask that you try, maybe 2 weeks early.
I know the point you're trying to make. But at the same time,
all right. I mean,
if
you can. All right.
We understand it's high priority. We will try to push it. That means something else will get pushed, most likely. So I just want to recognize that. I haven't looked at the forecast.
The reason I ask is school starting and people want to. I would like it to be before August 9th.
Okay.
Yeah, please. And then secondly, a request an agenda item, a first report to council discussing publicly matching funds for city elections and increasing the allowable signatures for the explicit purpose of an exemption to the candidate statement fees.
thank you. Councilmember Springer?
Yes. You know, I know some of us have signed on to the National League of Cities statement against gun violence. I don't know if there's an opportunity for us to send a letter, like a written letter with all of our signatures on it. I think that would be a good statement and a show of commitment and support that will stay with the gun shop
Can you
issue.
look into that? See if,
Thank you.
We can bring that
okay,
back.
thank you. I asked earlier in regards to trying to see if we could do something preventing issuing of any further permits while we get the report in August and then see how long that's going to take to do anything. Is there anything we can do, Mr. City Attorney?
We can add it to the list. I've pulled up a list of 4 cities that had moratorium. I don't know if they were challenged. I don't know what basis. So,
Well, if we can have a moratorium, I would really encourage us to do it.
yeah.
ASAP. Obviously, we heard them
Well,
tonight.
so we added it among the list of intermediate options that we could do. So a moratorium is an ordinance. It's in any event.
But that's going to be part of the report in August 9th.
Well, we had talked about it as being part of the report. I don't know. That's only a couple of meetings away. So we've already started researching it.
Okay.
We've got a couple
I'm good
cities.
with it
So
coming
it's
back as a report. That's good.
Yeah.
That's good. Yes.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I would join you in that request. Glad to hear it's coming back. And staff may already have this, but the other thing I would add is there's been discussion about a gun buyback. If that's not already an option that staff is considering, I'd love to see that included as part of it. And I join in the Vice Mayor's request on publicly financed elections.
So we're not voting on items, just to be clear?
Yes, I'm just expressing my support.
So
Sorry.
that's a vote, so please.
Then I will retract the voting statement.
Thank you.
We got to keep these council members in line. Thank you very much.
I'm not sure if I'm being tested or if.
Just keeping you on your toes, Mr. City Attorney.
Anything else, colleagues? Okay, thank you. We now adjourn the meeting to Tuesday, June 21st for a joint meeting in the council chambers here on the second floor. The public may view the meeting online or on television and will be able to provide public comment in the following 4 ways. In person for general public comment, public hearings, and reports to council, by calling in directly to the council meeting at 818-238-3335 to speak during the general public comment period and public hearing items only, by leaving an e-comment on the city webpage, by emailing the city council directly. Thank you and good night and stay safe.